Hello and welcome to Riyadh and the final 3 days of racing for the season. We've just about caught our breath from a Super Saturday that more than lived up to his name, and now we are ready to go again. As ever, we have a packed programme tonight, 12 races on the card, and here to talk us through all of the night's action is Rory Delaghi. Rory, welcome back to Riyadh, and of course we've got a packed night of action. We're mainly focusing mainly on the maidens. Couldn't get my words out there, but there's a lot to look forward to, isn't there?
There is, yeah. Typically for a Thursday card, a lot of maidens on there, some reasonably moderate events, but a couple of very good races, particularly race 9, which looks an absolute cracker. Not just very high quality, but very, very tightly matched. I think the top rated is 102, but it's a bit of a question mark over it. The next four are all rated 95 and are off level weights, and that looks like it's going to be a real humdinger of a race.
Absolutely. So that is race 9 of 12. So plenty to look forward to across the day's card. And we've picked out 3 horses that we think you should be keeping an eye out on over the course of today's card. We have 12 as ever. So let's start with the horses we've picked out for you to watch. Gaelan, the grey on the near side, had no fewer than 4 of tonight's rivals behind when beaten by a nose on last week's debut, and looks to have a golden opportunity to get off the mark when stepping up to 7 furlongs in race 4, a maiden for purebred Arabians. Expressionist and jockey Alexis Moreno is seen here taking last month's Public Security Department Cup over a mile. The son of Knight of Thunder turns out again in race 9 over the same trip in what looks a wide open race, and team sensation Tarek Mansour takes over in the saddle. Aboushayla and Ursula battle for minor honours in a 0-65 handicap over 1,800 metres last week, with the former just winning that tussle. They clash again over 2,400 metres tonight, and the extra yardage may help Ursula. That's a really exciting one, isn't it, Rory?
It is. It's a very tight-looking handicap. It's not the greatest quality event, but Ursula is one certainly to keep an eye on tonight. She's been running in better company. I thought she ran a cracking race last week and was just touched off for second. But she is a winner over 1.5 miles in Taif. I think a few non-stayers in that race, so it's a really good opportunity for Ursula, who's been on the go all season, to finally get her head in front after a number of creditable efforts this season.
Well, we'll certainly be looking forward to that one. But here to talk us through the entire card is our commentator, Mark Francis.
Rebecca, Rory, Shamila, and to everybody at home, good evening. Welcome to Saudi Arabia, this rare start time on a Thursday. For this, the final week at Riyadh. As Cheltenham concludes, we get going. 12 races, as Rebecca states, as per normal, starting in the darkness. 9 p.m. local time with a local bred maiden for race number 1. Our Arabian races come up pretty early, races 2 and 4 over 6 furlongs and 7 furlongs respectively. A couple of maidens with a few first-time starters leaving it late in the season to begin their careers in races 6 and 7. Race 9 is definitely the standout, just after midnight local time. Sovereign Prince, certainly a leading player there for the Red Stable. And race 10, also a standout for a Thursday, before we close with a 0-65 handicap over the 1.5 miles in race 12. But we get underway with a local bred horses maiden for 3-year-olds. This is over the minimum trip of 1,200 metres. They're headed by number 1, Mutasare. We still need confirmation on the jockey. Shamonia is the 2 for Abdullah Al Sayedi, and 3 is Qarsib Al Maidam in the blinkers for Abdullah Al Orfi. Moktale is the mount of Abdullah Akridis in 4, and 5 is Shamkat Tawake for Turkey Al Orfi, 0 from 2 so far. Garb is the 6 for Rakan Al Abaid, and the 7 is Durat Al Ayam for Abdullah Al Kridis. A debutant in 8 is Mohibat Al Falah. 9, N Al Saheb for Thurb Al Timyat. 10 is a filly. There are 8 fillies in this lineup in total. And that is the mount of Tariq Al Mansour in 10. 11 is Marcel for Hamza Saad. 12 is Kashafar, another debutant, Ahmed Al Sharar. And 13, Mok Lefire. 14, Bostan, Abdella Al Hussein in 14. And 15, certainly one of the leading players here, Sahim Al Muhammadir for Khalid Al Memoni. The bottom one on that page is Hazruf. Final pair over the page, onto page 3, Hezreth. Another first-time starter, one of 3 in all for Mohamed Al Nassar. And Shabar mounts off the field, and the fillies for Ali Al Matib. So 19, 20 and 21 not required. Of course, a maximum field of 18 over the minimum trip of 6 furlongs. And the runners, if by magic, are in the paddock. Back to you guys.
They are indeed, Mark. No magic, all properly planned here in Riyadh. Yes, the runners for the first race heading into the paddock, and Rory is alongside me, of course, as ever, to talk through the prospects for this race. Mutasari, Rory, the first horse number 1, rating of 50 in this one.
Yeah, we didn't have a jockey on that when we looked at it. Abdulaziz Al Musa is a late, not so much a jockey change, but a jockey booking for that. We've also got Nawaf Al Mudiani on number 13 and Fawaz Wanas on number 16, late jockey confirmations there. Mutasari has got a bit of form, was 11 length 8th to Ishq Bladi over a mile last time out. That was in a 0 to 60 handicap. This is a little bit tougher if the best horses run to form, so he needs to raise his game if he's going to be competitive. And
I imagine that horse number 2, Shamo Naya, also needs to raise her game.
Yeah, I'm not sure she can, based on what she's shown so far. She was tailed off in maiden company last time out, and hasn't shown anything really in 2 starts.
Kaseb Al Maidan still in the pre-parade, acting up a little, Roaring. What do you make of his chances?
Was outclassed 2 starts back. That was a tough contest, but had a better chance in a 0 to 75 handicap last time. It was a little bit disappointing. Was a good second to Felfell in a 7 furlong maiden back in meeting 41 in Taif. Needs to bring that Taif form here with a rating of 65. He's actually the top rated in this race, but you know, his form in Taif is a little bit better than his form here, but he still has to be of interest in what looks a pretty weak affair.
Completely different track as well, of course, different conditions. Number 4, Moff Taylor, ran close last time out.
Yeah, I've given it 62 with a question mark in terms of rating, because it's only had the 1 run, but it was 6.5 lengths forced to Daz in a 7 furlong maiden 2 weeks ago. The runner-up there was rated 50, which is slightly worrying, but if you rate it through the winner, you could give Moftalia a mark north of 60. Weakened late over 7 furlongs last time out. We'll get to see that shortly, actually. The drop to 6 furlongs looks a big positive, and I thought Moftali was one of the most interesting ones in the field.
Certainly one to keep an eye on then. Number 4. Let's head to number 5, Shamkat Tawake.
Yeah, her better effort was when 2 3/4 lengths third to Rimal Al Mutara over course and distance last time out. She dead heated for third that day, with a 60 rated rival, so you could easily put a rating of, well, you could put a rating of 60 on her and then give her an extra £4 for the fact she's getting a fillies allowance here, and that makes her very competitive because, as I said, the top rated here is rated 65, so she's one to consider as well.
And Garb, we've just had a look at, doesn't look like he's come in his coat yet, Rory. I obviously didn't get a close look, but
no, Garb's not at all easy to fancy. He was beaten 50 lengths in a 7 furlong contest on debut, and I think he's one for further down the line, if at all.
And Durat Al Ayam, number 7, has had some mixed runs as well.
Showed a little bit of ability on debut really early in the season here at Riyadh, but hasn't gone on and has a rating of 30 yet.
Mohabat Al Falath is an unknown entity.
That doesn't make an awful lot of appeal on pedigree as a son of Assay Claire. Assay Claire was a fair performer in France, but didn't score in group company. Is a local sire now, but there wasn't much in Mohabat Al Falath's pedigree to make me really pay attention.
Well, let's head down to the paddock now and join our reporter Shamila, who's having a look at the horses. And Shamila, who's your paddock pick for this one?
Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for joining us, as always, live on YouTube. Now, it is Ramadan. That is why we're starting a little bit later, but we still have 12 fantastic races lined up for you. My paddock selection in the first race goes the way of horse number 4, Moftella, who was 4th last time out at meeting 106. Abdullah Al-Credis is on board, and he is a 3-year-old colt by the Admiral. Really nice looker, has good presence here inside the parade ring, so he definitely was one of my eye catchers for sure. So horse number 4 for me in this race, though I do have to say horse number 9, Ain Al Saheb, is also a really good looker. It was a toss-up between the two. I have decided to land on horse number 4 for this. Now, I do have 2 paddock negatives for you in this race, horse number 3 and horse number 10. Very much on toes. Horse number 10 especially more so, and very sweaty as well in the preliminary stages, so just keep your eyes on those ones.
We will indeed. Thank you, Shamila. We can see there number 3, Shamila mentioned, very much up on his toes, so a negative for Shamila down in the paddock. She also mentioned, Rory, that she likes the look of Ain Al Shaheb, horse number 9.
Ain Al Saheb is interesting because has a rating of 62. Was in a really tough race last time. It was in the Saudi Sarawat Cup, and that's way above any of these pay grade. Prior to that was 2 1/4 lengths second to Ramadan in a course and distance maiden. Ramadan's rated 72. if you work sort of 2 pounds per length, sort of 4.5, 5 pounds inferior to that. Has an official rating of 62, but you could argue he's run a little bit better than that last time out, and he is yet another for the short list. It's probably 4 or 5 I'd give a chance to in this race.
And Marcel, number 11, must be one of them as well.
Was always handy when 5th in a 7 furlong maiden last time out. I thought he looked a bit awkward under pressure, so I put a line through him. He's got a chance on the ratings, but I wanted to see a bit more willingness before I committed to him.
Well, many thanks to Jcsa, who's joined us on the YouTube comment section. She says, come on, Red Stable, which brings us nicely to Jimmy Jerkins, his first runner on the Cardiff horse number 12, Jcsa.
Yeah, this is a very interesting newcomer on paper. Out of a mare whose progeny I've won 8 times here, including Alafu, Zofsafa, and Jcsa. The dam was a UK maiden, but the fact that she's produced several winners here makes this one very interesting indeed. I would have thought with Red Stable runners starting this late in the season, it almost feels like it's a prep for Taif. So I wouldn't be at all surprised if Jcsa needs this run, but she's very interesting on paper, and she's one to keep an eye on in this race. I'd have thought she's liable to need it, given that the Red Stable runners aren't always as wound up for debut as some others.
And Shirley Jerkins has said on the YouTube comment section, focus and win. Do you think we need to read anything into that word focus?
Well, we'll see. We'll see if Jcsa does win, then we can ask Jimmy after the race. But well, they all need a focus, really, don't they?
They do,
so.
Absolutely, yes. Let's head to number 13, then Mock Leifa.
Put a line through this, which was beaten an awfully long way on debut, and I thought she had plenty to do here. Again, probably one for further down the line, starting the season very late.
I imagine that Bostan is also one for further down the line, number 14.
Drops and Trip having finished 12th on debut, beaten 28 lengths that day. There's a little bit of ability in there, but again, she's one who's liable to benefit from this experience still.
And Sam Al Muhammadia is one of the 2 top rated in this race, running off a mark of 62.
Yeah, probably ran his best race when 4 1/4 lengths second to Hakimi in that big auction race here over a mile in November. Was beaten 13.5 lengths into 8th behind Mirwas in a course and distance contest last time out. Just needs to dig out a little bit more to win this, but on the ratings has every chance.
And there's a bit of a question mark over number 16, Has Roof, I imagine.
Yeah, another one who's been well beaten on debut, in 24 3/4 lengths, when 15th to Fars Al Waya over course and distance on debut. I don't want to judge these horses too harshly on individual runs, but again, one who you'd pay more attention to when you see it in Taif after a couple of efforts.
Absolutely. And first, a racecourse debut for number 17, Hezref.
Yeah, Hezref is a half-brother to 3 moderate or poor maidens here, and is easy enough to pass over on balance.
And Shaba as well has finished far down the field in all of his outings.
She's rated 36, and it'll be a massive surprise if she is good enough here, given the form that she's shown to date.
Yeah, absolutely. So let's talk about number 19, Amni. I believe, though, we are going to look at some recent footage from horse number 4, Moff Taylor, shortly. A run from the 4th of March, of course, just last week. So Moff Taylor is certainly race fit.
Yeah, you see Moff Taylor in the blue noseband and the blue bandages here on the outside of the leading group, running a very good race to be 4th to Daz in a 7 furlong maiden. Had every chance off the bends. Maybe didn't quite see this out. Looked quite a big danger and has just weakened a little bit in the final furlong. So the drop back to 6 looks a positive here. That was debut from Moff Taylor as well, so I thought this was quite a likely improver for this drop back to 6 furlongs. Was clear 3rd best on the day and just lost a position late on. The only downside is that the runner-up that day is quite lowly rated, and maybe the form overall isn't particularly strong, but I thought there was plenty of positives. This
is Shamkat to Wake, horse number 5, and this was from the 2nd of February, this run.
Yeah, this is a good effort. You see Shamkat to Wake on the outside and the gold sleeves, coming with a run, but ends up finishing 3rd to Rimal Al Mutar. Well, she dead heats for 3rd in actual fact, and the horse she dead heats with on the inside is rated 60. So although she doesn't have an official rating, that gives you an idea of where she might be, and she wouldn't have to improve an awful lot to be competitive here. That was a big improvement on debut. She could easily step forward again.
Well, 2 horses left in this contest, Rory, that we haven't yet touched on. Number 19, Amni, and number 20, Ayn Al Kareem. What do you make of those two?
Yeah, well, hopefully they're not running, because we should have a maximum field of 18 here. I don't think we've got any nons, so those reserves haven't made it in. I think we might have had another jockey change here in this race as well, but Abdulaziz Al Yesh, I think, has come in for the ride instead of Abdullah Al Kradis on horse number 7, Durat Al Ayam.
Thank you very much, Rory, for that comprehensive run-through of all of the runners tonight. So we heard from Shamila in the paddock. Her paddock pick was number 4, Muff Taylor. She also liked the look of number 9, Ayn Al Sheben. What do you think?
Not an easy race to unpick. As I said, there's 4 or 5 with very similar ratings. I'm going to give it to Moff Taleh back in trip to 6 furlongs. I thought he showed up pretty well in his debut. There are 2 ways of reading the form of that race. It maybe wasn't the strongest of events, but he showed plenty of speed before fading late. And I think the drop back to 6 furlongs from the 1,400 metres he was running over last time will give him a decent chance. Not an easy race, though.
Not at all. Well, it's a high-quality race to get started with. Anyway, on today, the Thursday, first day of racing of the week, which tends not to be the big racing. We had, obviously, Super Saturday last week, and that was absolutely incredible. So we start with the maidens and start slow and build up to all the big stuff, but this is certainly one that we are looking forward to anyway. And it seems a pretty open race, Rory. There's no real, we've mentioned Muff Taylor and Shamila's other pick, which was Ayn Al Shed, but there's not really any massive standout performers in this.
No, it's not a particularly strong maiden, so there's always a possibility that something that's shown little form will step up and get competitive. And those at the head of affairs on ratings are quite tightly graded as well. So it's a tricky little one. You pay your money, you take your choice, really.
Absolutely, and George on our YouTube channel is going with Muff Taylor as well, the same as you and Shamila, so that's his pick for this first one. And horses are beginning to load. It looks like, well, maybe all of them are in. I'm not quite sure, Mark. We'll join you anyway. Let's head to our commentator, Mark Francis, down at the start.
Yeah, thank you, Rebecca. Thank you, Rory. We're about halfway through loading, so shouldn't be too far away for our start. Yeah, just to echo the thoughts of what Rory said. Moff Taylor, who was 4th just last week. I'm pretty sure in the VT we saw that Marcel was 5th, and given what Rory said about ratings, Marcel is rated just 58. So what would you give Moff Taylor based off one run? It'd be pretty unfair, I guess. First day at school, so you'd hope to see some improvement here today, and I think it should come in this race. Tom Collins is always mentioning the strike rate of first-time starters from the red stable, which easily means that I'll put a line through the 12 here, and I think Rory alluded to this one, eyeing a season in Taif. Armin El Sharar on the 12. And yeah, just to confirm that jockey as well on the 7 is Abdulaziz Al Yesh. Is number 8, Mohibat Al Falath. Very young rider aboard. And here's Kaseb Al Maidan, who certainly took his time to get into the paddock, but he's made it to the start okay. But Moff Taylor for me, and Rory and most of the team by the sounds of it. Shamonia into 2, which leaves 3 out of line, including N Al Saheb. Also this horse, Bostan, and in the background, Shaba into 18. All lined up. Opening race here on a Thursday night. 6 furlongs. And they are off and racing. And missing the start was Mohibat Al Falath, one of the debutants, already trails the field by about 6 or 7 lengths. But up with the pace early on, N Al Saheb is one of the first to show, ready for a position on the inside, the white sleeves of Shamonia. This is the leading pair. Further out of the race course, we have the check jacket, big white face of Marcel, who sits pretty in 3rd position, just being followed through there by the all red colours of Kashifar. Also up with the speed, which there is plenty here, the gold sleeves of Shamkat Tawait, just overtaken there by Kaseb Al Maidan. Looking for the favourite, blue headgear, probably 2/3 of the way down the field, has got plenty to do here as the leading trio come down the side of the course. En Al Saheb for third, Al Timyat now nosing on by a length and a tail. So Kaseb Al Maidan, the white cap towards the far side in second. Shamonia is beaten now in third. Picking up later on is Kashifar for Ahmed Al Sharab, but has got 6 lengths to find. Is closing though as En Al Saheb goes inside the last furlong, but has given away the lead once again to Kaseb Al Maidan. But here comes Kashifar down the wide outside, and Kashifar will pick it up late on to score on debut. Jimmy Jerkins has a winner at the final week at Riyadh. Kashifar wins. Kaseb Al Maidan in second position, possibly En Al Saheb back in third place. Well, Kashifar, not too many first-time starters from the Red Stable go on and win, but this girl has, in a time of 1:13.10, has scored over Kaseb Al Maidan. Had a real set two in the closing stages, these two. Kaseb Al Maidan has certainly improved on his recent efforts. Was second back at meeting 41 and is second here again. 2 1/4 lengths the winning distance. 1:13.10 the winning time. Kaseb Al Maidan in second. En Al Saheb just in advance of Shankat to Wake, and very close to 5th position, possibly Hezreth, who never got a mention. The favourite also very disappointing. It's a 12-3-9 verdict for our opening race.
The first winner of the weekend goes to the one and only Mr. Jimmy Jerkins and the Red Stables, so huge congratulations to them and Prince Faisal bin Khalid bin Abdulaziz's Red Stables. Horse number 12, Kashifar, wins the opener for local bred horses. Really nice maiden here, over 1,200 metres as well. Really nice ride from the jockey. She jumped out of stall number 12 and absolutely dominated the field. Jimmy Jerkins hasn't been in the winner's enclosure in a while, so it's great to see him back here, especially for the last weekend. And he's done so well for his first season here in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. They're just taking a quick winning picture here with this stunning 3-year-old filly by teletext. She is a little bit on her toes still as she is unsaddling, but she is still very much a novice. This is her first time out, so you can understand why she is a little bit on her toes still, but great to see her back in the winner's enclosure. And we can head over to Jimmy Jerkins first, so we can get a quick word with him before he goes onto the Arabic channel. So congratulations, Jimmy. That's a good winner for you, especially in the last weekend of the season.
Yeah, that was nice. It's been a little bit of a dry spell. Horses have been running good, but they've been in really tough spots, you know, Saudi Cup week and that. So it was nice to get back in the winner's circle.
And were you expecting it? Obviously, it's her first time out.
She's been training very well. You know, it took a while. She bucked her shins in Taif and then got hurt shipping back from Taif pretty bad on a van. That took a while to get over that, but she, you know, she's got her quirks. She's a little, you know, you can see she's got an attitude, and but she did. She really, you can see her. She looks beautiful. She really came into her own, and she did work very well. So, you know, we were hoping, and she ran like we were hoping.
And she's only 3 years old. Do you see her growing into herself and improving upon this for next season?
Yeah, well, she already has those. A big difference between her and when we first got her last summer. So, you know, that's what you need to see in the young horses. They gotta, and you know, they gotta get the chance to do it too. So, yeah, we're hope she can move on to bigger and better things for sure.
Are you planning to keep her over a sprinting distance?
I don't think so. I think she's, you know, she's got the body type and the breeding to go long. So I think we might sprint her one more time, you know, because it'll be after a layoff when she runs again. And I kind of like to do that most of the time, you know. But to give him one sprinting first seems to help him a little bit. It's hard to get ready to go long and tight first time out. It's tough on a horse. So we most likely would sprint her at least one more time.
And just reflect on the season you've had here. Obviously, it's your first season. You've had a few good winners.
Yeah, it's been good. It's you know, there was some disappointments, of course, but you're always going to get that, and some surprises too. So you know, it took some getting used to, but once we got rolling, things have been pretty consistent.
Have you had a standout horse?
I guess Mike Frankel. You know, he only ran the 3 times, but they were all very good, and he just, you know, he's just an old pro, and you know, if you just know when you get him over there in decent shape, he's gonna give it to you.
Thank you so much, Jimmy. Well done.
Thank you.
Well, Jcsa, a popular winner indeed, Rory, for our opening race. Doc Shirl on our YouTube channel said she ran like a boss, and she did focus, didn't she, Rory?
She did, yeah. I mean, you know, we're not really privy to the information we got post-race there from Jimmy. But this wasn't a filly who was just having her standard first start. She's been semi-ready to go for a while, but she's had a couple of setbacks. As you heard, she gets when Jimmy shipped his horses from before the end of the Taif season out to Riyadh. She picked up an injury in the van. But we're going to see how she gets on here. She's parked out wide, obviously in stall 12. We see pace early on from Ayan Al Sahabi gets placed, also from Kaseb Al Maidan. Who you see up there with the white cap from stall 3, always going forward. A bit of speed also from Marcel in the checked colours there, and number 2, Shamonia did show a little bit of speed early on, but pulled a little bit hard and dropped out of it. The winner has been given a fairly patient ride in midfield, but you see her just beginning to move up now from that mid to wide berth. Just being asked for her effort by Ahmed Al Shrar at this stage. The front 2 look to be battling it out at this stage, but she finds plenty, does Jcsa, to get on top reasonably close. So as Jimmy Jerkin said in that interview, she's not really bred or built to be a sprinter, and you can see this is plenty short enough for her, but she as they begin to weaken later on, you see they're treading water there on the inside. She begins to stretch out and goes on. She'll be a much better filly over 7 furlongs in time, but there's no rush to step her up. I'd have thought she'd stay beyond a mile, but you know, she's had her issues. As Jimmy said, she's got a bit of attitude as well about her. She should do well in Taif, but again, she'll benefit from a break of a few months now from this winning debut. And you can see that she's got scope to grow a little bit more as well. She's a good looker.
And we don't see too many first-time starters win for the Red Stable. What do you think the difference with this horse is?
Well, I think the difference with her is that she was semi-ready to go last summer in Taif, and then they've had to back off her again because of her issues. She had issues with her shins, as we heard, and then she had an injury. So she's not, you know, most of these Red Stable horses, they'll come into training, they'll you know, build up as usual, and then they'll make their debut when they're ready to run but not ready to win. Whereas she's different. She wasn't ready to make that debut at that stage. She's had to wait, so she's she's had more time to mature mentally and physically, and that's helped her enormously. A bit of a flash of the tail there when she comes through. You see that attitude coming through late in the finish. She doesn't want anyone else to be the boss of her. But you know, if she can direct that attitude to the horses she's racing against, then that will be a bonus for her.
Absolutely, and of course, Shirley Jerkins said before the race she needs to focus. Jimmy Jerkins said in his post-race interview that she has quirks, she has the attitude, and we can see that. We can see that in evidence there, and it's all well and good having quirks and attitude as long as you can back it up with performances like that, as long as it's channeled in the right way. Absolutely,
yeah, and again, the beauty of this is because she's making her debut over a trip that's probably on the short side for her. The handicapper won't be too severe on her, and I think she'll probably run again at 6 furlongs.
Well, we'll look forward to seeing her again next season in Taif, but let's head to our commentator, Mark Francis, ahead of the second race.
Yeah, thank you, Rebecca. And our opening contest for the Arabians here, again, over the 1,200 metres. They're headed by number 1, Mariyar for Ali Al-Mimoni. 2 is Najdaya Al-Bari for Abdullah Badhadher. 3 is Ababil Awam, just waiting for the jockey on the 3 and the 7, which should come through shortly. 4 is Sham Al-Sharia for Abdullah Al-Sayedi. And Muazzez Al-Kaladir is the 5 for double-seeking Ahmed Al-Sharar. 6, pretty more simple. Bariz for Norweth Al-Mudiani. 7 is Jumana Al-Duhamia, of course, waiting for the jockey there. The 8 is a scratch, they go without Sahi Pari. The 9, Mumtalik for Rakan Al-Abaid. Plenty of these Arabians seeing the race course for the first time. One that has seen it plenty is number 10, Mawazin, Tariq Al-Mansour. 11, Shmok Shah, rated just £2 higher than the 10, Khaled Al-Mamoni on the 11. The 12, another debutant, Hamas Al-Kaladir for Osama Al-Sharani. 13, Odoha Al-Sham for Abdallah Al-Hussein. 1 start so far, pretty credible 5th, back at meeting 105. Baja Al-Wazmaya for Sultan Al-Mamoni is the 14. And 15, Masanisa Monlau for Mohammed Al-Nasser. 16, Fawayed for Abdulaziz Al-Yesh, another first-time starter. And the bottom one on that page, number 17, Joy de Montagut for Mohammed Al-Sharima. 2 over the page, Ibn Katirat Al-Kaladir for Naif Al-Anazi, definitely in as number 18. And, of course, 1 reserve with the 8 being out. Rams Gudar, the 19, inheriting stall position number 8, gets in for Iyad Al-Tarizi. 20 and 21 not required, of course, with the non-runner of 8. Full field for our first Arabian contest.
And you just saw the trophy there that they will be racing for, pretty impressive. I'm sure that plenty of people here would certainly like to get their hands on that. Let's go through the runners then, Rory, for our first Arabian race of the night. It's a mixed field for this one, plenty of horses making their debuts, mixed in with some more experienced runners as well. So let's start from the top, and Maraya has got a rating of 62, one of the horses that has had a few runs under her belt, number 1.
Yeah, she was in too deep last time in the sprint prep, which is a race really for group horses, and was well beaten in that, unsurprisingly. Previously, 5 1/4 lengths third to Montfard in a course and distance maiden in the middle of January. That's her best effort to date. With a rating of 62, she needs to build on that if she's going to make the frame here. But she might do better somewhere down the line. She's not been the most consistent so far, though.
Najdaya Al-Bari, running off a mark of 70, was perhaps a little bit out of her depth the last time out.
Yeah, I thought she was a wee bit disappointing. She was a 3rd and a 7 furlong maiden 2 starts back, and she would have claims on that with a rating of 70, certainly place claims. But she was below form last time out behind Al-Doha Al-Sham, who she meets again tonight. She's raced at 7 furlongs and a mile to date and drops back to 6 furlongs here. Whether that's in her favour, I'm not entirely convinced.
And it's a racecourse debut for Ababil Awam, this 5-year-old colt, number 3.
Yeah, a son of Al-Atiq. We'll see what Shamila, if Shamila makes anything of him in the parade ring. The newcomers in the Arabian races, very hard to get a handle on paper. And it's just a case of getting an idea of how fit they are in these races from paddock inspection.
Yeah, absolutely. We've got a handful of first-time starters here, so pretty difficult, Rory. Obviously, there's no form to judge off, so we will be relying on what Shamila says when she takes a look at them in the parade ring behind us. Should we have a word then on Sham Al-Mashir, number 4?
Yeah, much the same. A debutant by Taj Al-Kaladia. she's one to again have a look at when she comes round in parade order. I thought number 5, who is also another newcomer, I thought that was interesting enough just on paper from a fairly respected yard trained by Fahad Saad, representing Saad bin Mishrif, the owner. I thought that was worth a second look, certainly, and off the debutantes, and the next 2 are as well. I thought that was maybe the most interesting of that quintet.
You're talking, of course, about Muazzez Al-Khalidi, number 5, and number 6, Barriz. But let's head down to our Arabian racing expert, Shamila, who's going to be able to tell us a bit more about these first-time starters. Shamila.
I think from what we've seen in the first race that you shouldn't disregard these first-time starters, as our first race was a first-time starter very late in the season. However, my second paddock selection of the day goes the way of horse number 10, Mawazin, who will be partnered with apprentice jockey Tariq Al Mansour. She was 5th last time at a meeting 37, so we haven't seen her in quite a while since the Taif season, where she was running pretty consistently, but she has had a long layoff, hopefully not due to injury or anything like that, because she looks stunning here inside the parade ring. Another horse that caught my eye is actually a first-time starter. It's horse number 5, Muazzez Al-Khalidiyah, a 5-year-old colt by Hatem Al-Khalidiyah. So definitely that is my eye catcher for the first time starters. However, I will be sticking with horse number 10 as my final parade ring selection for this race. A few question marks in here. Horse number 6, AF Barriz, and horse number 12, Hamas Al Khalidiyah, just not looking 100% fit, and both of them are also first time starters.
Thank you very much, Shamila. So Shamila's gone with number 10 and numbers 5, 6, 7 and 9. Rory, their first-time starters. Not much you can really say about them, given that they have no form. So let's head to number 10, Shamila's pick. But it's been a long time since we've seen this filly on the track.
Yeah, and she's got a decent chance on the pick of her form in Taif. She was very busy in the Taif season, running almost every week. And she hit the frame multiple times, between 6 furlongs and 1.25 miles there. So she was consistent, and she was adaptable as well. The worry, of course, is that she was last seen in meeting 37. So, she didn't even get to the end of the season in time, suggesting she picked up a bit of an injury. But of course, our first winner, she also had a setback in Taif, and then had a setback coming from Taif here. So she's had plenty of time to get over whatever her issue might have been, Mawazin, and she's one of the more interesting ones on paper. She's got a rating of 68. Our top rated is 80. There's a slight question mark about whether that's capable of running to that level, but Mawazin should be there or thereabouts, given her consistency earlier in the season.
And as well, Tariq Al Mansour takes the ride. He is very much in form at the minute, isn't he, Rory?
Yes, he had that unfortunate incident last week where he was first past the post in the big race of the night on Saturday, but lost out in the steward's room. But he'd ridden several winners before that and shown a really good racing brain, as we know he has. He's very cool. I'm very keen to see Tariq Al Mansour pick up the winning thread again, because it's good to see him in winning action. Absolutely.
See if he can make amends for that disappointment on Saturday night. Perhaps he'll get off the mark here in race 2. Smokes Shah has got a rating of 70, horse number 11, but Shamila didn't mention this one, Rory.
Yeah, this one, Smokes Star was probably stretched by a mile last time out, went 5th. Prior to that, was second in a course and distance maiden, ice course and distance, sorry, over this trip in Taif. And she would have a fair chance if back to that. This is probably her trip rather than further. So she comes into the reckoning with a rating of 70.
Number 12, Hamas Al-Khalidiyah, another first-time starter. Shamila says not looking too great in the paddock. So let's skip forward to number 13, Doha Al-Sham, who finished 5th last time out, meeting number 105.
Yeah, that was her debut, and she finished in front of a couple of these who have reasonable form. Najdia Al-Bari was behind. And as was Barja Al-Wazmia, who's below her in the race card. I thought that was a nice performance when she was 5th to Al-Mash Al-Bahar in a 7-furlong maiden first time out. I also think she will benefit from this drop back to 6 furlongs. She showed speed to get to the front or near the front there, and clearly didn't stay, to my eyes, or possibly wasn't 100% fit. But I think she will be a lot better over this trip, and she's my pick in this contest as a result.
Well, you said that was a nice performance when she finished 5th last time out at the end of February. We'll be having a little look at that very shortly, which will be interesting to see. But before we do, let's head to horse number 14, Barja Al-Wasmia. Yeah,
it was placed over a mile and over 7 furlongs in Taif, but was behind Al-Doha Al-Sham last time out, and hasn't really matched the pick of her form from Taif here. So despite a rating of 63, suggesting she's got place claim, she's got something to find in my view.
But here is the horse that you very much like the look of, Rory, Al Doha Al Sham. This was a run in
Yeah,
February.
you see Al Doha Al Sham already in front here on her debut with that a purplish noseband, I would say. She's in front, but she's under pressure at this stage. She ends up weakening into 5th, but I thought this wasn't a bad contest. Almash Al Bahar, the winner, in that back in meeting 105 just a couple of weeks ago. Yeah, I thought she looked a 6 furlong horse. I mean, you can see she's weakening into 5th place at this stage, and she's a little bit legless late in the day. But I would have thought, in what looks a fairly weak maiden, dropping back to 6 furlongs, if she's able to build on that, and she looks in very good order. You worry with these purebred Arabians, especially those who haven't had an awful lot of racing, is if they back up quickly, as they often have to do, they can just run a bit flat. They can lose condition very quickly, but she doesn't look like that's an issue for her. She looks very well in herself, and I expect her to run extremely well here.
Yeah, she does look very well indeed. Baja Al Wasmia, Rory, we've mentioned horse number 14 running off a mark of 63, I believe.
Yeah.
So numbers 15 and 16, both first-time starters. So let's skip through to...
Just a quick one on number 16. Every now and again, I'll make a comment on the newcomers. Fawayed is Qatari bred and comes from a top 6 stable when it comes to the Arabians. So I thought that definitely needed a look in the preliminaries. What I saw of it suggests that she looks pretty well. She looks fit enough, and she would be shortlisted as a result of that, of her respected connections.
Okay, very interesting, Rory. You've sort of broken your own rule there of...
Well, I try to find something, you know, and if it's a top stable or if it's a very interesting jockey book, and then that gets a little note from me. I thought Fawayed was pretty interesting on that.
Well, let's keep an eye on number 16 in that case. Joy de Montaigu at number 17, the highest rated in this contest, I believe.
Yeah, she's rated 80, and so Joy de Montaigu is rated 80, and if he runs that, he's got a good chance. 5th to Ibn Hatim al-Khalidiyah, meeting 82. That's a good run. Ibn Hatim al-Khalidiyah is an awful lot better than most of these, and that would give Joy de Montaigu a decent chance. But has been beaten 35 lengths and more since. They've all been better races than this. He's not had a chance in an ordinary maiden, but he's been beaten a long way, so it's difficult to get an idea if he's progressed at all from debut. He does drop back in trip, and he drops markedly in class here, so this could be could work the oracle for him, but just difficult to be absolutely certain whether that rating of 80 is justified or not.
Ibn Katirat al-Khalidiyah, first-time starter here, and Ramsgooder, number 19, will take stall 8.
Yeah, Ramsgooder comes in as the reserve there. Showed speed from a wide draw, win 4th to Kahila Aldam first time out. And I don't think quite stayed a mile next time out. I thought Ramsgooder was a big danger here. He would be the other one that I liked with Al Doha Al Sham.
Well, horses are loading, so that means it's time to head down to the start and join our commentator, Mark Francis.
Thank you, guys. Yeah, a decent assessment of this tough-looking Arabian maiden. I think I'll side with Al Doha Al Sham based on the BT there. I think 6 furlongs will suit this 6-year-old filly, making just, or 6-year-old mare, I should say, making just her second start. The Ella Al Hussein. 2 late riders to update you with. Asil Al Sahani rides the 3, Abab Awam, or Babel Awam, I should say, and the 7 is Musab Al Dafiri aboard the 7, Jumanar Al the Hamiyar. Here's the 9, Mumtamlik. Reminder, we go without the 8 here. The 19 gets a run drawn in 8. The last pair include Shmok Shah and also Sham Alm Shahir. Stand by. Just waiting on this horse here, Ibn Katirat al-Khalidiyah. First start here this evening. Naif Al-Anazi in the plate, lined up. And they're off and racing. Pretty awkward out of the gates was one of the greys towards the back of the field. Ramsgooder, the reserve, who got in late for this opening Arabian contest through the centre. Sham Al-Shahia is one of the first to break the line towards the inside. Mariar got a decent break, and between that pair, Najda Al-Bari as they go around the opening turn. So the runners drawn towards the inside are up ahead here. The striped jacket Muazzez Al-Kaladir comes next in the field, racing in company with the big white face Shmok Shah towards the wide outside, just being followed there by Al-Doha Al-Sham, one of the market principles to make a line of 5. Just in behind the speed then is Barry's. The blue headgear of Abil Awam is next in the field, and struggling is Masanisa Monlau. The rest are tailed off as the leaders come into the straight then, and it's number 1 in first position at the moment. Mariar towards the far side, but being taken on now by Muazzez Al-Kaladir, and Muazzez Al-Kaladir has now pressed on into a 3-length advantage. Chased by on the inside Mariar, who seemingly has no more left to give, and so too Al-Doha Al-Sham plugging on at the 1 pace. But this is surely all over as Muazzez Al-Kaladir quickens up in great style to take race number 2. Muazzez Al-Kaladir by a wide margin. Second position for Al-Doha Al-Sham, who run into second, possibly Mariar in third. Closing late with Shmok Shah and also Mawazin. Muazzez Al-Kaladir, though, has cleared away in great style in a solid-looking time as well. 1:19.69 for this horse on debut, and it's a double for Ahmed Al-Sharar. 1:19.69. We'll get Rory to go through the numbers in just a few moments' time. That is just nearly 2 seconds off the record here at Riyadh. Al-Doha Al-Sham had to wait 12.5 lengths to see him cross the line, back in second position. And in third was Mariar. Shmok Shah and Mawazin were in fourth and fifth. Muazzez Al-Kaladir, a commanding performance in our opening Arabian race.
Well, an incredible performance from Muazzez Al-Kaladir, a stylish win on debut and a double for jockey Ahmed Al-Sharar. And that was one of the first-time starters, Rory, that you actually picked out.
Yeah, I thought it runs in the reasonably well-known colours of Saad bin Mishrif, trained by Fahad Saad, and I thought this looks an interesting newcomer. You know, this is one definitely not to pass over lightly. difficult to to get much of a handle on them, other than to make sure that that you try to look at them as they come past you. But by Hatim Al Khaladia, out of an Al Khaladia mare as well, so obviously good bloodlines. Plenty of those Al Khaladia horses who race for Al Khaladia stable need their runs on debut. This one obviously running in different colours. So difficult to know exactly what to expect first time up. This is an impressive performance in a time of 1:19.69. Is good for a purebred Arabian maiden on the track at the moment. I suspect the track may be riding a little bit faster tonight because we're racing later in the day. That might make a little bit of a difference, but this was still impressive. The horses we expected to be there or thereabouts were as well. Al Doha Al Sham has run well to be second. Again, couldn't maintain that high cruising speed all the way through the race, but the winner looks good.
And Doha Al Sham, we talked before the race about the 6 furlong distance being just about right, but that horse didn't even look like it would stay 6.
No, did grab second close home, but I think the third weakened quickly. I thought Al Doha Al Sham travelled fairly well, but we're seeing in the early part of the race all the speed coming from the inside. Newcomer Sham Al Shahir showed a little bit of speed from stall 4 with a white cap. We saw speed from Mariah, who I think has ended up finishing third in the end. Also a bit of speed from Najda Al Bari in stall 2. Baris went forward for a while, and we saw out wide there with the blue noseband is Al Doha Al Sham, but the grey sitting in third at the moment, good looking grey too, is our winner. Muazzez Al Khaladia, and listen, this was always travelling really strongly, only making his racecourse debut now at the age of 5, at least the racecourse debut that we're aware of on a Jcsa sanctioned racecourse, but he really knew his job, didn't he? And he looked thoroughly professional. A talent performer, no doubt, and there'll be more wins to come, I would imagine, from Muazzez Al Khaladia. This didn't look a particularly strong maiden, not a run-of-the-mill maiden on paper, but I think we've ended up with a very good horse coming out of it.
Absolutely, and of course, given that it's the first time on a racetrack for this horse, what kind of rating would you give him based on this performance?
Again, have you got the winning margin written down there? That's he's ended up winning by a good, but basically, £2 for every length he's coming clear off the others. Unfortunately, our runner-up doesn't have an official rating either, which is a bit of a problem. The third is rated at 62. He has to be north of 80, I would say, given the ease of this victory. But that's why we don't give ratings out after one run, because it's there tend to be positive indicators and negative indicators in the field, and what kind of performance you would expect to win a race like this, which would be somewhere in the 70s. But this horse has ended up winning a lot easier than most maiden winners at this level. So I would have thought he's got to be north of 80 on the back of that. But he'll have a run next time out, maybe in an open. They can, from what I see, they can go into handicaps after one run. But I think a few of these end up having spins on the farm or whatever, and the handicappers are a lot happier giving them ratings quicker than the thoroughbreds. So we'll see where they go with this one, but he does look above average, and he looks to have a nice attitude, lovely way of going about him as well.
Well, let's head to Mark Francis, who's going to talk us through all the runners and riders for race number 3.
Yeah, certainly looks an Arabian to follow come the type season. Very, very impressive performance from our winner in race number 2. Race number 3 is a local bred handicap 0-70 for 3-year-olds. They're headed by number 1, Maestro Pro for Mohammed Al Sharima. 2 is a filly, Merba Alays for Khaled Al Mamoni. And 3 is Simon for Mohammed Al Nasser. 4 is Sahal Asil Al Sahani. Eshk Bladi for Mohammed Aliami has drawn the inside gate in 1. Tilda, not too far away in 4, is number 6 in the blinkers for Thurb Al Timyat. Dahama Alays is number 7 for Abdullah Al Kridis. And the 8, drawn way outside in 20, is La Mayakafi for Tariq Al Mansour. Mayakafi for Tariq Al saw in very famous colours. Number 9 is Adhari for Iyad Al Tarizi, of course, the colours of the Red Stable, already in the winners' enclosure this evening. Jane is the 10 for Luis Morales, and the 11 is Tours for Mohammed Al Habib. Similar looking jacket to the Jigginstown colours that have been sported so many times this week at Cheltenham. Number 12, Mi Farasa for Mohammed Saeed. Number 13 doesn't go, so on to 14, which is Tusty for Abdullah Al-Deeb. Number 15, Al Rajay in the blinkers for Ali Al Mamoni. 16 is Gala Saad for Ahmed Al Tayyar. And 17 will be doing her best work late. That is Artiwa for Naif Al Anazi. Mokhtar is the 18. Mohammed Al Shamari is a late jockey change or a late jockey addition based on that graphic. 19, Salam Allah for Osama Al Sharani. 20 is Bondok for Abdullah Al Farouz. One reserve gets in, that's Maxabi for Fahed Al Faradi, drawn in 11. So again, busy field, big field for our opening handicap. This now up to 1,400 metres.
Fantastic. Thank you, Mark. We'll catch up with you shortly. Rory, this looks to be a really competitive race, doesn't it? There's just 2 horses in this one with a rating of under 60.
Yeah, this is your typical handicap. When I looked at the entries before we got the stalls announced here, and there was a big field for most of these races. I mean, between 40 and 50 horses for the vast majority of races. When you get that number of runners in a number of entries in a handicap, then you're bound to have a pretty compressed handicap in the end. And the first 13 on the card are rated within 4 kilos of each other, or 8 pounds. And typically not going to be particularly easy to solve.
No, especially when there's so many runners as well to look at. Let's start from the start then. Maestro Pro, not seen on the racetrack for quite some time.
No, was well held a couple of times in Taif, and then showed a much better bit of form when 7 lengths third to Dim Alanea over 6 furlongs and meeting 58, which was towards the start of the season here. I think that was the first week. I think it was the Saturday of the first week. And that suggested the Maestro Pro might do a little bit better, but he's been off 4.5 months since that run, so I'm not entirely sure what to make of it.
And we saw Merva Alez, number 2, less than a week ago.
Yes, was 5th to Hala in the Jcsa auction last week. Beaten 11 lengths that day, but the winner is exceptional. She's a really smart filly. This one, Merva Alez, is a 6 furlong maiden winner, so she's more interesting than most. If you look down this field, the vast majority of them are maidens. I think 3 of them have won. One of those is not easy to fancy, but Merba Alayez wasn't disgraced last week, is a winner, and therefore ticks in all the right boxes.
Absolutely. Horse at number 2, 1 to keep an eye on. Simon, we saw running a couple of weeks ago and was placed.
Yeah, we'll see footage of Simon and Merba Alayez shortly. His best effort to date was when second, beaten just half a length by Amir Al Maidan in an 1800 metre 2 weeks ago, 1800 metre maiden rather, I should say, 2 weeks ago. That's a decent bit of form and shows he's in good form, but he stayed all the way to the line that day, so the drop back from 1800 to 1400 is a bit of a concern from me, but form-wise, he's one of the more interesting ones.
And Sahal, again, we saw running less than a week ago, Friday.
Yeah, that's ran in the same race, was just behind Simon, just a neck behind Simon actually in 3rd place, Sahal, in that 1800 metre contest. And has run since as well. Ran last week and finished 6th in another 1800 metre race. Again, another one dropping from 1800 to 1400. And I think that's just about opportunity. Getting a few runs into Sahal at the end of the season, I think he'd be better over a little longer.
Aeshk Bladi, number 5, also ran just a few days ago.
Yeah, was well beaten last week, and that's a concern. But did win a 0 to 60 over a mile, 3 starts back, well behind Sahal and Simon. Just Sahal last week. It wasn't the race that Simon was in, but the race that Sahal was 6th in, Ishq Baladi was 17th in, and that's a big concern.
Well, let's head down to the paddock now, and we can join Shamila to get her pick.
I've been off the mark in the first 2 races, so hopefully I can find you a winner in this 3rd race of the day. It goes the way of horse number 6, Tilda, who is coming up behind me now. The jockey, Tharb Altimiat, has just been put on board. This filly was 4th last time at meeting 109. She is 3 years old by Macho, rated 68, so up there in the ratings for sure. But this is a very tough contest to pick apart, especially here in the parade ring. A lot of nice looking horses here for you. But I will be sticking with horse number 6, who's jumping out of stall number 4, a nice low drawn stall as well for her, because the other horse that I really liked is horse number 2, Merba Al Ez, one of our top rated horses at 70, who's under Khaled Al Mamoni but is drawn out really wide at stall number 19, so that put me off her a little bit. So horse number 6 for me in this parade ring. Only 1 paddock negative, horse number 11 being very anxious in the preliminary stages and being very difficult to handle.
Be careful out there, Shamila. Almost got knocked down by horse number 11, her paddock negative. Let's have a word on Tilda then. Shamila's pick number 6 was placed 4th in meeting number 109. Rory, what do you make of this filly?
Yeah, Tilda was beaten ahead by Salute Macho in that course and distance event over, was a 0-75 2 starts back. This obviously a 0-70, so a slightly easier contest. Was then seen last week when 4th to Free or Fuckery. Over 6 furlongs. The return to 7 should suit. And yeah, Tilda was the other one I give a couple of stars to. So she's high on my shortlist.
And Dahamat Alez is another one who was in action last week. Finished 16th though.
Yeah, that was disappointing. She was a good second to Rimal Al Mutara in a 6 furlong contest 2 starts back. But her other efforts are nowhere near as solid. So if she could find the form that she showed 2 starts back, you'd give her a chance. But 16th, 11th, 12th and 16th and 4 other starts suggest that she doesn't always consent to give her running.
And you could say the same for La Maya Kafi, who, if she could replicate the run that she had a couple of starts back, she'd be in with a chance as well.
Yeah, and I think there's more in her favour. She's she hasn't run a poor race yet. That 3rd to Ramadan, 2 starts back in a 6 furlong maiden, gives her a chance. She was 8th over course and distance last week, but this is her handicap debut and she's entitled to step forward. She needs to do better than she did last week, but I think Connections knew she probably needed a run to get into a race like this, and she might just improve. She represents a powerful yard. She's not one of the stars in the Almondale yard, but she might do better now handicapping.
That's number 8, La Maya Kafi. Adhari is number 9 and had a big break, was disappointing on his return to the track. What do you make of... Well, let's have a word first of all on Simon, shall we, Rory, before we get into this next horse. This is a horse that you like the look of, horse number 3, Simon.
Yeah, he's got a decent chance on the ratings, and we'll see him finishing 2nd. You'll see him in the sort of pale blue colours with the dark cap coming through between horses late in the day. He's got a blue noseband as well, which helps to see. He was 2nd behind Amir Al Maidan in this 1800 metre maiden 2 weeks ago. And you'll see just behind him in the red colours and the black cross belts, he's just challenging on the inside of Sahal, who finishes the neck behind them. So that pair are on level weights. We're on level weights in this maiden contest and are also at level weights in this handicap. The pair of them saw this race out pretty well, battled well to the line. Concern for both of them is dropping back from 1800 metres to 1400. You'd prefer Simon. He didn't race last week, whereas Sahal ran again and finished a bit further down the field.
We're looking now at Merba Alez again, who drops back.
Yeah, well, now Merba Alez, I say, wouldn't want to be dropping back from the trip that that she's racing over here, because she got going very late in the day to finish 5th. But this is a very good contest. This isn't like the races we've been watching. The previous one we saw was a maiden race. We saw a bit of footage from Handicap Company. This was the big auction contest last week that was won in very good style by Hala. And Merba Alez got going late to grab 5th there. A few starts ago, she won a 6 furlong maiden. I'd expect her to be able to go the pace in this race a lot easier than she did last time out, and she's a big player.
Well, Hala was absolutely different class in that contest, so it was pretty much best of the rest in that race. Adhari, number 9, disappointing last time out.
Yeah, she was a bit. She's another one making her handicap debut, and she would have a chance on her 3rd in a 7 furlong maiden at Type 3 starts back. Her disappointing effort last time out was off a longish break, so she's entitled to do better for it, and she's not ruled out.
Janae ran last week as well, finishing in 11th.
Yeah, that was a bit disappointing. She was that was in the race won by a Free over 6 furlongs and not to 75 handicap. This is slightly easier, but she was just a respectable 6th in this Grade 2 starts back, and I don't greatly rate her chances.
Number 11 is Tours, the one that Shamila has picked as a paddock negative, Rory.
Yeah, well, she seemed to excel herself when fourth in an open race 4 weeks ago, meeting 105. But her previous effort, she was well held in weaker races than this, and meeting 91 and meeting 88, not to 65 handicap and a not to 60 handicap. So I think her latest 4th is probably flattering.
Mifarasa ran last week as well, disappointing 9th.
Yeah, she's a long-standing maiden, and she's been unplaced in her last few, so I thought she had something on her plate here.
A similar kind of profile for 13 Sanabik, would you say?
Sanabik is out, I believe. She's a non-runner.
My apologies. Let's skip forward to number 14 then, Tusti.
Yeah, Tusti's best recent run was when 3rd in a 1 mile maiden, but just fair effort since, and she's probably better over further than this. She's been unplaced in both starts at 7 furlongs.
Alra J, number 15, was last on this track just 6 days ago.
Yeah, she's been very busy of late, and she was very disappointing behind Yatafel with Tustier well ahead of her last time out. She ran better when 2nd in a course and distance maiden and meeting 101, but I think 2 runs since that have taken the edge off her.
And Galasad as well was disappointing last week, finishing in 15.
Yeah, she's got one vaguely good run in her last 6, and I put a line, or she rather, and I put a line through him.
And Artiwa lightly raced, number 17.
Yeah, 9 lengths behind Perlite, won 7th in a 1 mile, non-winners of 2 last time, and that's a better race than some of them have run in. Unexposed, mixed handicap debut, quite interesting, I thought.
Number 11 getting very sweaty down there, heading to post. Not a good sign. That's Tours again.
Yeah, it was a negative in the paddock and it's getting worse as we get close to post time.
Absolutely. Artiwa, we've just mentioned. So let's move on to 18, Mokhtama. Disappointing last time out.
Yeah, won a 6 furlong maiden winner in Taif back in the day. Was 6 1/4 lengths, 8th to Free in a not to 75. Last time out over 6 furlongs. A couple of these were behind her that day. She might do better back at this trip, but she does need more.
And we have Salam Allah, who we also saw here last Thursday, number 19.
Yeah, she's not really been doing enough or he's not been doing enough of late for me to give him a big chance here.
And the filly Bondok as well has had some average results.
Yeah, she's rated 58. She's struggling to make much of an impact in maidens. And although this might be a little bit easier, she's passed over fairly readily.
Yeah, so another big field for this one. Rory, we've obviously, and I have neglected to mention, number 11, Maxaby.
Yeah, Maxaby's not without a chance here. She's only rated 58 as well, but she was 2 lengths in front of Mokhtama when 4 1/4 lengths, 7th to Free in that 6 furlong handicap last time out. She was 3rd in a course and distance not to 75 in meeting 91. So the return to this trip will suit, and I couldn't rule her out. I think there's a few that I struggle to fancy towards the bottom, but this reserve has got half a chance from stall 11.
Yeah, it's certainly going to be a competitive contest. Anyway, Shamila is going for number 6, Tilda. You've picked a few, Rory, who you think do have a chance. Can you land on just one?
Yeah, it's a little bit of a toss-up between Tilda and Mirba Alayez, but Mirba Alayez will find this an awful lot easier than when chasing Halal's tail last week, and I think she can get the job done.
Well, horses are loading, so let's head down to the start and join our commentator, Mark Francis.
Yeah, thank you, Rebecca. Horses loading the gate here for race number 3. This handicap, 0 to 70. Artiwa is the selection from the commentary box here. I think now in a handicap, running off a mark of 60 against horses of similar ability. I think she's better than a mark of 60, if honest. That 4th place finish back at meeting 94. She did close late. So drawn in 9. Jockey Naif Al-Anazi carrying the first colours of the stable, black cap. We'll have the selection of where to go. You can see there a very, very sweaty Tours, number 11. Is, of course, approaching 10 o'clock here, local time. And that horse has got very, very warm indeed. Blindfolded is Sahal. So Artiwa for me. Mentioned Naif Al-Anazi's black cap. Bondok, same ownership, same trainer, Abdullah Al Farouz has a white cap, Bondok drawn in 6. Sahal is in, Tors will be next, and Adhari, owners looking for a double, last to complete the line. Al Tarizi is in, board Adhari, we're all set, 1400 metres, and they're off. No winning about here. Racing over 1,400 metres. Slightly slow to go was Bontok's white cap. Trails the field by 2¼ lengths as Jane is up with the speed early on. So too Mokhtamar's blue jacket towards the wide outside. Also banged there is Dahama Alays. And Merber Alays also handy as well. So as they settle down past the first 2 furlongs, it's the black cap over on the far side belonging to Dahama Alays, who probably just goes on. To the blue colours of Mokhtamar, this is the first pair. Back in third position is Jana, who runs the running rail, and then comes Artiwar close up in fourth position. Being rousted along now already is Tusty. Towards the outside is Tors, who was sweating up beforehand, and back towards the inner Sahal, jostling for a racing position, clashing there with Adhari. Both of those under pressure already. And last of this main group here is Tilda, as the back-end runners are already beaten, as into the straight they come. Mokhtamar leads by a length and a half. Now chased by Adhari, looking for a bit of racing room on the rail. Jane is still prominent, and closing down the outside is Merber Alays. Merber Alays now moving into third, but can he catch Mokhtamar, who's sent for the winning line here, leads by 2 lengths. Jane is still closing, and then Merber Alays, but Mokhtamar may have done enough here. Eating up the ground in second place is Jane, but not quickly enough as Mokhtamar wins. Jane second from a mile back. La Mayakafi has closed into third, has passed many rivals in the closing stages to pick up third place money. Mokhtamar, though, the winner. Race winning move round the turn to win in a time of 1:27.25. Just fought off the attentions of Jane, who's run a cracker in second position under Luis Morales. But the one to take out of this race is the one in green there. La Mayakafi, drawn on the inside, on the outside in 20, has got up for third, absolutely flew home, has mugged Merber Alays for fourth position. Looks as though Eshk Bladi got up for fifth, and then came Artiwar. 18-10-8, Mokhtamar, the winner of race number 3.
Well, we knew that this third race was going to be a competitive one, and it was Mokhtama who held off Jcsa for the win. How impressed with this filly were you, Rory?
Well, listen, when you're running in these sort of mid to low grade handicaps, the same horses are running week in, week out. On its own, she was quite impressive. She's gone clear, and the others haven't been able to get her back. She was one of only 3 winners in the race. That's the one thing we sort of mentioned earlier on. A lot of them were maidens. Mokhtama was a 6-furlong winner in Taif. She hadn't quite matched that form here, but it was a slightly better race she was in last time, and not to 75 behind free. She was only 8th that day, but not beaten that far, and stepping up in trip and dropping slightly in class. She's been able to show what she can do, which wasn't the easiest to find on paper, because really it's been about 4 starts since she showed what she's really capable of. But again, that's the issue with these handicappers in big fields, is it doesn't take an awful lot to go wrong for you to run below form, and you just need the breaks. She very much got the breaks here, got loose on the leads, and never looked like being caught.
She absolutely did. It was kind of coming around the bend, wasn't it, Rory, that she started to make the running?
Yeah, she got to the lead by the bend. She led at that stage from the likes of Dahamat Alayez, Jcsa trying to stay on into a challenging position. Mirba Alayez, you see, getting going late, as she did again last week. And the one who really caught the eye, as you heard in commentary, and you see her sort of switching in behind there, is the lovely looking La Mayakafi, with that heart-shaped star on her forehead. It took a while for the penny to drop with her from stall 20, but she really rattled home, and surely will be winning before long.
Absolutely. Her 8th in meeting 108, but certainly looks to be showing a lot more promise than that. That was number 8, Mayakafi, who finished in 3rd. Let's talk, Rory, about the 2 that we mentioned quite a bit before this, Simon and Sahal. Were they disappointing, Mirba Alayez as well?
Yeah, we said pre-race that the real concern with Simon and Sahal is essentially they are sort of 1,800, 2,000 metre horses, but this is the last week of the season. You know, if your handicappers are fit and ready to go, the race they had was a 7-furlong contest, and the pair of them never really happy behind the strong pace set by the winner, who just begins to get away at this part of the race. You see Jcsa, number 10, tracking the winner, seemed to be going fairly well, but when the pressure was on, couldn't quite close that gap at a crucial stage. The winner just looks a little bit better than them on this occasion, but again, you look through her form, she is a winner. We know that when she's given an opportunity, she will put her head in front, and she's not had everything in her favour in recent runs. Again, as we said, with handicappers of this sort of grade, the races aren't always over the right trip. They're not always the right grade of handicap either, ideally, but you've got to run them when they're ready. And when you get into races, of course, a lot of horses getting balanced out of these handicaps. But she's put her best foot forward here, and she looked straightforward, and she's done it nicely.
And is 1,400 metres the right trip for her?
Yeah, I thought 6 furlongs was a little bit on the sharp side last time out. She won over 6 in Taif, but she benefited, I think, from the deep surface there. Taif, there's 2 ways of looking at it. It often is viewed as a sharper track than this, but it's a deeper track as well. And sometimes it suits a horse who can get to the front, but isn't necessarily the speediest, but stays, will be suited by the surface there. I think she'd probably lack the speed, as she's shown, to be able to dominate over 6 furlongs on the faster surface here. But you can see over 7, when she got to the front, she never looked like giving that lead away.
And in terms of how she handled the track here in Riyadh, of course, we know that Taif is a very different prospect. Do you think the transition will be, easy enough?
Yeah, obviously she's got winning form at Taif already. She can step up to 7 furlongs there as well. Again, she might find that dropping back to 6 less of an issue at Taif, just because it sort of suits her grinding style. But I think the issue is with a lot of horses, they look a lot better when they're able to dominate than they do when they're stuck in behind other rivals. And
she's had a run today meeting 111. She ran in meeting 109, 105, 96 and 91. She's definitely ready for a break now.
Yeah, and again, because we're coming right to the end of the season here and there's nothing next week, a lot of these horses are being turned out in consecutive weeks just to get a run. because they're ready to go, and connections don't want to miss an opportunity with them, and that's understandable.
Absolutely. Any hard luck stories then, Rory, from the third race of the night?
Yeah, Lama Yakafi is a hard luck story in the race. She didn't exactly run into trouble. We'll get a tracker through the contest here, but coming from stall 20, she's had to come a long way around. She's had to switch towards the inside on the straight to find the gaps. So she's covered a lot of ground, and she's finished best of all. I thought she was interesting enough on paper. As I said, she's not a stable star. But she's lightly raced, and this was her first opportunity in a handicap. You see where she is off the bench. She's in about 12th or 13th place. So she's done really well to get into third close home. And certainly if you were making a notebook here and you were putting horses in it, you might put the winner in it and say, you know, if she can dominate, she'll win more races. But you'd definitely put the third in there as one who looks ready to win.
Absolutely, of course, no racing until July after this week, so Mayakafi will be put away for the next few months and ready to race in Taif. And you suspect a similar kind of distance to this horse?
Yeah, six or seven in Taif. I don't think she wants a mile, but you know, she's young enough, and they can. She relaxes in front, which gives her half a chance of staying further.
Thank you, Rory. Well, let's now head to our commentator, Mark Francis, ahead of the fourth race of the night.
Yeah, and our final Arabian contest of the season on a Thursday, of course. Still 2 more days to come here, Friday, Saturday. This is over 1,400 metres for the Arabians for 3-year-olds as well. Fair few, or all of maidens, I should say, but a fair few making their racecourse debut as well, including number 1, Alaya Al-Katayev for Abdulaziz Al-Yesh. Number 2 is Ghazwa Al-Mutazar for Khaled Al-Mamoni. And number 3, Hamdan Al-Zamili for hat-trick-seeking Ahmed Al-Sharar. 4 is Merjan Ramadan, probably the most fitting name for Iyad Al-Tarizi. 5 is the first of 6 greys, Site Al-Sakra, also making first start on the racecourse for Farhed Al-Faradi. 6, Meyraz Abdullah Al-Kridis, and 7, Kindarama for Abdullah Al-Sayidi. 8 is Kahilan for Abdullah Al-Farouz. Number 9, Shalifa Hasi for Turkey Alofi. That's a late jockey change on the screen there. Number 10 is Asil Gudar for Muhammad Al-Nasser in the blinkers today. Safak Al-Khail is the 11, Hamza Saad, and 12, gratefully, Radhawa for Tariq Al-Mansour. 13, well, I'm siding with Fake. Perhaps Rory can correct me on that one. Abdallah Al-Hussein, number 13. 14 is Clash for Thurb Al-Timyat. 15, Abo Lubdar for Fawas Wanas. And the final one is Gara for Yasser Al-Bakawi. So slightly below the full field of possible of 20, or the possibility of 20. Just 16 here going for our Arabian horse maiden over the 7 furlongs, 3-year-olds only.
Very many thanks, Mark. Just the 16, he says, Rory, but at least that makes your job a little bit easier with picking out a possible winner from these 16 runners. Let's sarcastic laugh there. Let's start with horse number 1 then, shall we? Aliyah Ektayeb, racecourse debut. Do you want to skip over this one?
Yeah, not an awful lot to throw into the mix there. We're trying to get a look at it when we see it in the paddock, but let's move on.
Okay, let's head to number 2, Ghazwa Al-Mutaza.
Yeah, the jockey bookings a plus for Ghazwa Al-Mutaza with Khalid Al-Mamoni on board. Was ahead of Kindarama last time, in fact only finishing 25.5 lengths 9th in a 6 furlong maiden. Needs to build on that.
Well, we've just had a look at 3, Hamdan Azamili, who was up on his toes a bit.
Yeah, showed ability when 9 lengths 4th to safe bars on over 6 furlongs on debut. I've put a questionable figure of 63 on him for that run, but is entitled to improve for it. That's just based on those around him in that race. You'd want to be running somewhere in the mid to late 70s to win this, I think.
Merjan, the appropriately named Merjan Ramadan, is horse number 4, but needs to improve.
Needs to improve massively, and is not easy to fancy even in this lineup. Site
Alaskra also making his racecourse debut, number 5.
I had a quick look at him going through. He didn't look too bad in the parade ring. I'd be interested to see what Shamila makes of that one.
Meyraz, number 6, has had 2 runs, but hasn't shown much.
Was 14 lengths behind Hamdan Al-Zamila when 7th of 8 in a 6 furlong maiden last time out. Not easy to fancy.
Well, we saw kind of Rama here this time last week, number 7.
Yeah, I mean, ran quite well on debut. Was 5th on debut, meeting 105. Turned out quickly, was very disappointing when I think quite well fancied in that race. I think that probably came too soon for her, but then that's the question. She's turned out again very quickly, and I'm not sure what to expect here.
Cahalan looks to be the standout in this race.
Yeah, we saw Cahalan last week, and the question with him is how keen he is in the finish. Now, I said I would forgive his he carried his head to one side, would have won on debut if he'd kept his head straight. It was beaten a nose. He was in front just before the line and probably in front just after it as well. But that was against Safe Barzan, who's an 80 rated performer. So Cahalan has been given a rating of 79. I think he could be even better than that. Had 4 of these behind as well in that race, and surely wins as long as he will put his head in front. As I said, questions were asked about his attitude in that finish, but I say that's on a horse's debut. I'm more than happy to forgive a little bit of waywardness, and hopefully he can get the job done here.
Yeah, that will be something that comes with experience, getting that head carriage right on race day. Shalifa Hassi, number 9, also a first-time starter.
Yeah, Chucky changing this. Turkey Olofi now coming in for the ride. Talented rider, Turkey. But Shalifa Hassi, not difficult to find any massive positives outside of the paddock. And again, we'll leave that to Shamila to pick which of the debutantes are looking well and which aren't.
Well, from Shalifa Hassi to Shamila Hanley, who is in the paddock.
Thank you very much, Rebecca. This is our last Arabian contest of the day, and my paddock selection has gone to a standout on paper as well. Horse number 8, Kalian, who was second last time out at meeting 108, only last week, so hopefully he can go one place better this time under Abdullah Al Fayrouz. A really nice looking horse here in the parade ring, so I definitely had to choose him as my standout. Only 3 years old, and as I've said a million times before during the rest of the season, that these Arabians tend to peak when they're 8, 9, even 10 years old, so at the very beginning of his career still, so hopefully he can break his maiden today. Highest rated horse in the race as well, might I add. Horse number 10, Asil Gouda, is also one to keep your eyes on. Super consistent this season, does very well on the Riyadh track, so definitely another horse. One question mark for me in this race that I didn't love the look of, horse number 1 and horse number 9, both not looking 100% fit for this contest.
Very many thanks to you, Shamila. Asil Gouda, number 10, is Shamila's pick. Consistent horse, Rory.
Yeah, had 3 runs and ran well when third to Safe Barzan last time out. Obviously held by Cahalan in that run, but if Cahalan does prove to be a little bit tricky in a finish, then Asil Gouda is the obvious one to take advantage. Yeah, he's got a rating of 74 from that contest. Has been shaping up as if he will win a race sooner rather than later. So, you know, it's a reasonably straightforward scenario. Cahalan should confirm the form, but 1 or 2 questions asked about his head carriage on debut.
And here he is. We can take a look at that debut race.
Yeah, he's a good looker there, isn't he? And we're going to see him in the contest now. That's him in 4th, the grey, with bandages front and rear. And it looks like he's cruising through, but you see his head's just a little bit to the side as he comes to challenge Safe Barzan. And in behind them, Asil Gouda is in the light colours with the blue cap. So those are the 2 main players here. I think he didn't really know what to do when asked for his effort, and he's not necessarily on the right lead all the way up the straight as well. Gets to the front briefly here, but again the head's a little bit to the side and doesn't really get past. Although for me, he actually was in front most of the way through that last 100 yards and just got done on the line. So it wasn't like he wasn't putting his head in front. He just didn't seem to know if he was meant to go through with it. But he's got size, he's got scope. He should have learned a lot from that, and I expect him to actually increase the distance between him and Asil Gouda this time.
Well, it was from the overhead angle that we saw that race that it was really apparent that he wasn't pointing his nose in front, that he was kind of looking right a little bit, but hopefully the connections trainer jockey will be aware of that, and perhaps that's something they can...
Yeah, well, hopefully he just doesn't repeat it. Hopefully it was just greenness. And then with the benefit of the run, he's just a lot straighter. But if not, then I think the one thing his rider will want to do is keep him wide of other runners and try to come there with a sweeping run. He hasn't... Maybe they want to come late, but I think in a race of this nature with not enough lot of depth to it, he's just going to try to keep it fairly simple.
Absolutely, so that is Asil Gooder. We will be keeping a very close eye indeed on him. Horse number 11, Safuk Al-Keel, has had 2 very recent runs, Rory, but needs to improve from those last 2 showings.
Yeah, was in that race last time out, finished last of it, wasn't even in the picture, beaten 36.5 lengths, so we had a massive shock if he's good enough to win this.
Absolutely. And let's head to Radwan, number 12, then again 2 runs, but needs to show more.
Yeah, better effort was last time out, but was 10 3/4 lengths behind Kinderama or Kinderama, and was beaten 29 1/4 lengths in that race. I think the winner is quite smart after Al Muhaymin, but the bare form isn't good enough to win this.
And it was a decent debut, wasn't it, for number 13, Fake, at meeting number 107?
Yeah, it comes into the equation. Again, the figure I've put him with a question mark is 73, based on the fact he was 4th in that 7 furlong open behind Dave Heisey. Sorry, my handwriting's dreadful there. That was just 2 weeks ago. Plenty of run from that race since, and haven't gone on. But the winner's rated 80, and he was beaten what, about 3.5, 4 lengths. So he'd be low 70s here, which doesn't give him an awful lot of finds to find with the front pair here. So he should be in the mix.
Okay, so he is one to keep an eye on in that case, number 13, Fake. Let's have a word then on Clash, number 14, another debutant.
Yeah, Qatari bred, Thurb Al-Timiat rides. Didn't look too bad to me. I wouldn't say it's unfit there. You see it coming around with the yellow blinkers in the picture at the moment. On his toes nicely, not getting too warm. Yeah, so some positives there from the paddock, but you would imagine the debut would be generally needed for most debutants in races like this. Absolutely,
yes. And Abo Lubda made his debut in meeting 107 2 weeks ago.
And was a long way behind Fake that day on a 7 furlong open that was won by Dave Heisey, as we mentioned before. Yeah, a lot of horses who sort of mid debut and that were running last week as well. He's at least had a little bit more of a break, but was beaten a long way there and needs to improve enormously.
We've just seen Hamdan Azamila pass in front of our camera there, looking very hot down at the start. Obviously, we have another horse still to mention, Rory. We'll get to Garrett in a minute, but do you think perhaps it's because we're racing later in the day that these horses maybe been thrown off a little bit?
We're certainly seeing a lot more horses get very warm here. We see a few horses who get a bit hot before the races, but maybe only 1 or 2 a race, and we've seen 3 or 4 pretty much awash with sweat tonight. I think that might be because the racing is coming later in the evening, and it's a little bit anathema to horses who are used to being on the go early morning for their work and then to be racing early afternoon. So this is a little bit late in the day for them, and it seems to be affecting them more than is normally the case with the earlier meetings.
Absolutely, because racehorses, of course, they like their routine, they know what they're doing every day, they're riding out early in the morning and they know what's what. But yes, it is coming up to, well, it's 10 past 10 local time, so pretty late in the day for our 4th race. George on YouTube says he loves the new hours of live racing. Perhaps he loves it more than some of the horses do. So let's mention...
Yeah, don't get used to it, George. It'll be a year before it happens again.
Absolutely, a Ramadan special, George, so we'll be back to normal for the Taif season. Garrett is the final horse that we haven't mentioned. Just 2 runs for Garrett, but both recent ones.
Yeah, beaten a fair way both times, 24.5 lengths, in fact, when 8th the last time out behind Maitab Al-Zamila, over 6 furlongs. And again, she needs to leave that well behind if she's going to be successful here.
And Kailan, of course, looks the standout here. Do you think there's any danger coming from anywhere else in the field?
Well, yeah, I think he can beat himself, as we saw last time out. As I said, I take the view that the antics that he showed on debut are a lot more forgivable with a horse who's never run before than they are if the horse has got experience. So I don't look at that as a serious negative. But of course, you need to see horses who do have quirks tend to repeat them as well. So we'll see if that was just greenness first time out or whether that's something that's an ongoing concern. But I'm happy to side with him here, and I think he should run out a comfortable winner of this race if he can express himself slightly better than he did first time out.
Yeah, it will be fascinating to see if it was just a quirk and just greenness or whether it's an actual habit. Well, horses are down at the stalls, so let's head to our commentator, Mark Francis.
Thank you, Rebecca. Yes, as you say, the horses are indeed at the start, 7 furlongs in front of them. This is a pretty tough race to to crack, really. Hamdan Al-Zamili's got a few lengths to find on Kahilan. But, I don't know. I just feel like Hamdan Al-Zamili should certainly run into a place here. Of course, the jockey's in great form. Ahmed Al-Sharar looking for a hat-trick. There he is. Brown colours. The white spot and cap. Speaking of colours, Al-Wahhabi stables have two in here. Merjan Ramadan has the white cap first colours. Kindarama with the red cap. Speaking of red, City Al-Sakra, one of the debutants. 3 in all. Red and black diagonal stripes. 3 left to load, including the aforementioned Merjan Ramadan. Red blinkers here. Also, Kahilan is out the back, as is Asil Gudar. Last one comes in. Set to race. Lined up. And they're off. Pretty decent break from the stalls. Possibly Hamdan Al-Zamili, the slowest into stride. Trails the field early on, but tucks towards the inner. Through the early stages, the red cap of Kindarama looks to go on. Further out on the racecourse, the yellow blinkers of Gara is certainly handy and leads the parade by 2 to 3 lengths now. So it's Gara who goes on for Yasser Al-Bakawi. In second position, the yellow colours of Asil Gudar is next best in second position. Further out on the racecourse, similar colour jacket to the leader is Clash. Just on that one's inside is Fake. There's a break of 2 lengths then to the ridden along Kindarama. Kahilan probably 6th position at the moment. Grey Horse centre of shot is being tracked through there by the green and white colours of Safak Al-Khail. Deeper out on the racecourse is Abo Lubdar, and also wider out is City Al-Sakra. But this leader goes well, and the leader is Gara, who's been in front since the get-go by 3 to 4 lengths now. Closing, though, it is Asil Gudar. Them two have a break of 6 lengths back to Fake in 3rd position. Then Kahilan now moving into 4th, just passing Clash and also the retreating Kindarama as inside the last 400 metres they go. The blue cap of Asil Gudar now takes the lead. Kahilan is beginning to close over on the far side, and so too is Fake. It's Fake up the far running rail who leads by 2 lengths now. Asil Gudar now next best in 2nd position, and then comes Clash. But this is all about Fake. Fake is real in Clash race number 4. Fake the winner to Asil Gudar in 2nd position, Clash in 3rd, and then came Kahilan, who was disappointing in the closing stages. Fake the winner in a time of 1:35.51. Pretty straightforward in the end, really. Up the inside, Abdallah Al-Hussein went. 2nd start. First victory was 4th just last week. Has been finessed into this beautifully by Abdallah Al-Hussein. 3 3/4 back to Asil Gudar, who ran well in 2nd position. And back in 3rd was Clash in some very, very likeable headgear, it must be said. 3 3/4 the winning distance. 4 lengths back to Clash. Kahilan never really got going. Was back in 4th. Radawar 5th. And Gara, possibly the long-time leader, back in 6th position. 13, 10, 14 as Fake becomes real in race number 4.
Well, Fake breaks his maiden with a win in the third race of the evening, and disappointing from Cahilan, wasn't it, Rory? But of course, we'll talk about that shortly, but let's just a word on Fake. You said before this race that he should be rated in the low 70s based on what you saw. Would you stand by that?
Yeah, well, the runner-up's rated at 74 here. The figure I put on Fake with a question mark was 73 for that debut when went fourth behind the 80 rated Dave Heisey. He's clearly come on for that. We knew that Asil Gouda had a fair level of form. This is his fourth start, and he's been running to a similar sort of level. Cahilan hasn't improved for that debut, maybe just came too soon. Looked very well, but was always travelling well first time out. This time he's just, he's just plugged on from midfield and never looked particularly happy. So he's seen his race out okay. He didn't do anything that made you think he was ungenuine in the race. He just lacked the pace to get involved.
Yeah, perhaps maybe needed a bit more of a break following his last run. We can see Fake then. Just talk us through how the race was won, Rory. It was Asil Gouda Gara who set the pace.
Yeah, Gara set the pace. The likes of Asil Gouda was able to sit pretty handy there. Kinder Rama was fairly handy in the early stages. We're about to see the start of the contest now. The one that was slowly away from stall 3 there was Hamdan Al Zamila, who showed a bit of ability on debut and fourth, but seemed to be asleep as the stalls opened. Kinder Rama in the red cap has gone forward. We've seen speed out wide from, I think it's Gara in the first place, too, in those similar colours. Black and yellow. Clash is the other one, who I think is just behind on the outside. Clash ends up running on to finish third in the end. Looking for the favourite, he's one of the grey with the maroon colours and the light blue cap. Just seemed to be a little bit taken off his feet. He wasn't, Chucky wasn't throwing the kitchen sink at him. He wasn't sitting quiet either, and it's just a little bit disappointing that Cahilan is just really flat-footed through the contest. He's sitting in, fifth place at the moment. He ends up finishing fifth, I believe. So he's not run badly, but he just hasn't shown the same sort of dash he did on debut. We expected him to travel well here, and we're wondering what he would find. But Gara sailing along quite happily in front, but at this stage it looks like Asil Gouda rather, is going to pick him up and win the race. But no sooner has Asil Gouda hit the front than we see the big challenge from our winner, Fake, on the rail. Just held up briefly there behind the weakening Gara, but quickens really nicely to get to the front and goes clear to win a race, because you see a little bit of an awkward head carriage there and drifts across the rails. It's not unusual with the purebred Arabians, but he's shown talent to win this race. As I said, he probably ran to about 73 on debut. He stepped up on that to win here, because the runner-up's a very solid 74, 75 horse. He's probably run his best race as well. So again, you're looking at a horse who's run to a mark of 80 or possibly a little bit higher in victory here, and did it in quite nice style.
Yeah, pretty impressive turn of foot. Just had a bit of a strange stumble, well, not a stumble, but sort of lost the pace in that sort of final few metres, but nevertheless a decent win for Fake. Let's have a word on the second place horse, Asil Gouda, consistent horse that you picked out before this race, Rory.
Yeah, he was a good third to Safe Barsan last time out. Obviously, Cahilan was in front of him that day and making his debut, so you would have expected Cahilan to be able to go on and do better, but it's never... You know what to expect more from horses who've had 3 or 4 runs if they've shown reasonably consistent form. You can predict what they're going to do a lot better than horses who are coming off their debut. Some horses will come forward notably from their debut. Some of them will run really well first time and then just not repeat that effort. A lot of horses sort of run on their nerves first time and end up running above themselves as a result. A lot of adrenaline involved. And then when they know what they're doing, they just end up being a little bit lazier and end up not being able to show the same form. So that may be the case with Cahilan. But again, there's also a possibility that racing late at night didn't suit either. And I don't want to, again, I don't like judging horses on debut. I don't like judging them if they've run well on debut and then disappoint next time out. You get a bigger picture after they've run 4 or 5 times. You get an idea of what they like, what they don't like, what their quirks are. But the winner here, this is quite impressive, the way he's quickened up. Having just been stopped in his run, he went for a run up the inside, and I thought briefly Gara, who was tiring, just sort of wandered across towards the rail and stopped him getting through. But when he did get through, he's quickened it impressively. He's won by, 3.5 lengths. So yeah, but he's running to 82, 83 here. But it wouldn't be at all surprising if he's actually hiding a little bit more under the bonnet. And we've seen two quite interesting Arabian maiden winners tonight.
Do you think he's hiding more under the bonnet in terms of turn of foot or more in terms of stamina? Could he go up to a mile, do you think?
I wouldn't. He's come well clear later on, so I wouldn't think he'd have a problem with the mile. But he does look to have a turn of foot, which is unusual enough here. Again, the one thing we've heard Wigberto Ramos say early in the season, he said the difference between Riyadh and Taif is that if you've got a horse with a turn of foot, they can't really operate as well at Taif. Riyadh suits them a lot better.
Well, let's head now to Mark Francis, who's going to talk us through all the runners and riders for our 5th race on.
Yeah, thanks, Rebecca. Race number 5 is nearly upon us. Now we're up to the 1,600 metres, the mile trip, 8 furlongs here. And this is a non-winners of 2 event. Essentially, they've all won a race, bar number 2 on the screen. But we'll get to that in a moment. Number 1 is Jama Al Mohammedir for Abdallah Al Hussein. 2, the aforementioned Bizan Al Mawla has yet to win a race in 6 starts, Mohammed Al Yami. And the 3 is Miyagi, Abdullah Al Deeb. 5 is Hadib for Abdullah Al Farouz. 5 is Golden Line, Luis Morales. And 6, Asar for Abdullah Alorfi. Another Abdullah in 7, that's Al Sayedi, Nabay Al Sad. And Radad is the 8 for Ahmed Al Azari. More Ginebra, the first of 4 fillies in the race, is the mount of Sultan Al Mamoni in 9. Al Warizmi is the ride of Iyad Al Tarizi in 10. And 11 is Desert Man for another Al Mamoni, this time Ali. 12 is Riyadh Spirit for Nawaf Al Modiani. 13 is Shoja Ali Al Matib. 14 Nakra Al Sayed for Mohammed Al Habib. 15 Pantera Nera for Mohammed Al Sharima. And 16 Puntarel for Mohamed Al Nasser. 4 over the page, Al Shami is ridden by Naif Al Anazi, unbeaten so far, 1 from 1. Salute Song is number 18, Yusuf Al Hussin. 19, Mustango, Abdulaziz Al Massa. And 20 is Tawaj, the only one we're waiting on for a jockey. So we'll get that in just a few moments or two. Lots of familiar names in here. 20 runners, 8 furlongs. We're up to the mile here for race number 5.
We are indeed. Thank you very much, Mark. Up to the mile for this one, Rory. And this should be a lot easier to call. There are fewer unknowns in this.
There are fewer blanks that has to be said, and the blanks that are in this race are deliberate blanks for horses who are in no great form. So we'll pass over them as quickly as we can because it's not easy getting through all the runners otherwise.
Absolutely, yes. So let's start with number 1, Jama Al Mohammedir.
15 runs, 1 win. That came on debut over 7 furlongs. So a little bit disappointing that he's on this long losing run. 3.5 lengths in front of Nabe Al Sad in a non-winners of 2 over 2,000 metres, 2 starts back, and then beaten 17.5 lengths, went 5th last time out. Got a bit to find. And
I think that Bez and Alma Wala will be out of his depth in this contest.
Looks that way.
Let's move on then to Miyagi, horse number 3.
Wax on, wax off for those with long memories. Creditable 2 lengths third to Star Horse in a course and distance open last time out. He's held by Hadib on that form, but he's a fairly reliable performer all told, and he might sneak into the places here.
Well, speaking of Hadib, Hadib is horse number 4.
Yeah, beaten the neck in that race by Star Horse over course and distance. That was 2 starts back for him. He then turned out again last week and finished a creditable 8 3/4 lengths 5th to Man of the Night in a strong course and distance open. I think if he repeats that form, he won't be far away. The horses he was behind last night are sort of mid-90s horses, so he wasn't at all disgraced in finishing where he was. This is slightly easier. He should be there or there, but he doesn't win many races. He's only 1 from 20, and he might be frustrating again, but he should certainly be in the mix.
There or thereabouts, Hadib running off a mark of 84. Golden Line runs off a mark of 82. Very disappointing in meeting number 106.
Yeah, I put a line through that. That was an 1,800-metre Jcsa challenge, which would be a little bit too tough for him. He was 3rd in the Taif Cup and was a good 6th through Scotland Yard in a strong course and distance event in December. He was a length behind Hadib, 2 starts back over 7 furlongs though. So again, although you can excuse that run very easily last time out, he does still look held by Hadib number 4.
And we saw Jcsa running on Friday of last week, ran in fourth position.
Yeah, was beaten 5 3/4 lengths by Daydan in that 0 to 75 handicap over 2,000 metres. This is a stronger contest though, and I think he might struggle.
Nabay Al Saad horse number 7 needs to improve from last week.
Yeah, he's another one who ran in that 0 to 75 contest last week, finishing well behind Jcsa. And while he's better than that run, I think the balance of his form still leaves him with a fair bit to find, and I think he'd struggle to make the places.
Riyadh as well, number 8 was disappointing last time out.
Yeah, 6 behind Star Horse over course and distance 2 starts back, but again, that was behind both Hadab and Miyagi, and he's unlikely to beat that pair again unless sprouting wings.
And number 9, More Ginebra, 1 win from 8 starts.
He's got she rather's got ability. She was a 7 furlong maiden winner. Back in meeting 67. She's had a bit tougher task since, but again, this also counts as a tougher task for her. She'd be better off in 0 to 65 handicaps.
Al-Khwarizmi, number 10.
Beat Farea Alanaya in a course and distance maiden back in meeting 56, right at the start of the season here in Riyadh. Was well behind Star Horse last time out, but that was over 1,800 metres. Probably stretched Al-Khwarizmi on that occasion. Had run well in meeting 67 before that, so again has place claims if ignoring the last run, and there are excuses there, but a few better treated.
And we'll look now at Desert Man, who seems to be going backwards, Rory.
Yeah, dead last time out. Hard to fancy, even if he was back to the peak of his form. He's rated 70. He's run a little bit better than that at some stages, but absolutely beaten out of sight in his last 2 starts, and just seems to have trained off for the time being.
Riyadh Spirit is an improving horse, number 12.
Yeah, is a winner of an 1,800 metre maiden. Was back to form, win 4 lengths fourth in a non-winners of 4 behind Motafarid over 1,800 two weeks ago. This is arguably a slightly weaker race, which gives Riyadh Spirit a chance. But we'll see the VT of him running last time out when he finished well from a really poor position. His best form has come at 1,800 metres and 2,000. I think the drop back to 1,600 just leaves him vulnerable, and I've left him out of calculations.
Well, let's head down to the paddock now and join Shamila. Shamila, you almost got knocked over by just before the last race. I hope that you're keeping yourself safe down there at the minute.
Well, I'm trying my best, Rebecca, but you know, sometimes things can be a little bit sketchy here in the parade ring, but all is well so far. 5th race of the night. This night is flying by, isn't it? I'm going with horse number 4 as my parade ring selection this time. Hadab, trained by Abdullah Al Manif, who had a good weekend last weekend, I should say. This is the highest rated horse in the race at 84, and he always looks a picture in the parade ring. I'm pretty sure his last 3 starts I've picked him as my parade ring selection because he's turned out so well. He's put together so perfectly. He has really nice hindquarters as well, which is what you're looking for in these dirt races. So definitely one horse to keep your eye on, and ridden by Abdullah Al Fayrouz as well. Riyadh Spirit also caught my eye. Horse number 12 was 5th last time out and will be ridden by Nawaf Al Modiani. But definitely those are the 2 best lookers by far in the parade ring here today. I am siding with horse number 4. I think that he just looks a little bit better. And one horse who is on my negative list in this race is horse number 6, Jcsa, very much on toes in the preliminary stages.
Thank you very much, Shamila, for pointing out number 4, Hadab, as her paddock pick. Jcsa is one that Shamila will be putting cross through. Let's head to number 13, Shoja, Rory. Lightly raced.
Shoja, 7 furlong maiden winner last season. That was on his debut. Then finished 10th. In a non-winners of 3 on his 2nd start. This is a slightly easier race, but that was back in January last year, so the long absence suggests everything hasn't gone to plan in the meantime, and that's a little bit off-putting.
Nakra Al Said is number 14, had some really poor results in the last few runs.
Barely beaten a rival in 3 of her last 4 starts, and hard to fancy here.
And what about Pantera Nera, number 15?
7 furlong maiden winner at Compiègne. As a juvenile, cost plenty of money from the breeze ups. Lightly raced since that, was sold from Gianluigi Bietolini for 40,000 in December 2023. Was below form in France in his last couple of starts, but is an interesting addition to the ranks here, and clearly she has a fair level of ability. Always a little bit worrying when you have to go back to the 2-year-old days to find it, but it wouldn't be a surprise to see her get back on track at some stage, but this run may well be needed after a break.
And Punterell needs to, well, hasn't been on track at all, with a 14th and a 9th in the last 2 races.
Yeah, is a winner in the UK, I believe, Punterell, but the 2 runs here means she's liable to struggle. Even her best form, you couldn't rate her higher than 70, and the best horses here are rated in the mid-80s.
Al Shami rated 73, horse number 17.
Another one who's won in the UK was a 7-furlong winner at Wolverhampton for John Butler late last year, but tailed off on his local debut and has been off the best part of a year since.
And Salute Song, number 18, had some good results a lot earlier on in the season and has kind of fallen off the pace.
Yeah, last 2 runs have been disappointing from Salute Song with a rating of 64. He might bounce back, but it won't be in this race.
And Mustango, number 19, looks pretty similar.
Yeah, is rated £1 lower, 1 from 13. 5 disappointing efforts since the tail end of the Taif season, and it would be a big surprise if Mustango wins this.
It's been quite a while since we've seen number 20 Tawaj on the track, not seen since meeting number 77, Rory.
Yeah, a good rating of 73, but you've got to go back to Taif, to that maiden in meeting 37 to justify that rating of 73. And the 2 runs in Riyadh again suggest that he looks to be a better performer on the deeper surface / sharper track in Taif.
Well, Shamila liked the look of number 4, Hadib. We'll be seeing some previous race footage from that horse from last week, actually, March the 7th. But let's have a word first on what you make of this horse, Rory.
Sorry, Hadib.
Hadib, yeah, Shamila's pick, yeah.
He's the horse to beat here on recent form. He's run very well on his last 5 starts. He just doesn't win races. He's won from 20 in his career, and you get the impression that he's going to be placed again, but he might just find something to beat him. The difficult thing is finding the something to beat him in this field. It might be worth taking a chance on Pantera Nera, but I think that's probably better worth a mention, to be perfectly honest. I'm going to take a chance on Golden Line, who was out of his depth last time out, but 3rd in the Taif Cup, and then 6th to Scotland Yard in a really strong open race. Give him a chance. He's held by Hadib on earlier form, but it wouldn't be surprised if he turned it round. We see Hadib here. He's in the turquoise colours with the grey sleeves and the white cap, looking like he's liable to go on to win. But you see, his head carriage is not ideal either, and it's only when he gets past that he sort of plugs on again. I thought his attitude under pressure was a little bit suspect there. This is good form. This is a race won by Man of the Night last week. A strong open. We're going to see the horse who was second in that run later in the day, Path of Thunder. Very good contest. Had a sort of weakened out of it late. He wouldn't have been good enough to win that, but again, when it looks like he might be able to come through and tackle the leader, he just looks a little bit reluctant, and I think he's there to be shot at.
And this is Riyadh Spirit, horse number 12. So let's take a look at a run from meeting number 105.
Yeah, you've got to look way back in the field for the dark green colours of Riyadh Spirit, who appears on the left-hand side of your picture. Only a couple of horses behind him at this stage, but he runs on really strongly up the centre of the track to grab 5th, and is clearly better than the bare result here. He's ended up passing a lot of horses. They haven't fallen in a hole up front either. This is a good run, but it's a good run over 1,800 metres, and I don't think the drop back to 1,600 is going to suit. All his best form is at 1,800 or further, stays 2,000, and again, he may well be finishing fast, but he could be finishing fast from an impossible position again.
So Riyadh Spirit needs longer, you think? That's horse number 12. Okay, well, you said that Hadib gets in, just doesn't win. Why does he not win, Rory, even if he's the best horse in the race?
It's difficult to know. A lot of these horses they're just herd animals. Some of them have a winning instinct, but most of them are just happy to run around in a group. They're not born leaders, and therefore they're happy to take a lead from something else. So they'll always run up to the horses in front and run well, but they won't always put their head in front. They can win. That usually takes some very good riding to get them to drop their head in front right on the wire. They don't want to know they're in front, and often you can just get them to nose ahead briefly. But it takes a very good jockey to do that, just for one stride on the line. Listen, if a race falls into his lap, he will win. He's not going to
fall over backwards to lose a contest. But the fact that he's 1-20, despite the fact that he's got plenty of class, is a concern. He's just about the pick of these, and he's in very good form. So he should finish first or second, but I think he's more likely to finish second.
Well, let's
and the
see,
question
Rory.
becomes, who beats him?
Who finishes first?
Well, I'm going to take a chance on Golden Lion, who was a length behind Hadab 2 starts back over 7 furlongs, but is fully effective over this trip, and indeed ran over 1,800 metres last time out. I quite like the angle of horses dropping back in trip, having run in better races, even if they didn't cover themselves in glory. And this is an easier task for Golden Lion, who, as I said, was running in that Jcsa challenge last time out. But he does have several good efforts to his name, as I said, 3rd in the Taif Cup, 6th to Scotland Yard over course and distance back in December. Either of those runs would get him in the frame here. And if he gets in a battle with Hadab, kind of hope that he's got a bit more gumption when it counts.
Hadab might be tricked into getting the win.
He could be tricked into winning, yes. Yeah.
That'll be fascinating.
It's worked once.
That will be interesting indeed to see Golden Lion going head-to-head with Hadab if that happens. Just quickly on Golden Lion, Rory, if we look at his last results, 18th at meeting 106. He was last seen in meeting 82, finishing 6th. So often with these horses, when they come in after a break, they're a bit disappointing, but you think he could run better now, having got that recent
most.
run?
I mean, there are some horses that are best fresh, but most horses, however much you work them at home, they will always come on. They'll get sharper, whether that's physically or mentally, for a run after a break. And often you'll see trainers run their horses in races they probably can't win off that break anyway, and it will just help to get them back in the swing of things. And being in a well-run race is beneficial. So I'd expect Golden Lion to step up from that last time out. He'd been fairly busy in the weeks prior to that, but he had a nice break in a tough race last time out. This tells us more, and I think he has to be competitive.
And Luis Morales takes the ride. He was banned last Thursday and Friday, came back for the racing on Saturday, and he'll be keen to make up for those missed opportunities on those first 2 days of racing last week, would you say?
I'd imagine so, yeah. I mean, he got the nickname, what name? I was going to say Big Race Louis, but it was always Saturdays that he tended to turn up and show what he can do, rather than the minor meetings on the Thursday. But in fairness, that's more about the likes of Camilo Ospina, who rides huge numbers of maiden winners for his retained stable. He's always going to clean up in races where there's lots of maidens, whereas Luis Morales relying more on picking up rides in big races for other yards.
Absolutely. So, Golden Lion, horse number 5, is Rory's pick to watch in this one. Shamila likes Hadab, horse number 4, but Rory has a big question mark over that horse. If he gets his nose in front, he probably isn't going to be too happy with that one. So it will be up to Al Farouz to keep him focused on the job. Do let us know on YouTube who you are going for in this race. George said after the last race, very strange results, don't know what's happening. That was after the race number 4, the Arabian race, in which our favourite for that one failed to impress. But let's see what happens in this one. We're stepping up to a mile in race number 5 for the first time tonight. And horses looking very warm again down by the start, as we saw just ahead of the last race as well. So let's head to our commentator, Mark Francis, ahead of this one. Mark, are you keeping cool?
Always, Rebecca. Always. I'm going to go in two-handed here. Riyadh Spirit and Alk Warizmi. It was 12 and 10 on the race card. I'm against the favourite here at a short price on the international market. So Riyadh Spirit, we saw the VT, of course, closing down. Rory reckons that Riyadh Spirit might need further. That might be the case, but I'll give him another go. Alk Warizmi, meanwhile, was a winner back at meeting 56, was well beating at meeting 80, has had a few weeks off, and most of these have been turned out in the last fortnight or so. So after a break, Alk Warizmi for Iyad Al-Tarizi, I thought was certainly worth a shout. So 10 and 12 for me. Good luck whatever you're playing as the runners start the loading process, of which we're well through now. We're a third of the runners in. Here is the aforementioned Alk Warizmi for Iyad, going into 10. Next to come forward is Jcsa, blue sleeves, white jacket. Far side of the picture is Riyadh Spirit in the dark green. They go into 6 and 12 respectively. The jockeys just catching up. And we can see Abdallah Al Hussein already on the scoreboard, of course, in our previous contest. And Tira Nira next in to 15. 6 or 7 out of the line here. Next to come forward is Al Shami, going into 17. Riyadh Spirit is just slotting forward. Here's Jcsa. 2 starts here. Yet to really impress. Ali Al-Matib, Jeff Woodruff. Purple cap of Riyadh will be next. And Punterell in the background goes into 16. Here's number 18, Salute Song. So Golden Line, selection of our pundit Rory Delagi. And Golden Line will be one of the last to come in. Salute Song has gone in as well. 1,600 metres. There's non-winners of 2 events. Golden Line just a little bit upset in 5. And they're off. Golden Line broke away okay. It was over on the far side where some of the action was unfolding. Looks as though Pantanera got a bump from Al Shami over on the far side, but they have settled into a decent racing position for now. But through the centre, black and red jacket of Punterell cuts out the early running and is already clear by 2 to 3 lengths, chased by Tawaj, the white blinkers in second position. And then comes Golden Line, who got out okay. The red and white sleeves of Nakrat Al Said is next in the field, followed by the very pale colours of Jcsa. Over towards the far side, green and yellow Pantanera after that sluggish beginning, and back towards the inside, Jama Al Muhammadir. The back marker looks to be Nabay Al Sad, is giving this leader about 25 lengths as they've completed their journey down the end of the far straight. Turning left-handed now, and they've gone past halfway, and Punterell under Mohamed Al Nasser establishing a lead of 4 lengths now to Tawaj in second position. Golden Line's got a great racing position in third and should go on if good enough. Rousted along is Pantanera, and then comes the favourite Hadab for a first mention. White Cub of Nakrat Al Sayeb is next in the field, followed by Bizan Al Mawla looking for win number 1, as now Tawaj has taken over now and gone on by Punterell, who's certainly gone backwards. But here's Golden Line now to take command inside the last furlong. It's Golden Line under Luis Morales tackling Tawaj, who is responding for pressure in second position. Hadab is beaten back in third and hunted down by Riyadh, but Golden Line pushed out towards the line will go on to win for Luis Morales. Tawaj may have just got second ahead of the late arrival of Riyadh, possibly Hadab back in 4th position. Well, Golden Line was always well placed in the run, and down the side of the course, Lewis began to make his move aboard number 5, Golden Line, who has won in a time of 1:39.47. Tawaj, decent run from stall 20 to finish 2 1/4 lengths back in second position. It was close for 3rd and 4th. We're just awaiting the judge. I think Riyadh has just got there. You can see purple cap in 3rd position. 5, 20 and 8. On that evidence, Riyadh has got 3rd ahead of Riyadh Spirit, who certainly stayed on in the closing stages, relegating Hadab to finish in 5th. Golden Line, the winner of race number 5, always well placed in the run and went on to score in great style.
Very good, alhamdulillah. Always thanking God for the opportunity to be in the winner's circle. This is very important everywhere you ride in. And about the race, he was in a nice place all the way. And I just asked last 400 to ask him, to give me all his power. And he just ran away perfect. Thank you so much.
Race number 5 goes the way of horse number 5, Golden Line, trained by Shala Al-Dayani for owner Turki Nave Al-Dihania and ridden by Louis Morales. Now, Golden Line is usually the mount of Wigberto Ramos, who is not riding this weekend, I believe. Really nice performance from Golden Line, jumping out of stall number 5 and fighting his way to the finish line. He is a 4-year-old colt by Cross Traffic out of Blues Corner. Only has 1 win to his name, so this is his second ever win, 15 runs in. And apart from his last run where he came 18th at meeting 106 over 1,800 meters, he's been really consistent throughout his time here in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, always finishing in the prize money. And he was actually last seen in the winner's enclosure back in July, over 1,400 meters. So I think that 1,400 to 1,600 meters definitely suits him the most. And I cannot wait to see him back in Taif next season. I think that he's going to be in the winner's enclosure back then as well, after a little bit of a break, after a long season here in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Now, this is for horses who won 0 to 1 races, and with a prize money worth 24,000 Saudi Riyal, I should say. So really nice for Golden Line, Louis Morales, and good training performance from Shala Dihani, who has been training this horse throughout the whole season and has kept him really nice and fresh, and great to see him back in the winner's enclosure today. Louis Morales is just weighing in here for this race before we get a few words with him. Congratulations, Louis. We love to see you back in the winner's enclosure. And how was Golden Line for you today? I know Wigberto Ramos usually rides him.
Well, because his performance, I believe, is still not his 100%, I knew he was like, out of this league for these horses. But I was concerned about his fitness. He was deep, breathing a little bit deep after the race. That means he was 75, 80%, and not 100%, but he had a class, and he was in a good position from the beginning, so it was easy for me to just find from the 600 the exactly moment to move forward.
And he was 18th last time out, so not very good start at meeting 106, but do you think that's because the distance was too much for him, or it was just a bad run for him on that day?
No, remember, when he finished 18th, it was, I think it was the race for qualifying to the Saudi Cup Day, It was tough race, the top-rated horses with him that day. I think the distance also has something to do, but a little bit, because he can run. But, race change. When you have, for example, he has 80-something of rating, and he was running about 190-something, so the rate is for, qualify the horses, so. But he's good. I think when he gets back in his form, he'll do much better than that.
And do you think that they would keep him at 1,400 to 1,600? That's where he's best at?
No, I believe, for me, I think the mile is the best for him. He can run 9 furlongs. He can run 7 furlongs. I believe because he has speed. He broke on top. I just keep him, because I didn't know. He told me the horse is a little bit fat, but, I have to manage that.
And just reflect on the season that you've had so far. Obviously, it's the last weekend here, and you've had some really nice winners.
Well, I thanks God for that, and thanks the Saudi community to always provide me some horses that I can, do good, and win races. But because, you cannot do anything for your own. You need always help, and I'm very glad I start this season, especially in Taif, with the right foot, and I keep going till the end. So this is amazing for me.
Thank you so much, Louis. Well done.
I appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Well, Louis Morales absolutely delighted with that win, as I'm sure you are too, Rory. Golden Line, you called it before the race, and everything that Morales said in his winning interview there, I think you said before the race as well. You said 1,800 last time out, perhaps a bit too far for the horse, but he was out of his depth. This is more his level.
Yeah, up to 1800 because it was a qualifier, that JCSA challenge for the Saudi Cup over the same course and distance. Worth throwing a horse like him in there, and everyone wants to get a chance to run in the Saudi Cup, but it was a little bit too deep for him. But he'd been running very well before that. This trip is ideal for him, and as I said, his sixth in a very strong open over course and distance in December was probably good enough to win this.
Absolutely, and he's won over 1,400 metres as well. Of course, this race over the mile. What do you think his optimal trip is? I
think a mile is his best trip. I think the 1,800 probably a little bit too far for him. He was beaten by Hadab over 7 furlongs a couple of starts ago, 3 starts back as well. So I think a mile suits him really well. It seems his very best form has come over that trip. We see them going forward early on with a bit of a bid for glory from Punterell. From stall 16. She obviously said she was hard to fancy pre-race, is a winner away from these shores in the UK, I believe, but 2 runs here have been disappointing. She's just gone too fast and the rest of them have ignored her, and she's eventually come back. You saw Tawaj was the one who chased her. He got out from stall 20 and got across quite quickly, and he's run all the way to the line. Tried to rally when passed by Golden Line, who's on his outside now, the grey. They're similar sort of colours. A Golden Line with the white cap there, but Golden Line just going slightly better. Just in behind them you see Hadab with the white cap and the noseband in about 5th place, but he couldn't find an awful lot more. And if you look way back in the field in the dark green colours with a slightly lighter green cap, no chance from there. Riyadh Spirit, just as he did last time out, has sprouted wings a furlong from home and rattled home, but it was over 1,800 metres last time and saw him into 5th. It was over a mile here and he managed to get 4th in the end without threatening the winner. Up to 2,000 metres, you give him a chance, but he's just run out of race meetings to hit the frame. But that was a good run from him from a very unpromising position. But the winner's done it nicely, Golden Line.
Absolutely great win there for Golden Line, as called by Rory. As we approach the halfway stage, let's head to our commentator, Mark Francis.
Thank you very much indeed, Rebecca. Yes, we head into race number 6. This is a local bred fillies maiden for 3-year-olds, and hint in the title, just for fillies only. Number 1, Meshakat Najla is the mount of Turkey Alofi. We're going at the 2 here, so on to number 3, Tahindam is the mount of Ali Al-Matib. It's the first of 3 debutants. Kafat Al-Falaf is number 4, a grey filly, also making racecourse debut. And number 5, Lolwat Al-Riyadh for Jimmy Carrion, riding number 5 with the cheek pieces. 6, also a first-time starter, Mashkael Najad for Asil Al-Sahani. 7 is Asula. I quite like the chances of number 7, Abdullah Al-Farouz, ready just 56, however. The strong girl is 8, Yusuf Al-Hussein, and number 9 is Al-Sataya for Naif Al-Anazi. 10 is Zarat Al-Sahaya for double-seeking Luis Morales. Iyad Al-Tarizi is aboard the 11, that's Jorharat Linda. 12 is Tarekat Kayer for Khaled Al-Memoni. Al-Gatrisha is the 13, Mohammed Al-Yami. 14, Shiblat Admiral for Thurb Al-Timyak, just the 1 start so far. The same can be said for number 15, Dalat Al-Afras for Mohammed Al-Habib. Al-Hajor is the 16 for Abdullah Al-Saidi. And 17, bottom one on that page, is Motanamiyah for Abdullah Al-Hussein, another jockey looking for a double. 4 over the page, Kol Al-Dalal for Abdullah Al-Kridis is number 18. 19 is Lathitha for Tariq Al-Mansour. Swira is number 20, Osama Al-Sharani. And of course, with number 2, a scratch, there's room for number 21, the first of the reserves to get in, Lay Ayun Boshra for Mohammed Al-Nasser. So 21 gets in, 2 is a scratch, full field then for our 6th contest, a fillies maiden over the 1,600.
Thank you very much, Mark. We'll catch up with you a little later on. We'll full field for this one, Rory, so let's get cracking through all these runners, and we'll start with number 1, Meshukat Najla.
Was 15 lengths 7th to Nermeen over 1,800 metres last time out in maiden company. Prior to that was 12.5 lengths 3rd to Johanna over 2,000 metres. Drops to 1,600 now, but needs to improve the best part of a stone to win this.
Well, Sirana, number 2 is scratch, so that means number 21, Lay Ayun Boshra, gets in.
Yeah, you want me to go to the... Oh, I like the way you've done that.
Rory.
Some promise on debut a few weeks ago, but tailed off in an 1,800 metres open last time out. That was a tough enough ask to stick her in an open race, but she was beaten such a long way that it's difficult to give her a chance.
Let's go back over the other page then, Rory, and back to horse number 3, Tahindam.
Keep me on my toes. I see
Absolutely.
half-sister to a dual local winner called Tandoof, so definitely needs a paddock check. Are you listening, Shamila? That takes us to number 4.
It does indeed. Number 4 is Kafat Al-Falaf.
Yeah, no siblings that I can find who have run, but the dam ran 4 times here and was unplaced all 4 occasions, so put a line through number 4 fairly quickly.
Lulwat Al Riyadh, number 5. Last seen meeting number 101.
Yeah, finished 7th on debut, beaten 13 lengths behind the 70 rated Sweet. I have that as running to about a mark of 50, but did at least beat most of the field that day, so showed promise, but needs to step forward markedly on it.
Mashakal Najd, horse number 6.
Is a half-sister to the modest maiden Millionaire, who's been running this season, would need to be pretty sharp to win this first time.
Well, Rory, you wanted to get Shamila's thoughts on horse number 3, Tahindam, so we will head now to the paddock and join her. Shamila, have you had a look at horse number 3 yet?
I have had a look at horse number 3. However, she didn't stand out to me a whole lot. However, this filly has horse number 7, Osula, 3rd last time at a meeting 105, partnered with Abdullah Al Fairuz. So definitely a nice filly to keep your eye on in this contest. Though I haven't found a winner for you yet in the parade ring, so hopefully that is pending. Definitely a nice horse to look at. However, horse number 8 behind her is being a little bit on edge, a little bit on toes, so hopefully nothing happens there. So definitely Osula is my pick for this race, and I started having more negatives in this field than positives at the moment, so hopefully I can find more positives for you. But horse number 1 and horse number 8 were both on my negative list. Horse number 1 being very naughty in the preliminary stages and horse number 8 being very much on toes. So it all comes down for me to horse number 7, Osula.
Thank you, Shamila. So Shamila and Mark both like the look of number 7, Osula. And what do you think, Rory?
I think she's got place claims on what she's done this season. She's fairly consistent. It's not from 10 and is pretty exposed. So she's been 3rd in maidens over a mile and 1,800 metres this season, and she's got a fair chance in what looks a fairly weak affair. The top rated I have is 64 in this race, the next in 56 and 55, so Osula's second in terms of those with ability. Wouldn't be a surprise to see a debutant do quite well here, but we didn't. This is an interesting one in picture actually. It's just disappearing from picture in those familiar red, white and black colours. That was Alsatea rather, who was well beaten on debut. It's not actually a newcomer, well beaten on debut, and I thought looked okay. And Naif Al-Anazi rides. I thought she, although she was well beaten first time up, could do an awful lot better on this occasion.
So that's number 9. Number 8, the strong girl. Shamila said very much on edge in the paddock, a negative for her.
Yeah, and obviously you got to. That's the only real information we have about her. She's been beaten relatively easily in 4 starts to date and is only rated 40, so no real positives for the strong girl.
There don't look to be that many positives either from number 10, Zarat Al-Salhia.
She's in green at the moment. She's a nice looker. She had the blinkers on there, or the hood rather, but her form to date has been disappointing. 10th on debut in Taif, then 15th on the final day of the Taif season, and disappointed here after a break in meeting 91.
And this is number 15, Danat Alafras.
Yeah, this is Danat Alafras in the pink colours you'll see towards the inside. Running a promising 4 lengths 5th of 20 to Mandashi in a 7 furlong maiden last week. She runs on nicely at the end of the day, just sort of one pace, but I like her willingness as she runs to the line, and she sort of gets amongst them. She's closing the placed horses down later on. She should come on for that, and I gave her 3 stars because, well, we don't know what the star system is here. I haven't really revealed it, but yeah, I have her running to around 64 on that, and the top rated on this card is 64. So I thought that was a really promising effort and what was almost certainly a stronger maiden. So she will go very well if stepping forward from that.
Well, let's see if she can get up to 4 stars after this race, Rory. Let's look at number 11, Joharat Linda. Very disappointing last time out.
Yeah, beaten over 20 lengths when 13th of 20 to Nawan in a 1 mile maiden 4 weeks ago.
runs over the same course and distance again. She needs to leave that behind. Again, I don't like to judge them prematurely just on the one run, and a lot of horses can step up markedly, but if you don't have any clues there, you can't really say anything too positive.
And Tarakat Kia, it's been a long time since we've seen this horse on the track.
Yeah, she made her debut meeting 67 when she was beaten 38.5 lengths into 10th of 11 over 6 furlongs. She's back from a spell on the sidelines, but she's got an awful lot to find. And
Jcsa, number 13 as well, has had quite a bit of a break, not quite as long, but still hasn't run recently.
She had sort of 3 runs in the first half, middle of the Taif season. She showed her best ever probably when 5th of 15 in a 6 furlong maiden back in meeting 25, but she was beaten 29 lengths in the course and distance maiden last time out. That was on the back of a break, but she had disappointed in her final start in Taif as well, so she needs to step up on that. But she is rated 64, so she's officially the top rated horse in this race, but a little bit to prove with her last 2 runs being disappointing. On the plus side, although she was down the field last time out, that was her first start for a long, long time, her previous one being meeting 34. And if she had an injury, then it would be no surprise if she wasn't fit. And she'd been given enough of a break between that run of meeting 80 and now to have sort of got her fit without rushing her. So there are positives for her.
It'll be interesting to see how she gets on here in that case. Shiblat Admiral, a long time again since this filly's been on the track.
Yeah, meeting 62, the early season here in Riyadh, and she was well beaten when 18th on debut, and it's difficult to make any kind of case for her.
Let's have a look then. Danat Al Fras, we've spoken about 3 stars for this horse potentially. So let's move on to number 16, Aldejor.
Yeah, Aldejor has a rating of 42. She's not been disgraced once or twice, but on balance, her form leaves her with plenty to find, and she's unlikely to do it, having sort of run to a similar poor level in 6 starts.
And Motanamia as well, horse number 17. Disappointing last time out.
Yeah, she gets a rating of 55, essentially from Taif. She ran pretty well in meeting 37, then was off until December, I would say. But her runs in Riyadh don't match the form that she showed in Taif, and that makes her a little bit difficult to fancy.
And Col Aldalal, number 18, has had just the 1 run, made her debut just a few weeks ago.
Yeah, that wasn't in a bad race either. 9th to Perlite, beaten 9.5 lengths. The winner is a decent sort, so I had her running to something in the sort of mid to late 50s there. So she would only need to improve 7 or 8 pounds to go very close here. So she definitely gets a star. A star means you've got to look at them.
1 star, I'm going to note that down, Rory.
This star system is developing all the time. It was only invented a couple of hours ago.
Ever evolving. Latitha, number 19, does she get a star?
Yeah, nothing. For the last 2 are very hard to fancy. She's got a rating of 43. She wasn't disgraced last time out, but she's had plenty of chances and won't be winning this.
And Swira as well, number 20, pretty disappointing the last 2 runs.
Shown virtually nothing in 2 starts.
And of course, number 21, we've already spoken about, gets in instead of horse number 2, Sirana. So she goes, number 21 goes in stall number 2. So this is a pretty difficult race to call, Rory, but who's your pick?
Well, I'm going back to my 3-star selection because no one gets more than that. So that's Danat Al Fras. Jcsa is a danger if she comes on for that run last time out, which is a possibility. But I think Danat Al Fras, if she doesn't find this coming too soon after debut, should take a fair bit of beating.
Well, 3 stars for that horse. Horse number 15, Mark Francis, are you on board with the stars system?
Well, I was going to say, I'm very intrigued by all this. Rory's ratings, I'm going to call them, and hopefully we hear a little bit more from this magical star system that was clearly invented just a few hours ago. So 3 stars for Danat Al Fras. I wonder what he'd give Frankel based on the star system. Maybe we'll find out later. Dahindam bouncing around at the start. For what it's worth, I think Rebecca has revealed my selection at number 7, Asula, who I think can certainly run into the money here. Hindam just taking her time. Goes in now to 3. Of course, Leia Yun Boshra will go into 2. Mishakat Najla has the inside. Here's number 9, Al-Sataya, cheap piece runner. Naif Al-Anazi, who hasn't needed to get changed in the past half hour. Same silks as our previous race. So 3 left to load. The Strong Girl comes into 8. Here's Zarat Al Sahaya, double-seeking Luis Morales, and also another grey in the background, Shiblat Admiral, who was very disappointing, as the guy said, back at meeting 62, just shying away there. Zarat Al Sahaya. Shiblat Admiral will be the last. There's Philly's maiden over the mile trip here. Shiblat Admiral just causing 1 or 2 problems for the starting handlers, which are grinding out another shift. Just 2 to go after this, lads. Not too long before the holidays. She's in. We're set for a start. Side on camera here of the stalls. So we await the starter. They are all in. There is 1 or 2 just rearing towards the back of shot here. Don't have the best view myself, but they are off. Racing then over the mile trip, one that was very slow to go. Green cap of Latifa, and also towards the rear of the field is Motanamia, green cap towards the back left of shot, but towards the inside, the one that broke pretty smartly was Zarat Al Sahaya, blue headgear in front by around about a neck or so, possibly overtaken now by Shiblat Admiral. So it's these 2 greys that go on by 2 lengths. Tahindam is next best in 3rd position, red colours towards the inside running rail. Then comes the sky blue of Tarekat Kayer, who is 4th. Danat Al Afras is moving up down the wide outside as they start to make the turn left-handed. Just in behind the speed then, maroon jacket, yellow seams of Lolwat Al Riyadh has yellow jackets on either flank towards the inside. Meishakat Najla is one of those, and then the red and yellow of the Strong Girl. Just coming under a drive is Kol Adalau. Asula is just checking off rivals once or twice, going around the turn, is probably in about 10th position or so, just preceded there by Al Hajjor as the leaders come down the side of the course and already have the 2 furlong marker in sight, and it's Zarat Al Sahaya for Luis Morales, kicking on now by 2 lengths, chased by Danat Al Afras, looking to muster up an effort towards the inside. The slow start in Motanamia, who's moved into 3rd now. Asula comes off the running rail, moving into 4th, and is beginning to close. Deep inside the last furlong they go. Danat Al Afras has hit the front now, taking over from Zarat Al Sahaya. Asula eating up the ground all the time, but it's going to be a little too late. Danat Al Afras wins. Asula might have just got 2nd ahead of Zarat Al Sahaya in 3rd place. Danat Al Afras, clearly the star system works for Rory Delagi. 3 stars, victory for Danat Al Afras and Mohammed Al Habib, fending off the late challengers. Asula, who was always closing, it's another placed effort for number 7 Asula. Abdullah Al Farouz guarded this one through traffic, has come a long way off the pace to finish in 2nd position, 1.5 lengths behind the leader. Zarat Al Sahaya ahead back in 3rd. And the other eye-catcher, Motanamia, who completely blew the start from stall number 17, has finished in 4th. 15, 7, 10 and 17, the 1, 2, 3, 4 in race number 6. A winner for Rory Delagi can celebrate Danat Al Afras in race number 6.
Danat Alfaras, a 3-star rating for you pre-race, Rory. Can we make it 5?
Well, 5-star selection if you like, but yes, she's improved as expected to win. They don't always first time out. I can knock them back a little bit. Those who you know, a debut effort can often take a little bit of a toll on a horse's condition, but she's come out of that nicely and has won a good style. She's not run away with this, but she's improved the amount you would have expected to. The filly who made much of the running had shown very little form in 3 runs before this. That would have been a bit of a surprise if Zarat Al Salaya had held on. And Osula, who had the form in the book to get placed, has run on again. Shamila's paddock pick to get a place. So the form makes a fair degree of sense.
Yeah, Shamila and Mark both liked the second-placed horse, but Danat Alafras, you gave a rating you imagined would be rated about 64. Do you stand by that?
Yes, I mean, that's, well, again, this is the notional rating on debut. What she's done now, again, actually pretty close to it, you would say, based on the horses she was around here. The top rated was 64 in the contest. She had question marks to answer, but Osula is pretty solid in behind. So you can't rate horses particularly accurately on debut efforts. You need to, which is why the handicapper usually insists on a horse having 3 runs before being given a mark, because you've got to weigh different things up, and you want to get a fair level of evidence before you hand a mark out. But yes, she's hitting a mark in the mid-60s here, which means she should be, you know, she won't have to go up markedly in class next time out. She might be able to run in a handicap after 2 starts, having won one. I like the way she's gone through this. She's travelled well. She's, again, shown a little bit of greenness when asked for her effort in the first place. Just takes a little bit of time to run the leader down, but I put that down to residual greenness. She actually finds plenty eventually. She puts her head in front and shows a willing attitude, but she's learning all the time, and she should progress again from this. She's not a superstar, but there are plenty of races around for horses around the 70 mark, and she should find her opportunities in time if handling the slightly different surface there.
And do you think that the mile distance is the right trip for her?
Looks so at this stage, yeah. There's nothing about the way she's run this race that suggests she's inconvenienced by it, that she wants much further, or that she wants to drop back in trip. Again, if you're looking at whether a horse is suited by the trip, people tend to look at how they finish the race off, but you also want to see how they travel through the race. And we got that point in the previous race with our fast finisher, who clearly found the trip too short. She was always travelling quite sweetly in behind. She took a little bit of time to pick up, but she's strong at the line. But yeah, this trip looks ideal for her at this stage. Again, no hard and fast conclusions from 2 runs, but she's not difficult to pigeonhole, and she should give Connection some fun over the coming 6 months or so.
And looking at the 2nd and 3rd placed horses, what did you make of the run by Asula, number 7, the one that both Mark and Shamila tipped up before this?
Yeah, she took a little bit of time to get going, Asula, but she's seen the race out well as expected. She's a solid performer. As I said, she's been placed in maidens on multiple occasions now between this trip and a mile and a furlong. She might stay a little bit further. She's strong enough at the finish. Just the vaguest hint of blood in the nostril there, but that's not easy to tell from this angle. It can often be thin membrane, so you see a little bit of red in the nostril. But yeah, she's run her usual race, and she's run solidly. She's now run 11 times without getting her head in front, and she's been placed a few times, so people will call her names, suggest that she should have got her head in front by now. But she's useful in a race like this because she does give you an indication of what the form is worth.
And number 10, Zarat Al Salahir, finished in 3rd, a long-time leader of this race and a big improvement from the last few runs she's had.
Massive improvement, but in good hands, trained by Gaith Al Gaith. She might just be a late developer, or she might be the kind of filly who only really gives her running when she's allowed to dominate, and she's not had any chance to dominate in her runs to date. This time she was able to get out in front, and she's run a much better race, so you'd be reasonably confident about her going forward and doing a little bit better down the line.
Do you think maybe that she went off too fast? Obviously, the jockey, Luis Morales, knows what he's doing. Do you think she's a front runner then?
No, well, I think a lot of horses ideally would like to run. And it means that they're not being dictated to by other runners in the race. and so it allows them to do their own thing. And if you watch the best jockeys in action, you'll see what they usually like to do is allow their horses to find their own stride, find their own rhythm in the race, and before they ask them for an effort. That's often easier from the front because there's nothing in front of you to mess you around. But you can do that from any point of the field, but you need to have room to do it in. And of course, there are a lot of horses who like to find a bit of cover, and they tend to race freely if they're in daylight. But it's nice when you're riding a horse, or when you've got a horse in a race like this, who doesn't get lit up when seeing daylight. This filly settled nicely in front. She didn't go too fast. Luis Morales is a very good judge of pace, and she's gone exactly the right pace for this race. Just wasn't quite good enough in the end.
Well, that was our 6th race of the programme, so we have reached the halfway stage here on our first race of the final week of racing here in Riyadh. It's been a fantastic evening of racing so far. As we approach this halfway stage, we've had a lot of high quality contests that we've been talking about. I'm joined, of course, by Rory Delaghi, who's talking us through all of the action. We were talking there about race number 6, the second winner that Rory's tipped up, 2 winners in a row for Rory using his new star system. You gave 3 stars to that horse pre-race, Rory, and I think we'll be seeing the star system in operation throughout the rest of the evening. Race number 7 is next. We are sticking over the mile distance. This is for local and imported fillies and colts. Looking at this race card, Rory, we'll get your thoughts shortly, but we will head to our commentator, Mark Francis, who is going to talk us through all the runners and riders for the next one.
Indeed, I will, Rebecca. Yes, this is a maiden for the local and imported, as you mentioned, open to fillies and colts. Just the 2 fillies here in the lineup. We'll get to them in just a moment. Number 1 is Kifan for Ahmed Al-Taya. 1 start so far, finished 18th. Certainly needs big improvement here. Al Amari has double the experience of the top one. Naif Al-Anazi aboard the 2. Malik Athor is the 3 for Turkey Alofi. Not on the graphic, but a late declaration. 4, Gasper Gabriele for Abdullah Al-Deeb. 1 start so far. Back at meeting 100. Darazini for Tariq Al Mansour. A little bit more experience on this one's shoulders. Number 5, Darazini. 6. Big colours these, aren't they, of the white stable? Not too many runners at this end of the season. Ala Yak Farik, or Fazik, I should say, for Mohammed Al Sharima. 7 is Rich Max, Khalid Al Mamoni, and Bint Al Ri for the red stable, Ahmed Al Sharar, looking for that hat trick. Over the page, Quintus Maximus for Ahmed Al-Azari is horse number 9. Lady Debath for Mohammed Al-Nasser is the 10. Also in orange colours, Alice Wack is the 11 for Luis Morales, looking for that double. George's Rascal is the 12 for Ali Al-Mamoni. Time's ticking, Abdullah Al-Kridis. Certainly not the case for this one, just 1 start so far in Saudi, rated 53. Talrim is the 14 for Mohammed Al-Yami. High Dreams, plenty of aspirations for this one. Abdullah Al-Lawfi needs to improve from that effort just last week. Karam Al-Falah, a debutant, number 16. 17, Moazi for Fahed Al-Faredi. Jofan wears the cheek pieces for Thurb Al-Timyat. 19 is a scratch, so on to 20, looking bare for Mohammed Al-Shamari. No time for the reserves of 21, 22 or 23 to get in. To a field, slightly reduced field of 19 runners here for this maiden. Local imported runners, fillies and colts, just the 2 fillies, 17 colts or geldings.
Thank you very much to you, Mark. We'll join you shortly for this next race, getting underway in about 10 minutes' time. So, Rory, 19 runners in this, another big field for the 7th race of the night. Plenty to get through. Let's start, as ever, with horse number 1, Kifan.
Just before we do that, in our previous race, race number 6, Latifa, number 19, has been declared a non-runner after the race, denied a fair start. So basically, she wasn't able to get away on terms for reasons that were beyond her control. So the stewards have had a look at the start of the race again and declared her a non-runner. Something we should see a little bit more often back on the home soil. Happens occasionally, but probably not often enough. But good to see that the stewards are on top of that there.
So when we look at that horse's formula in the future, this race just won't figure in.
Exactly, it won't exist. It may come up as a blank, but it probably just comes up as a non-runner. Sometimes you do see horses with just a blank in their line. You've got to have a look back at the video and see what's happened.
That's good to know. Thank you very much for that, Rory, for filling us in on the result there from race number 6. Let's talk then about race number 7 and horse number 1, Kifan. Very disappointing in meeting number 100.
Yeah, I mean, ran into a very good horse there in the shape of Yufik Ala, but was left a long way behind there and isn't easy to fancy as a result.
Number 2 is Al Amari, again disappointing at meeting 100.
Yeah, 14th and 13th in 2 starts to date. Again, one of those was behind Yufik Ala last time out in the same race that Kifan was in, beating 26 lengths that day. This does at least look like a much weaker maiden, so not entirely ruled out.
Well, let's head to the paddock before we get through the rest of the runners and join Shamila. Shamila, who looks good?
I have about 3 horses in a row that I have noted down here as paddock eye catchers, but I have landed on one, and the one I have landed on is horse number 8. So she is just taking her time coming up behind me here now. No paddock negatives I have to add in this contest. The first one I have noted down is actually horse number 6, Ala Yazhafik, for the White Stables. He's by curling, however, it is first time out and probably not fit enough for this race. So my paddock selection is horse number 8, one of the very few fillies in the race, Bint Al Rila, who is trained by Jimmy Jerkin. So he's looking to train a double on the day, and Ahmed Al Sharar is looking to ride a treble. So they're already on a winning team. They won the first race of the day, first up. She is getting a little bit on her toes just as the bell has gone for the jockeys to mount their horses in this contest. However, she is looking stunning here under the floodlights. She was second last time out at meeting 100, and definitely a filly to keep your eye on in this race, and she should overcome the boys in here. I do have to say that horse number 7 as well, Rich Max, caught my eye. 4th last time at a meeting, 97 for the Fawaz Grey Band stable, and he is a 3-year-old gelding, looking really nice as well. So 6, 7, 8 are my paddock eye catchers. I've landed on 8 as my paddock selection officially in this race, but I am keen to hear Rory's star thoughts in this race as well.
Thank you very much, Shamila. Glad the star system's catching on. Let's get to the rest of the runners, Rory. We've got a lot to get through. Malak Athor, number 3, is where we got up to.
Yeah, showed a bit on debut behind Yadar, who looked a promising sort, beaten 19 lengths that day, but then beaten 20 lengths last time out. So again, behind a half-decent horse, but beaten too far to really fancy in a race of this nature.
And Gaspare Gabrielli, horse number 4, ran in meeting number 100, but wasn't really up to the mark.
No, that was his first start. He was with Aidan O'Brien last year and finished 9th behind a useful sort and deep one at Leopardstown on his debut for Aidan O'Brien last season. It was off for a fair while before finishing 9th to Samra Al Muhammadiyah over 1,800 metres last time out. No surprise to see him take a step forward on his second start in Saudi Arabia.
And Darazeni, horse number 5, always seems to be in the mix.
Yes, he had form in Ireland as well. He was trained by Mick Halford and Tracy Collins, was runner-up in a 7-furlong maiden at Dundalk, but is bred to stay further. His best effort here was when second in a 0-80 handicap 2 starts back behind Indication Call. Again, he's got a rating of 81. He's top rated in this contest, and he should go well. But he's had more starts than the form book tells her. He's had about 6 starts all told, but he does set the standard for the others to match.
Number 6, Ala Yafazik. Shamila likes this one, but doesn't think this White Stable horse is fit.
No, normally you expect the White Stable horses to be ready to go, but normally they're sort of queuing up at the right part of the season to be tried for the big races in the spring. To have one make its debut at this stage of the year, you suggest it just needs a bit of experience. Big, good looking, really well bred, a son of Curlin and a half brother to a mile winner, Dan Doon, here. Does jump off the page, really interesting, but not fit. Did get a couple of stars from me. I've got to take a star off for Shamila saying he's not ready to go.
Okay, so a demotion then for for the White Stable horse. Let's go to number 7, Rich Max. Shamila likes this one.
Beaten 17 lengths when forced to Matt Nook in a 2,000-metre maiden on the 1st of February. I would have thought that he would actually do better at a mile, and he should progress. So he's one of the interesting ones here.
And it's Bint Al Ree, the Jimmy Jerkins runner, that is Shamila's paddock pick.
Yeah, looks a solid one. Was third back in meeting 38 in Taif. Built on that after a longish break when 3 1/4 lengths second to Perlite here last time out. Perlite is rated 75. On that evidence, the handicap is given her 65 because of the distance she finished behind Perlite, but you wouldn't be at all surprised. In fact, you would expect her to step forward for that on her second start off a break. So she should be hitting about 70 here.
And this is Darazeni, horse number 5, and we can see him in action. This is a run from February, Rory.
Yes, this is his run here. Last time out, or 2 starts back, I think, when he was second. He was 5th last time out. But this was a good run, as I said, in a 0 to 80 handicap when finishing second behind Indication Call. No match for the winner there, but clearly showing that he belongs in that bracket, that 0 to 80 bracket, and maybe a little bit higher. His official rating now is 81. That gives him a fair cushion over the rest of these. He was only 5th last time out, but that was a perfectly respectable run. This trip should be his optimum, if not a little further. On pedigree, he's an Aga Khan bred, and they do tend to take the racing well and improve with age. So although you could argue he was marginally disappointing last time out, I think he's going to take an awful lot of beating here.
Well, Darazeni one to keep an eye on. We've got about 2-3 minutes before the race gets underway. We probably don't have time, Rory, to get through the rest of the runners, but who are the standouts, the ones we haven't mentioned yet?
Quintus Maximus rated 56. You've got to be hitting mid-70s at least to be winning this. So Quintus Maximus 56 is out of it. Lady de Bath I have running to about 68 on her debut for Alice Haynes at Kempton. She was very disappointing though on her debut here in Saudi Arabia over course and distance, and needs to leave that behind. Alice White's got very little chance. George's Rascal was 3rd at Wolves for George Scott, but well beaten here on his debut and probably needs more time. 37 lengths he was beaten on Saudi Arabian debut. Times Taking's 53 race had pass. Talrim I have running to about 58 on his best run here. Needs to improve on that. Karam Al Folath has got a moderate pedigree. High Dreams and Moazi have been beaten a long way here, and a bit of line straight through those. Joe Fan's got a bit of ability, was 7th behind Yufakuk Allah in a 7 furlong open last time out. He's not entirely dismissed, but does need to take a big step forward, but I thought he was at least vaguely interesting. And Looking Bear showed promise on debut in Taif, but hasn't really stepped up on that, and now steps up from 6 furlongs to a mile, which may help. His sire was 2nd in the French Guineas and won the Jersey Stakes at Royal Ascot over 7 furlongs.
Rory, we'll let you catch your breath now.
Well, thank you.
And hand over to our commentator, Mark Francis.
Thank you, Rebecca. Yes, Darazeni's going to be too good here, isn't he? Tariq Al Mansour in the plate. We saw the form of his second back at meeting 99, I should say, before finishing 5th next time out. But I think that form alone should be seen to good effect here. As the runners begin to circle at the start, the loading process is underway. The debutant here, Ala Yakfazik, Mohammed Al Sharima. Yeah, I think it's got to be a real negative, this horse making his debut on the final week. Clearly connections don't feel that he's a standout in the yard, but maybe they're setting up a season of some of their low graders, the White Stable for Taif, which you can just see looking bare, looking anxious. At the other end of the anxiety scale, Kifan looks ready to go. White blinkers on the inside for Ahmed Al Tayyar. So I've got a glimpse of all the runners, bar Karam Al Falath, who we should see in just a few moments or two. This is Rich Max looking to improve on that 4th place effort back at meeting 97. We might see some good horses here for the future. There's plenty of these that have made good starts to their racing career. Bint Al Ree is one of those as well. Looking further down the list, Casper Gabrielli, not the worst debut. But I think this revolves around whether Darazini can get the job done. Here is Ala Fazik going in. Also Al Amari, Benay Valanazi, white cap, green epaulets, red sleeves. We have about 4 or 5 left to load. A jacket for Bint Al Rui goes into 8. Final pair, Gasper Gabrielli. And the white stable runner, Ala Fazik. He goes in to 6. Ready to go. Flags up. And they're off. Jumping away over 1,600 metres. It was a pretty decent break. Probably the slowest into stride was the red cap of Malik O'Thor. Also towards the rear of the field, Kifan's white blinkers didn't get away too well. And also the blue silks over on the far side of Moazi, who is being ridden up for a positive move, of which 6 or 7 won a piece of the early speed here. Towards the inside, Darazini's dark colours is one of the first to show. Big white face belongs to Ala Fazik, who is probably in second position, just being tracked through there by Bint Al Rui. Further out on the racecourse is Rich Max. Orange sleeves then of Alas Wak has company. Extreme left of the black jacket, orange cap of George's Rascal, being followed through there by Moazi, who has made some ground. Just in behind the speed is High Dreams. Next in the field comes the black cap of Lady de Bath, just preceded there by Al Amari. Towards the rear of the field, Talreem is one of the last still going, as is the sluggish starter at the back of the field, Malik O'Thor. But it's the white stable in front here narrowly. Ala Fazik, who is in front. Darazini, though, is asked for a little bit more. Here comes Bint Al Rui, another white-faced runner towards the outside to make a line of 3. But it's the leader, Yala Fazik, who goes on now to Bint Al Rui. The 2 big stables in Saudi Arabia fighting this one out now. Bint Al Rui towards the outside as Yala Fazik begins to wander up a true line. It's Ala Fazik who is finding a little bit more for Mohammed Al Sharima, kicking on by 3 lengths now, and Yala Fazik goes on to score and breaks the maiden tag. Ala Fazik wins to, in second position, Bint Al Rui, possibly Quintus Maximus up for third position ahead of Rich Max and times ticking. Ala Fazik in a time of 1:39.88, always in front. Never doubt the white stable, they say. First start here at the end of the season has fended off the challenge of Bint Al Rui. The 2 horses with a big white face, easy to spot, 2.5 lengths to winning distance. Ala Fazik wins. Bint Al Rui in second. It was Quintus Maximus who got up for third. Rich Max was next across the line ahead of times ticking in 4th and 5th placings. The 2 big stables that we've seen fight out so many battles here in Saudi Arabia came down to those 2 in this maiden, and it was the white stable that beat the red stable. How many times have we said that this year?
We'll never doubt the White Stable. This horse making its debut, racetrack debut, later on in the season, the final week of the season, a la Yafizak. Shamila didn't think this horse was fit, Rory, but that race said a different story. That's a rhyme.
Well, he might not have been entirely fit, but clearly he's big. He takes a little bit after his sire, Curlin, who was a really eye-catching chestnut. He covers a lot of ground, and yeah, he does. He looks like he tightened up a little bit, but clearly he's got a lot of class. He absolutely stood out on pedigree here. I did give him 3 stars, but I downgraded him after Shamila told me he wasn't fit. So, but yeah, he's a half brother to a horse called Dandun, who won a mile maiden here earlier in the season. The family is a smart one. And it was a case of whether he would need the run. We thought he would need the run because of the time of year he was making his debut. Horses from this stable are much more likely to be forward enough to win than they are from the red stable. They don't tend to always improve massively from first run to second. But the fact that he was starting out in March suggested that maybe he hadn't been ready earlier in the season and they wanted to get run into him. Nothing could be further from the truth, always pressing the pace. And the interesting thing here is he's gone head to head with form horse Darazeni. They've eyeballed each other, and this fella, he's a half a size bigger than Darazeni. And at one point, despite the fact that he let off the turn and still seemed to be travelling okay, that horse just buckled. He basically couldn't deal with having to match strides with this horse anymore, and he's ended up finishing miles back in the field behind horses who are rated way below him because he wasn't able to get his own way in front. He was monstered by another horse.
So Darazeni, horse number 5, the one who looked on paper like the most likely winner, wants to run from the front.
Well, it's not so much he wants to run from the front, but this is, if you've got a horse who's clear in the ratings and the form is in the book, sometimes you think, well, just let's keep this simple. Let's go to the front and we won't get any traffic problems. But unfortunately, what he wasn't expecting was another horse to go forward with him. And from the very start of this race, there's never more than a length between Darazeni in the dark blue colours and the blue nosebands and our winner, Ale Yafazik. But because Darazeni is clearly the inferior horse of the two, even though we didn't know that until the race was run, he's just having to go a stride faster than he wants to just to keep pace with a horse with a slightly longer stride. He seems comfortable enough at this stage, but when he cracks, he really cracks. Once he realises he can't win this race, his heart is almost broken and he drifts back in the field. And he's finished behind horses rated in the, he'll probably get a rating in the mid-40s. We know that he's capable of running well against horses rated 80 and higher, but on this occasion he just ran into one and basically was up against him the whole way and couldn't deal with it from this point onwards, and that's his race run.
Well, Yala Yafazik, seeing him up there, against, going stride for stride with Darazeni, it was the contrast in sizes between those two horses was absolutely clear. This one is an absolute unit, this White Stable horse.
He is. He's got a lovely big stride, and you can see why he must have looked to be carrying a bit of condition, because he's just that kind of big, stocky horse who you wonder whether they're fit or not. I don't think you want to see him very lean. I think he's always the type of horse who, because of his size, wants to carry a bit of condition. He's got a big frame. But he's nicely put together, and I think he's always going to look a bit chunky when he runs.
Yeah, big horse, the White Stable horses. Many of them are, many of the 3-year-olds from the White Stable. Let's talk about the Red Stable, though. Bint Al Ree threw down the challenge, but was just not strong enough.
Yeah, listen, you can't blame her for this. She's run really well in all 3 starts to date. We thought she'd step forward again for that first run since Taif last time out. And she has, I think. She's run very well, but she's run into what's liable to be a very good horse. I don't know how well he's going to take his racing. Big horses aren't always the easiest to keep sound. And there is a habit with impressive White Stable debutants to go straight into cup races second time out. So the progress isn't always easy, and some of them lose the way a little bit. But he's got the pedigree to be doing better. There are no big races early in the Taif season, so if he might just have a long break now and come back later, because they're always target based, the White Stable. They know what the big races they want to aim their horses at. They'll have an idea of what they're like in terms of ability at home and in terms of what kind of trip they want on pedigree. So they will basically say, right, we know this horse is good enough for this. He's run to a rating of, let's say, 85 on debut. He's run a bit shy of that, to be perfectly honest, but he gave the impression he could do better. And they will say, right, we think he might be able to win this race. and then they will work backwards from that. They'll give him a prep for it, and then run in that. So we probably won't see him early in the Taif season because he'll be looking at big prizes later in the year there. So he might just have a little bit of a prep, sort of August time, and then there'll be a good prize for him to aim at. But again, they may decide that because of his size and because of the way he moves, he's best kept to Riyadh.
Well, we will see. Time will tell. Going back to Bint Al Ree, the white stable filly. I mean, she's done really well to finish in second. And looking at her results, you know, second tonight, second in meeting 100, third. So a consistent performer, and you know, she's just a filly coming up against this big colt. So impressive run from her anyway. Let's look ahead then to race number 8. We are absolutely flying through the card tonight. So let's head to Mark Francis. He's going to talk us through all the runners and riders.
Yeah, race 8 on the horizon, absolutely zipping along tonight, and this is scheduled to take place at bang on midnight local time. Hope you're still with us here on the Jcsa English-speaking channel. They're headed by number 1, Nabe Alays, local bred maiden here, I should say, for Saudi breds. Number 1, Nabe Alays for Farwas Wanas. 2 is Yantahid, will be a very short price on the international markets, that's for sure. Abdullah Alorfi for the red stable, looking to go one better than our previous race. Hero Keen is the 3 for Thurb Al Timya, and 4 is Kushaim. 5, Zaki Al Ansab for Abdulaziz Al Yesh. The 6 is Najim Alandalos for Abdullah Al Saidi, and the 7 is a scratch. There are a few notable absentees here, the first of which 7 is a scratch. 8 is Ya Asia for Abdullah Al Farouz, and the bottom one on that caption is Batuli, making racecourse debut for Sultan Al Mamoni. 10 is Scarface Abdullah Al Deeb, who is the 10, rated 49. The same rating for number 11 next door, Roya Al Karim for Norweth Al Mudiani. Motawak is the 12, Tariq Al Mansour. 13, Kafu Karim for Abdullah Al Kridis. Danat Chrome is number 14. 15, I Can't Al Areen for Abdullah Al Saeed. 16 is a scratch, so under 17, I'm Good for Ali Al Matib. Certainly needs to increase the game after effort back at meeting 65. 18 is Bahir Al-Akir for Ahmed Al-Sharar, looking for that hat-trick, of course. Over the page, 19 is a scratch, so onto 20, Golden Dream, Abdallah Al-Hussein. If you've been listening carefully, numbers 7, 16 and 19 are all out, meaning we get 3 reserves come in. That's number 21, 22 and 23. Matfi Ali Al-Mamoni goes into 7. KN, or Kayin in the blinkers, goes into 16 under Mohammed Al-Shamari. And number 23, Alamkar Ali for Luis Morales, looking for a double himself, inherits stall 19. So no 7, 16 or 19, 21, 22, 23 get in for this local bred maiden over 1,600 metres, and it starts at bang on midnight.
It does indeed mark midnight. So coming up to 10 minutes time for this race. So all reserves run in this one. Rory, 3 withdrawals. Let's start from number 1, Nabe Alez. We haven't seen this horse since meeting 70.
No, that was 12th on debut, beaten 18 lengths behind Azizan. Off since that. Well, wasn't entirely disgraced, so I don't want to put a line through his chances, but clearly needs to improve. Although again, I don't think this is a deep map. Put a line through a few of these, and even the ones with a chance are nothing special. 64, 62, the top rated here. This looks like the weakest race of the day so far, as you often expect with these 4-year-olds and older maidens.
So no 3 stars to dish out in this one?
Well, no, the 3 stars depends on the quality of the race, but I struggle to give many stars here.
I need to ask you actually, Rory, is it 3 stars out of 3, or is it 3 out of 5?
It's kind of a 3-2-1 system. Well, I've given 2 stars and 1 star to 2 horses in this race. 2 stars, 2 stars and 1, and obviously one might get upgraded.
Okay, well, it'll be interesting.
It's a moving feast. I'll tell you why I do it. Because often I'll get into a race and I won't have decided what my selection is going to be. And then sometimes when I'm pushing for selection later on, I'll be like, this one. And I go, no, I like that one more. And I thought, well, I should probably make some mark on the paper about which ones I like more and then make a decision based on those. But that's what it's there for.
The star system is ever evolving. So we've spoken about horse number 1, Nabe Alez. Let's move on to Yantahid, number 2.
Yeah, a very interesting runner. Another runner for Prince Faisal here. Unseated, leaving the stalls 2 starts back. No fault of his own, I didn't think that day. might have collided with another horse, might have swerved slightly, but the jockey got unbalanced and came off. Was third to Fazat last time out, only beaten 2 lengths. That was meeting 52. Again, that's back in Taif. Was very consistent at 6 furlongs. Is bred to stay this trip though. Has a half brother who stays a mile. Hab Al-Masin stays a mile. That's a half brother to Yantahid. So I thought that he would improve the step up to a mile. And he got 2 stars.
2 stars. The long layoff doesn't put you off?
Well, the long layoff means I could reduce him to 1, and I could up him to 3 if Shamila says, oh, this one's ready to go. So, you know, it's a movable feast.
We'll ask Shamila what she thinks shortly. Let's talk about Hero Keen. That's at number 3.
Yeah, Hero Keen put in his best effort, went 5th, beaten 7 1/4 lengths by Major Alain last time out, over 6 furlongs. Was tailed off when tried over this trip before, and to be honest, the race that he was in last time out, the winner's only rated 59, so you can't really give him a mark higher than 44, which is what he gets.
And Kashem does not have a mark.
Is a half brother to a moderate winner here called Mantukat Along. Not a massive amount of peel on paper based on the trainer and jockey booking, but you never know.
And Zaki Al-Ansab at number 5, just the 1 run for this horse.
Yeah, finished 16th, but a line through that pretty quickly.
And Najm Al-Alos, number 6.
Yeah, Najm Al-Andalos was last on debut back in meeting 76, had a break, came back 2 weeks ago and finished 14th. That was at least a little bit better, but he did have a run last season as well, so it's not like he's building up from nothing. I thought he had very little chance, and a rating of 30 does tell you that as well.
Number 7 is a non-runner. So let's head down to Shamila in the paddock. Shamila, Rory has given horse number 2, Yantahid, 2 stars, tentatively, but he wants to know what you think first before he settles on that 2 stars.
Well, that's fantastic news for me, Rebecca, because my paddock selection on the 8th race of the day is horse number 2, Yantahid. I was cheering for the Red Stables horse in the previous race as well, and I've gone for Red Stables yet again for Prince Faisal bin Khalid. This is the highest rated horse in the race at 64. Ultra consistent this season. We haven't seen him since meeting 52, however, where he came 3rd, but he looks fit and ready to go under Abdullah Alofi in the parade ring today, and jumps out of stall number 2 as well. So I think that this is definitely the horse to beat in this race. And I'm very glad to hear that Rory Delargy has given this horse 2 stars already. So hopefully, Rory, that will knock him up to 3 stars for this contest. I also like the look of horse number 13, Kafu Kareem. Another really nice, consistent horse. Looked really well in the parade ring. Didn't have any negatives to say about him. The only one that I would say that is a bit of a negative has just gone past me here. Horse number 3, Hero Keen, being very difficult to handle in the preliminary stages.
Thank you very much, Shamila. Hero Keen acting up a little bit in the prelims. Let's head to Jcsa, horse number 8, Rory, running off a mark of 56.
Yeah, we haven't seen this colt either since the tail end of the Taif season. Did show ability early on and bounced back to form, went 6 lengths 3rd to Wafi Al Zouk in a 7 furlong maiden back in meeting 50. Off 5.5 months since, and fitness would be a little bit of a concern. But would have very solid place claims if running to his best. But we've seen so many horses who've shown form in Taif who don't necessarily translate that. And you're looking for horses who you think will actually improve for this surface or for the trip or whatever. And I think on my figures, Yantahid's a little bit more likely to do that than Jcsa.
Be interesting to see how he gets on here in Riyadh. What can you tell us about horse number 9, Batuli?
I can tell you that 4 of his half-siblings have raced to date, and they've run 34 times between them and have managed 1 win. I didn't think that was enormously impressive, and I thought Batuli was unlikely to win. Sultan Al Mamoni takes the ride.
Well, let's have a look. This is horse number 13, Kafu Kareem, who we are looking at now. Recent run, this was from February.
Yeah, you see Kafu Kareem coming down the outside and running on reasonably well late in the day. Not a massively eye-catching run, but this isn't a particularly eye-catching race. This was probably a stronger race he was in last time out. 6 to Mr. Mobem in the end, over a mile. Kept going to the line, didn't do an awful lot wrong, and runs in a weaker race over the same trip here, so has to be considered.
That is number 13. Let's get back then to number 10, Scarface.
Scarface, a line went through him. He's not shown an awful lot in 4 races today and has a rating of 49. I suppose he's not completely without a chance, but no closer than 10th in 4 starts doesn't shout at you.
I can assume as well that you're going to put a line through number 11, Roya Al Karim, as well.
Yeah, he's got the same rating of 49, but his form has been regressive in his last 3 starts, and he just doesn't seem to be going anywhere at the moment.
Motowak number 12 doesn't really seem to be doing much either.
Yeah, remarkably similar, really. Exposed as poor so far, unplaced all 5 starts since finishing 3rd in a 7-furlong maiden back in February last year.
Danat Chrome, number 14, last seen at meeting number 100, but a bit of a disappointing showing there.
Does have ability, but and didn't run terribly on his first run here. But I think the first week's racing here was fairly weak. Finished 5th or 6th rather, meeting 55, and her form rather, the daughter of Finest Artisan, has taken a downward turn of late.
Ikantalarine, number 15, running off the mark of just 33.
Yeah, 33. She struggled to get in races of 33, and she's barely beaten a rival in 3 starts this season.
16 doesn't run, so 17, I'm good. This all's good?
Doesn't look good thus far, finishing 15th on debut back in meeting 65. I don't mind, if that was turned out a little bit quicker, I'd give it a chance to improve, but it's run down the field, it's had a long break since, and that's a bit of a red flag for me.
Just a couple more runners still to mention before we head to our commentator, Mark Francis. Just quickly, Rory, with the final ones, is there a standout there?
No, Bar Alakir's got a rating of 45 and went backwards from debut from seasonal debut last time. I'd had 3 runs last season as well. Phoenix is a non-runner. Golden Dreams rated 38 and had a line through him. Matfi, I give a provisional rating of 48 to. Was 10th behind Lalalia over 7 furlongs in December. Has a bit of ability, but probably not enough to win this. Cayenne's rated 42 and is coming off a long break. The only one that I give a note to was the bottom one, number 23, Al-Kamar Ali, was 6 lengths to Acer Al-Roya in a 7-furlong maiden last week. I thought he would improve for that. I give him a provisional rating of 57. Which is nothing special, but when you consider the top one on this is rated 64, Al-Kamar Ali wouldn't need to improve an awful lot to get involved, and I thought he was worth a mention in a race where I really didn't like most of the field.
All right, good stuff. Thank you very much, Rory. Let's head to our commentator then, Mark Francis, ahead of the 8th race of the night.
Thank you, Rebecca. Yes, as the runners are heading down to the start, final chance to grab an eye on proceedings, make annotations to the race card. Golden Dream, who just went in and out of shot, is in a much lighter green jacket than advertised on the race card. There's the white blinkers of Cayenne, Mohammed Al-Shamari, also the purple silks there of Scarface. So the runners have arrived at the start. I do think Yantahid is a good thing here, but you won't get too rich on the international markets if you are a supporter. I just think of already 64, he's got to be miles better than this lot. Surely this is the day for Yantahid, although he does have that layoff to overcome. Why else would they be running him here? Why not just wait for Taif? There he is, he looks very well. Red jacket for Abdullah Al-Lawfi. He's had several big race victories this season. None other than Asfan Al-Khaladir in the Arabian world. Asfan's going to Dubai in a fortnight's time. I need to double check that. So if Asfan goes, representing the kingdom, he's got to have a great chance, still unbeaten on the best horses, if not the best in this part of the world. I'm Good is there in 17. Reminder, we go with that 7, 16 and 90, as the guys said. There's Motowak going into 12. I Can't Alarine just in shot. Now Danat Chrome and also the top one, Nabe Alays. Thought Kafu Kareem would run pretty well. And there he is. Diamond splash on the face. The spectators watch on here. as we have gone past the hour into Friday morning now. Hero Keen into 3. Still waiting for numbers 1, 2, and 3. Nabe Alays taking a turn. You can see Yantahid, possibly the last to load, in fact. Hero Keen has just gone forward, as we saw. So waiting for the top 2 here. Market leader and Nabe Alays. We'll get a rating after the next run. Yantahid doesn't really look too unflustered. It's got a little bit sweaty down the neck. Should load shortly. Just one other out of shot who's just emerged is Zaki Alan Sab, who goes in. So waiting for the last 2. Zaki Alan Sab, here he is. And then the market leader, Yantahid, into 2. Slots in perfectly. Lined up. Waiting for 1 or 2 of the stalls handlers to get the right end of their boxes. Shouldn't be too far away from a start. See Abdullah Al-Orfi in fierce conversation with his partner, the stalls handler, in box 2. Just working to get Yantahid settled. At the minute, proving a little bit troublesome. Hence the delay. The others wait patiently, but they're off. Yantahid broke okay from stall number 2. It was a pretty clean line from top to bottom, really. Yantahid, red colours, second from the right on the inside, is up with the pace early on with Nabe Alays. And then comes Hero Keen. So horses 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3 in the race at the moment. Blue cap on the far side belongs to Kafu Kareem, who is handy. So too is Danat Chrome, who broke from a wide gate. And in between that pair, the white blinkers of Kayin is handy. So too is Najm Alain de Los. Back towards the inside running rail, Nabe Alays now probably in 6th position, just in advance of Motawak, the orange sleeves with the blue cap. Then comes the toothpaste sleeves with the white cap and green body of Alakamar Ailey, who's probably 2/3 of the way down the field. Black jacket of Yar Ajab towards the running rail. Towards the rear of the field, the likes of Zaki Alan Sab is towards the back, and Scarface has one of the best views of all as they go around the turn. And Yantahid is in front for Abdullah Al-Orfi, leading by a length and a half. Kafu Kareem, the first challenger, in 2nd position. Nabe Alays continues to pass runners now in 3rd. Hero Keen in 4th. And towards the running rail, we have Yar Ajab, who is picking off 1 or 2 scalps as well. Motawak still travels okay in 6th position, followed by Danat Chrome as the front pair go inside the last 250. And Kafu Kareem is laying it up to Yantahid here, staying on from out of the back all the time is Yar Ajab, and so too Motawakak. All the action unfolding down the centre. It's Kafu Kareem who now goes on, but powering to the front now is Roya Al Kareem, and Roya Al Kareem has come from the to win. Roya Al Kareem, the winner. Very tight for the minors involving Kafu Kareem. Also there was Yar Ajab, and also the running on Motawakak in a race that changed massive complexion in the closing stages. Favourite absolutely disappeared towards the extreme right of picture. Really faded late on in the closing stages. Kafu Kareem was out in front, but all the action was unfolding down the centre, and Roya Al Kareem gathered up a head of steam to go on and power to the lead. Won by 5 lengths, even stumbling on the line, look. Roya Al Kareem for Norweth Al-Mudiani puts a line through recent runs for the upset. 5 lengths back to Yar Ajab, who was always in a decent position but never troubled the eventual leader. Kafu Kareem back in 3rd, Motawak back in 4th. Alkamar Ailey really didn't get a mention. Nabe Alays has run okay. There's Yantahid in about 8th or 9th. Very disappointing indeed. An absolute turn-up for what a powerful winner, Roya Al Kareem, in race number 8.
Well, a first win for Roya Al Karim, who comes from out of nowhere, Rory, with a really fast finish to win that one. Number 8, yeah, Ayagat in second and Kafu Karim 13 in third. Let's just talk about where this horse actually was, though, throughout the race, Rory. It'll be fascinating to see on the replays because, you know, he wasn't up with the pace coming in towards the finish, and then it seemed to appear from nowhere.
Yeah, you could see him making headway down the middle of the track from a long way back. And I think that the key to this race is because the favourite got out in front and dictated the pace on the inside, everything else has been drawn into chasing that leader because you don't want to let the obvious one loose on the lead. But they've just gone too fast here, and you see what's happened late in the day. The pace has collapsed. The favourite ended up finishing 10th, I think. Jantahid, despite looking fit enough in the paddock, and this horse who'd shown very little recently. You see him on the head-on coming widest of all with those black blinkers with the blue trim. Not in shot now. We think we're looking at the finish there, but he comes down the outside, just getting closer and closer to the others as he hangs in late in the day, but wins. Oh, just shifts right close to the line there. Give his jockey Nawaf Al-Mudiani a little bit of a fright. We'll see him breaking from stall 11 here, and he breaks behind the others. And rather than concentrate on what's happening up front, what happens up front, of course, is that Jantahid from stall 2 gets on the rail and goes forward, and everything else wants to follow that. A couple of them badly outpaced at this stage, and our eventual winner sitting about 3 from the back. He's actually quite happy to sit where he is. He's not being chased along at this stage. As you can see, the horse in last, the horse in second last, those horses are struggling to go the pace. But fair play to Nawaf Al-Mudiani, who just sort of sits there and lets Roya Al Karim find his stride and decides that he thinks they're going to go fast and they're going to fall in a bit of a hole late in the day. But he's ended up making up an awful lot of ground. But you sometimes see a horse finishing like this, and it's because they've not been able to go the pace, and they've ended up having to pull out wide, and eventually they've run on. But I thought this was a very cool ride, because even at this stage, he's not really riding along. He's just guiding the horse towards the outside of the field. Now he begins to ask for an effort on Roya Al Karim, and he begins to make ground around the outside. From here on in, he's making ground steadily all the way. But of course, as they often do, coming from where he is, you've got to move right to the outside of the field to be guaranteed of getting a run. You don't want to be stopped. You don't want to lose your momentum at any stage here. So getting on the outside is often key. And the question is, how much ground can you make up late on? And with the pace really collapsing late on, you see the horses up front are very tired. You can see the favourite disappearing out of shot there. And he gets to the front easily and wins well. But his form figures coming into this in similar sort of company, 12, 16, 12. This was the 13th start of his career. He'd not really looked like getting his head in front prior to that. He was one of the lower rated horses in the race. He's got ability, but he hadn't been showing it of late. And the way to get him to show it was ride him like a non-trier. Just let him do his own thing, find his stride. If they went slow in front of him, he wouldn't have got involved. They went fast. He's not really got involved with any other horses at any point of the race. But you see his quirk at the line where he just swerves, crossing the post, and just gives his jockey a little bit of a fright. But he's won this nicely under a good ride. But the form is very dubious, and I wouldn't want to pick too many horses to follow from the race because it's fallen apart a bit.
But the winner, Roya Al Karim, he looks, Rory, like he was full of running right up to the end. He looks like he could have gone on further.
Yeah, well, it does look that way, but again, that's a little bit. I think it's a little bit of an optical illusion because the others are going so slow. If we could look at the sectional times, you'd probably see that that's actually the rest of them are actually going very slow at that point. It's difficult to prove that, other than to look at how the horse's actions are beginning to fall apart late in the day as the early leader drops back through the field. But the times would tell you whether that's true or not. And he's just run his race in a much more efficient manner than everything else.
Why did Jantahid go off so fast, do you think?
Well, obviously, the intention isn't to go off quite as fast as that, but you're drawn 2. You've arguably got the best form in the race. If you're riding a horse with those credentials and you get away well from your stall, you want to get to the front. And once you get to the front, you want to drop anchor a little bit. You want to try to get your mount to relax. But I don't think I don't think Jcsa has really done that. And I think the way he's fared later on, this was his first try at a mile, and although he's got a half-brother who stays, that he didn't shave as if he did. So his capitulation may largely be about him coming back from an absence and not staying the trip, but the others who tried to keep pace with him, who weren't as good as him, they found themselves compromised by going faster than ideal. But they were forced into that because they were chasing the horse who looked the likeliest winner on paper.
Do you think that Jcsa is going to be dropped back from this?
Yeah, probably. I mean, in fairness, they might give him. First of all, he's going to have a break and go to Taif, and his form in Taif was over 6 furlongs. So there's every opportunity that they will drop him back to 6, or indeed run over the intermediate trip of 7 furlongs next time out. A mile, I think, would be harder for him to get in Taif, given that run style, because, as I said, although it's a tight enough track, it's deep and it finds non-stayers out.
And the winner, Roya Al Karim, ran here off a mark of 49, a first win in 13 runs. Would you improve that rating?
It clearly will go up because he's beaten horses rated higher than that in behind him, but I think it's a slightly dubious one. He's clearly capable. Listen, I would imagine he's capable of running to about 60 in reality, but he hasn't been doing that, and he's clearly tricky. He wears blinkers. You saw his temperament as he hit the line there, where he ran around a little bit. And he's been fooled into winning, essentially, today. He's unlikely to be in the same sort of form next time out.
All right, Rory, thank you very much. Let's head now to Mark Francis ahead of race number 9. And this looks a cracker, doesn't it, Mark?
Certainly does, Rebecca. Yes, looks a little bit out of place on a Thursday card. It really should be centre stage on a Saturday. It's that good. This is an open race over 1,600 metres for fillies and colts, 4-year-olds and upwards, and it includes locally and imported trained horses, headed by number 1 Ford Maddox Brown for Abdallah Al Hussein, one of 4 horses rated 95. 2 is Wissam Al Shajjar for Iyad Al Tarizi, 52nd start on the racecourse. 3 is Il Bandito for Thurb Al Timya, a 5-time winner. A 6-time winner is Maroof Abdallah Al Sayedi, the veteran, 11 years of age now. Once Upon a River is the 5 for Abdullah Al Sayed. 6 is the 3rd of 3 greys, Maidenek Luis Morales. Wishar for the number 7, Abdallah Al Materi. And 8 is Norton Thorpe Boy for Mohamed Al Nasser, another prolific winner back in the UK. Number 9, Expressionist, Tariq Al Mansour, a winner here last week. Blinkers are retained. 10 is a scratch, so jump to number 11, Liberation Point for Youssef Al Hussein. Path of Thunder, another one of those rated 95, like Expressionist and indeed the top horse. Path of Thunder, number 12, Abdullah Al-Lawfi, who was second just last week, of course, back at meeting 108. 13 is Wadi, who's certainly been around the block. It's been trained by probably half of Saudi Arabia. Is 12 years of age now, Osama Al-Sharani. 14 is the returning Sovereign Prince, rated 105. Is he a little bit vulnerable here today, perhaps, off the break? Ahmed Al-Azari. 15, Sunset and Vine. Will Sunset and Vine get his day? Ali Al-Memoni. 16 is Karnas, and 17 is Benita B. 18 is Fast and Loose, hoping to be just that, Asil Al-Sahani. 19, Summer on 7 Hills for Norweth Al-Madiani. Al-Magadan is a maiden in Saudi, Ali Al-Matib, as is 7 Drums for Fahid Al-Faradi, who gets in here after the absence of number 10. So 7 Drums drawn right in the middle of the pack for our feature race of the night. It's the 9th race over 1,600 metres, an open race as the runners head to the paddock.
Thanks, Mark. We'll join you in around about 10 minutes' time, just before this one gets underway. So the feature race, Rory, the 9th race of the night, looks an absolutely fantastic contest, doesn't it? Let's start with horse number 1, Ford Maddox Brown. We saw just 2 meetings ago.
We did indeed, and he was a rather disappointing there in the North America Cup. Obviously, that's a strong race, the North America Cup. He's behind Saudi Empire last time out. He was coming off a longish break, so he should come forward for that. He was the winner of the Makkah Al-Mokhara Regional Cup in Taif. He might just be better suited to Taif, but he is joint top rated in this field, Ford Maddox Brown, and a very useful horse in his day. 5-time winner, has 13 races here. and has shown himself to be a smart performer on his day.
Will it be his day, or will be revealed? There he is in the paddock. Let's move on then to number 2, Wissam Al-Shajjar.
Yeah, I thought Wissam Al-Shajjar was pretty hard to fancy here. An 8-year-old entire, only 2 from 51 on his career, and comes here off the back of a disappointing effort 2 weeks ago.
Il Bandito ran here last Thursday, horse number 3.
He's got a good strike rate, Il Bandito, but his rating of 75 is a fair one on what he's achieved. And although he wasn't disgraced here last week, I think he's got a fair bit on his plate in this company.
Maroof, last seen meeting number 95 and had some disappointing results.
Just one positive effort from his last 5 starts, Maroof, and although he's fairly useful, he's an 11-year-old now, just on the lovely looking veteran, but his best days are behind him, and I think he's going to struggle here.
He is followed by Once Upon a River, number 5.
Big paddock negative for this, as I'm sure we'll hear from Shamila. He's getting very, very warm. He doesn't look fully wound up after a short break either. His 2 runs this season have been disappointing.
Maiden Neck is number 6, last seen in meeting number 105.
Yeah, beating Daylight home. He's got Luis Morales on board. He's a reasonably useful horse on his best form, but 2 runs this season have been separated by a long absence, and the suggestion is that he's had training troubles and is unlikely to be at his best.
Well, Jcsa has not had a long absence. Number 7 was last here on Thursday last week.
Yes, unfortunately, finishing 17th, also 17th on his previous start, which at least was a step forward from the 18th and meeting 94, and will not mention the 20th and meeting. Oh, sorry, I just have actually. Yeah, not promising, I'm afraid.
Let's move on to Norton Thorpe Boy then. Ran on Saturday, just 5 days ago.
Yeah, he ran okay, but he ran 5th in a 6-furlong turf sprint and not to 80. He's on a different surface, over a different trip, and in deeper company. So I really struggled to fancy him. He's at least fit and running reasonably well, whereas a few of those above him with higher ratings have got a lot to prove in terms of well-being.
Expressionist, another one with a high rating and coming off the back of a win.
Coming back off a really good win as well, was a very game winner of the Security Department Cup last time out, and he was disappointed 3 starts ago, but back to form meeting 94. That was a really good run from him last time out. He's one of a couple from the stable here with a similar rating. He's guaranteed to run well again.
If Liberation Point is horse number 11, last seen last Thursday, disappointing then?
It was disappointing. It's been disappointing since running second and meeting 58. That was a course and distance open behind Los Andes, but his recent form's disappointing.
Let's head down to the paddock and join Shamila. Shamila, tell us who looks good ahead of this incredible race.
Both of the Almondale horses are my eye catchers for this contest. Now, this is a race that is wide open. However, horse number 9, Expressionist, caught my eye straight away. He's absolutely stunning. And this horse actually means a lot to me because I used to actually ride him back when he was trained in Dubai. I used to ride him every single day too. So to have him here in the fantastic hands of the Almondale stables is really good. And he is looking so well. He's done really well this season. He's off the back of a winner last time out at meeting at 107. Tariq Al-Mansour is on board, so everything is in his favor. He jumps out of stall number 9, which is right in the middle, so really good to see, and hopefully Expressionist can end the season on a winner. Now, my second eye catcher is horse number 12, Path of Thunder, also for the Almondale stable. Was second last time out at meeting 108 under Abdullah Alofi and looks like an absolute tank. So those are my 2 eye catchers in this race. It's all about Expressionist for me. Only 1 paddock negative that I've seen, and it's horse number 5 getting very hot and sweaty behind the saddle.
Thank you very much indeed, Shamila. Interesting that she used to ride Expressionist, Rory. I'm wondering if she wishes she was up there on board to take the ride in this race number 9, but might be a bit of pressure there for her.
Indeed, yes. You can see why in a tight battle for paddock pick, she's gone for Expressionist. He's getting a little bit warm though at this stage. From what I saw, the pair of them in the paddock, as I said, going into this race, really tight between the 2 stablemates on form. Path of Thunder, I think he's rated 93 on your race card. He's actually been raised to 95 again after that excellent run last week behind Man of the Night. I think that's marginally, just marginally better form than Expressionist, but there's no more than half a length in it. But I thought he looked terrific and looked really cool and calm and ready to go again, Path of Thunder. So he was just my pick in the paddock. This is Expressionist. You see him in front with the blue cap, looking like he's going to get swamped at one stage here. Wonder Elzam there next to him. Uncle in the green cap comes at him late in the day, and you thought, well, he's run well, but he's going to get run down. Groom in the red cap runs on really well late in the day as well. But Expressionist beats them all off and ends up running out a winner by a length. I thought this was a very, very game performance. Whether it's taken a bit out of him, I don't know, but he's had time to get a little bit warm, and that wouldn't worry me too much.
And Path of Thunder, his half-brother, was upstaged by another half-brother last week, Man of the Night. So we can see Path of Thunder in action last week.
Yes, this is the race where Man of the Night is the horse in the white colours with the green sleeves and the green cap, and Path of Thunder in those Almondale colours, the green with the red epaulets. Comes late and fast on the outside, and the two sons of Night of Thunder. We don't call them half-brothers in our neck of the woods, only the dam's offspring, because the sires have such big crops these days that's the rule of thumb. So they are by the same sire, but we don't call them half-brothers.
Well, with back to thank you for pulling me up on that one, Rory, our resident pedant here in the studio.
That's what I'm here for.
That is Path of Thunder, looking magnificent anyway. So Shamila says he looks good in the paddock. Rory, he's got claims here.
He just looks so cool, and so many horses have got warm tonight for whatever reason, and he looks really well. He hasn't lost any condition since his last run, and on that basis, he's my pick over his stablemate. Although there are other horses to look at, we haven't finished looking at the field yet.
Absolutely, we've got 9 more to get through, and we probably will be short on time.
Don't worry, I put a line through plenty of them.
I'm sure you have.
Yeah.
I'm sure that Wadi is one of them.
Wadi is one of them indeed.
Let's move on to 14 then. Sovereign Prince is an interesting prospect.
He's arguably the most interesting horse in the race. Sovereign Prince makes his debut for Prince Faisal tonight. He won the Zabil Trophy in 2023 for Godolphin. He was also 5th in the Saudi Cup last year, really high-class horse, but he finished lame, or as his jockey reported that he went short late in the race when running in the Jebel Ali Mile when last seen. He's been off the track now for a year since that, and there has to be a worry that he's, again, had his training problems and he might not be absolutely ready for this. If he is, he's going to be hard to beat because his official rating is 105. But I'm always slightly concerned about a horse who's had that little physical issue, changed stables, changed environments, just always a little bit to prove.
Sovereign Prince then, number 14, to keep an eye on. Sunset and Vine with a rating of 95.
Another horse who's rated 95, just like the two that we spoke about from the Almondale stable. And Sunset and Vine is ultra consistent, third, second in his last 4 starts. All in good races. He ran well, went ahead second to Rustam Basha in an open over course and distance last time out. He always seems to run his race. He looks in good order again. He hasn't run up light or anything. So he should run his race. Stall 15 isn't a massive worry as we've seen here. So he comes strongly into the equation as well.
And we've got 7 runners that we still haven't mentioned before we head to mark. We probably don't have time to get through all of them. So just pick out the highlights, Rory, the ones that we're looking at for.
There's only one to mention here. Bonita B, Fast and Loose, and Summer and Seven Hills all have plenty to do at this level. All nice horses in their grade, but this isn't it. Al-Muqaddam actually has the same sort of rating, but did run reasonably well last time out. Went 4th in a 2,000 metre maiden. I thought that was worth mentioning, and the more I read that, the more I think I'm not entirely sure it was worth mentioning. Easy enough to oppose and balance being a maiden after 13 starts. So
you think then it is going to be a battle between the two stablemates, Path of Thunder and Expression?
Yeah, and Sunset and Vine comes into it as well, but I think Path of Thunder is just about the likeliest winner here, but we should be in for an absolute stormer. I'm looking forward to this race more than anything else tonight by some way.
Even more than your dinner after the show.
Even more. Well, it's very late for dinner after the show, isn't it?
It is actually. Good point, Rory. With that in mind, let's head over to our commentator then, Mark Francis, ahead of race number 9.
Perfectly summed up, team. Perfectly summed up. This is a fascinating race, this. I'm going to nail my colours to Sunset and Vine. He just deserves to get his head in front this season. Wall of placed efforts. the last 4 times. Third, second. A head second last time. Agonising defeat. I think he's the one to be on here. There's Al Magadam. Also, Norton Thorpe Boy certainly knows where the winning line is. We're halfway through loading. Plenty of familiar names here. Sovereign Prince, of course, who's run in very high grades in the past. Been up the track a little while. Here comes 7 drums. Goes into 10. About 6 or 7 out the back here. We've just ticked past post time. Farhed Al-Thuredi aboard 7 drums. Here's Maroof, one of the greys. Not to mention Benita B, of course, a filly earlier on, formerly trained by Mick Appleby in the UK. So Maroof comes forward, so too Path of Thunder in the background. Karnas and Al Magadam, the final pair. They're all in at the mile start. And they're off. Great break for tonight's feature. The open race for 4-year-olds and upwards over the 1,600 metres. Let's see where the early pace is going to come from. Red Jacket, Sovereign Prince with the cheek pieces is one of the first to break the line, challenged by the pink jacket of Wadi, showing plenty of speed. Towards that one's inside, Expressionist is also handy. So too the green jacket of Maidenek to make a line of 4. Back towards the inside running rail then. We have Ford, Maddox, Brown just alongside the very pale silks. The pink jacket in midfield of El Bandito. Further out of the racecourse then, Sunset and Vine has a decent pitch into the race, just being stalked there by Karnas, the grey. Deepest on the course, the black jacket of Fast and Loose. Towards the rear of the field, Wissam Al Shajaha is the last one still going. Just preceded there by the grey Maroof, and also Benita B is struggling. As they go down the side of the course then, and I've gone past halfway. Expressionist clinging on to this lead here, but has to be ridden along to do so as Sovereign Prince travels powerfully and effortlessly into the lead. Stalked there by Sunset and Vine. Pushed along for the first time is El Bandito in 4th position, being followed by Norton Thorpe Boy. And down the wild outside, Karnas is beginning to stay on as Sunset and Vine hits the front for the first time. Overtakes Sovereign Prince, who looks beaten, back in 2nd position. Picking up now is Karnas down the centre of the course and being followed by Norton Thorpe Boy. But Sunset and Vine is clear in the... Sunset and Vine will get his day in the spotlight. Ridden up towards the line. Close home. Sunset and Vine has done enough. Close for second, Karnas and also Norton Thorpe Boy were closing all the time to the line, but didn't have enough power to get past Sunset and Vine, who finally gets back to the winner's enclosure. Sunset and Vine, in a time of 1:38.69, has fended off the late challengers of Karnas and Norton Thorpe Boy in that order. A length and a half back to Karnas, who was a head clear of Norton Thorpe Boy. Those two crossed the line practically as one. Sunset and Vine gets a deserved success. Karnas in 2nd position. Norton Thorpe Boy has run a cracker in 3rd place. Path of Thunder, who never got a mention, back in 4th. Al Magadam and 7 drums. The next pair home. It'll be Sunset and Vine, though, banging the drums tonight in the feature.
Sunset and Vine, tipped up by our commentator Mark Francis, gets the winner length and a half ahead of Quanas. What did you make of that run, Rory, from Sunset and Vine? Some consistent results heading into this race?
Yeah, listen, he's run to form. The horse who travelled really strongly for a long way on this was the long-absent Sovereign Prince. He showed that he still got all his old dash, but clearly wasn't 100% fit there and faded out of things later on. But that was a promising return. Sunset and Vine always well placed. I thought Expressionist was always under pressure on the front end. Plenty of them not wanting him to get an easy lead. And we talked about horses who front run. It helps them enormously if they're not put out of their rhythm by horses trying to match strides with them. And he dropped away. Path of Thunder hasn't run particularly well, despite that really good run last time out. So they've run below their form, whereas Sunset and Vine's been struggling to get his head in front, but only, he's been running third, second in really good races. He's of a similar standard, and with his two main rivals running a bit below form tonight, this was his big opportunity, and he's taken it in no uncertain terms. The second and third, slightly surprising ones there. Carnas, I think, was dropped to 80 from 82 for that disappointing run last week. And his best form, my big worry with him, his best form had been up to 7 furlongs. So this mile, and interestingly, Norton Thorpe Boy, who was third, also running over shorter last time out, finishing 5th in a 6 furlong turf sprint. But they've run very well. A couple of them are disappointed, but the ultra consistent Sunset and Vine has got the win he's been promising for some time.
And do you think that Path of Thunder, perhaps this race came just too early for him after last week's massive effort?
You tend to look at them in paddock and try to make an assessment as to, you hope that a horse who's run really well and has turned out quickly would show signs. You're looking for signs that they might not be at their best. He looked absolutely magnificent, but this is the whole thing. His trainer has turned him out here on the basis that he looks well at home. He's eaten his, he's not left a note. He's showing all the right signs. You simply don't find out until you run them again. We've had this issue talking about horses at the Cheltenham Festival. Nicky Henderson's horses really running poorly all week, and he said, we've actually checked these horses out medically before we run them. All the signs are that they're in really good form. They look magnificent in their skin, and then they run as if there's a physical problem with them. I wouldn't say that's quite the case with either of the Almondale horses here, but they clearly haven't run to the same form they showed in recent runs, and this is the issue with turning horses out quickly. Sometimes they'll bounce straight out and they'll be absolutely fine. Sometimes they'll just be a bit flat.
Well, let's talk, shall we, about Sovereign Prince. You had a huge question mark over him, of course, after that long layoff, but this is an encouraging resumption for him.
It was largely encouraging. I'm just looking at the replay there, and actually he's thrown his head up twice early in the straight, and that's a little bit of a worrying sign to me. I hope it's not up. He's dropped out quite quickly in the end, but he's led into the straight and he's shown real dash. And I thought this was very encouraging. But just watching the replay there, you see his head twitch a couple of times, which is a little bit of a worry for me. And it's not like it's the rider's whip on the winner. It's a sign that he's unhappy with something or unwilling. And obviously he stopped quickly on his last start and finished lame. And his jockey said that he felt the horse go short late in the race. And he clearly still has some kind of... the vet looked at him last time and said he wasn't lame and he was given a clean bill of health, but clearly he wasn't right. He didn't run again immediately after that. It's taken him a year to get back on track. So it suggests that they've been looking for a problem that they haven't quite been able to isolate. And while my initial reaction here, watching him to the furlong pole, was this is all good, when you look back at the replay and see how quickly he dropped out and the signs that he showed, the twitch of the head, you're a little bit concerned. So you want to hear positive news about him after the race, and I'll be looking at the stewards report to see if there's anything comes to light about his run. But let's see, the first 3 are clear. Eventually, we see that Path of Thunder runs on to be 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th. He finished 12th in the end. Sovereign Prince with a rating of 105. Now, if you'd asked me straight after the finish where he was, I'd have said, I know he faded out of the places, maybe 4th, maybe 5th, and then you look back and find out he's finished 12th. And it's disappointing how quickly he's dropped through the field, and there might still be an issue there.
Maybe he just didn't want to run, Rory. Is that
well, there's always a possibility as well, yeah, that something has happened in the past, and whenever they get to the pain barrier, which
really game horses just run through the pin barrier all the time, or indeed really stupid horses, depending on which and who you speak to about this. But sometimes a horse something will go wrong and they're unwilling to exert themselves because of fear of something happening again. Obviously, there's no thought process involved. It's just instinct.
Indeed, interesting. It'll be. We'll keep an eye on Sovereign Prince, of course, and bring you news if we have it. Or indeed, it could just be an off day for him. But good to see him back on the track anyway. But a good win for Sunset and Vine, and good to see him get the win, a 6th win in 23 starts. Path of Thunder and Expressionist, a lot of the talk before the race was, of course, about those two. Path of Thunder finishing in 4th, perhaps just too quick a turnaround from his last outing last week. But what about Expressionist, Rory? Was he disappointing?
Yeah, well, he was under pressure from the start. Not so much under pressure as in from his rider, but he got to the front. And he wants to be. What he did last week was he got a fairly easy lead. Then they've come to get him, and because he's been rated by his rider to find a little bit extra under pressure. He's found a bit more and won very gamely. There's a possibility that left a mark on him, obviously, because it was quite a hard race. But the other thing was here, he didn't get in his own rhythm earlier on. Other horses were trying to press him early. Most of them horses, they weren't good enough to win the race, but they were good enough to go up to him and put him off his stride. And again, as we said a lot of times here, it's often about allowing a horse to find its rhythm, get its breathing pattern right, just relax and be able to do its thing. And when you start putting a horse under pressure and you do things that they don't want you to do and they're having to go a little stride faster than they want, all of that can make a big difference to the final result.
And we mentioned at the start of the race, you give your ratings and you say, it has to be above a certain rating to be a contender in this one. Ford Maddox Brown with a rating of 97. Did we see that horse at all feature in that?
No, he's a funny one. He's very in and out, Ford Maddox Brown. He was well beaten last time out, and we were inclined to give him a little bit of a pass for that because he's got the form of going back. Again, his very best efforts came in Taif. He's only had 3 runs in Riyadh this season. 2 of them were early in the season. His poor run last time out came off a break, and we said, well, you see him on the inside there, he's the grey from stall 1. Stall 1's not necessarily the ideal place to be. He wants to be up on the pace as well. He wasn't able to get right up towards the lead, and I think he might just have sulked a little bit, to be perfectly honest. A lot of these horses are fair, although they will win races when things drop right, when things don't drop right, a lot of them could just say, right, well, it's not my day, I'm not going to exert myself. And I think Ford Maddox Brown is kind of in that category.
If I'm not going to win, I don't want to bother.
Yeah, and that's fine. They're often, if you're a trainer, you like a horse that will handicap itself, as it were. So when they're really well in, then they win and they win easily. And then when things are tougher and the chips are down, they just basically back out of things. And horses like that get back on a winning mark quicker because of the distance they're being beaten. And you've got horses who keep coming back to the form at the right time of year. Langer Dan at Cheltenham this week being a perfect example. Lots of chat about that. A horse who's been to Cheltenham multiple times off similar marks, always run well. Through the winter, his form tends to disappear, but for whatever reason, he flourishes in March and did so again this week for Dan Skelton, who's having the week of his life.
Absolutely. Well, let's head to our commentator, Mark Francis, ahead of the 10th race. Mark, are you having the week of your life?
Oh, what a double this is. Cheltenham in the afternoon, Riyadh in the evening. Someday this. We've still got 3 to go. Non-winners of 3 event coming up. All of these horses have broken the maiden tag, I should add as well. And this is run over the 1600 metres for 4-year-olds and upwards. Ben Hamrash is the top one. Abdullah Al Farouz. 2 is HMS Endeavour, Mohammed Al-Yami. Number 3 is Fakir Al-Anea, Sultan Al-Mamoni. Just quickly glancing down the card, they've actually all in fact won 2 races, so one of these will win for the 3rd time. Might be number 4, Consensus de Vega, Khalid Al-Mamoni, a good second last time. Number 5 wins the award for the worst name in horse racing. This is, I'm being told by Rory Delagi, Cupid Charismatic Cutie. Try and get that one fitted into the box. 6 is Aladire for Naif Al-Nazi. 7 is Mot Fayel for Abdullah Al-Kridis, and 8 is Rare Ninja. 9 is a scratch, so we go on to 10, Dignity Joy. We just need the jockey to be confirmed on the 10. Lela Bad is the 11, Abdella Al-Hussein, got a winner tonight, of course. Modrazale for Ferez Al-Sanatan is the 12. 13, Farhad Najad, Abdulaziz Al-Masa. 14 is Bro for Muhammad Al-Shamari. 15 is Tudor for Rayan Al-Taesh, 16 Assad Ali Al-Mamoni, 14, 15, 16, much more nicer names, aren't they? 17 Gurkhali Warrior for Rakan Al-Abaid. 18 Magisterial for Asil Al-Sahani. Tathor, the filly, completes the flag of 3 fillies in here, or mare I should add, being a 6-year-old Fawas Wenas. 20 is Smeaton's Light for Thurb Al-Timyat. And of course with the 9 and absentee, the first reserve, Al-Murtages for Luis Morales, rated a staggering 101. It's great that he's got in. Inherits barrier number 9. Full field then for our non-winners of 3 event. They've all won twice. Who's going to make it a hat-trick?
Many thanks, Mark. Yes, Rory, who is going to make it a hat-trick, because one of these horses, of course, will do just that. Ben Hamrash is horse number 1, last seen in meeting 109.
Yes, was a winner of a handicap at Foss last, which is where he gets his rating of 72 from. That was a 3-runner affair over 7.5 furlongs. He's beaten 17 1/4 lengths into 15th in a non-winners of 3 won by Siaf over 6 furlongs last time out. He's got it to do here, although it's a patchy enough contest, and there's a massive standout in here. We'll get to it towards the bottom of the card. One of the reserves gets in who could absolutely turn this race on its head.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah, we'll get to that a little later on. But let's head first to Shamila down in the paddock. Shamila, who's caught your eye?
Well, guys, I know you've only just started talking about the horses at the top of the card. I'm going to take you all the way down to the bottom of the card. Horse number 21, a reserve that has gotten in, rated 101. Al-Murtages is my paddock selection for this race. Jockey Luis Morales has already had a winner this evening, so he's hoping to make that a double. And Good Magic looks absolutely stunning in the parade ring tonight under the floodlights for Prince Saud bin Salman. So he was clearly my favourite in the parade ring. Hopefully he can get the job done as well. So really lucky that we get to see him today, as he was first reserve. Now, another horse that caught my eye, horse number 4, Consensus de Vega, who I feel like we've seen every single weekend this season. Runs his heart out, really genuine type as well. But I think that horse number 21, Al-Murtages, is definitely the horse to beat in this race. As for paddock negatives, only one for you in this contest. Horse number 11, just wasn't a huge fan of the way he was going around the parade ring. Didn't look super comfortable in himself. And a lot of the horses are getting a little bit hot and sweaty. It is kind of stifling out here. I thought it would be a lot cooler tonight. However, it isn't, but at least the rain has stopped.
Yes, I couldn't believe it when I saw the rain outside, Rory. Never seen rain in Saudi Arabia before.
Well, it does happen.
Yeah, apparently so. Let's get back to the rest of the horses. HMS Endeavour, I suspect you're going to put a line through this one, horse number 2.
Yeah, just I've managed to get the international market up. So an 80-1 shot in the international market, and yes, 2 X's went through him.
Faka Alanaya, number 3.
Yeah, rating of 65. Disappointing twice since winning a maiden earlier in the season. Is not fully exposed, so not without a chance of hitting the frame, but hard to see winning, particularly if the favourite runs to form.
Consensus de Vega has got claims in this.
Will finish second.
Oh, we'll finish second.
She's a talented mare. She's ex-UK. She ran for Rafe Beckett in the UK. She's won twice in her career, but she's been placed an awful lot. She tends to travel extremely well, doesn't find an awful lot more when push comes to shove. I don't want to call her names in the back of it. I know one of our presenters does, but she will travel really well. And then I imagine our favourite is going to blow these apart. Al-Murtages, I think she's by far the likeliest to finish second. So that's one way of tackling this race, trying to predict the first and seconds.
Well, do you want to talk about then Al-Murtages, horse number 21, who's got in the place of number 9, the non-runner, because we've got a lot to get through. So
yeah,
we've
got him in picture at the moment, and he looks really well, gleaming in his coat. We don't have to worry about him turning out quickly after a previous run. He's had 2 runs this season, 6th in meeting 83. Stepped forward on that, only 8th last time out, but that was on the that was in the custodian of the 2 holy mosques last time out, behind par in numbers. He won the 2000 championship, or the local 2000 guineas last season. He is a really high class colt who didn't quite make the grade, trying to qualify for the Saudi Cup this year. The custodian of the 2 holy mosques, a qualifier for that contest. But he's just in a different class to the rest of these. And if he gives his running, he wins by about 10 lengths. Not just wins, he wins by half the track.
Well, this is the horse apparently that will finish second, Consensus de Vega.
And this is Consensus de Vega doing what she does best, finishing second. This is her back to form, with 6.5 lengths second to the Smart Taj Neon, the grey in the green almond deal colours last time out. That was the 7 furlong non-winners of 3 last time out. She's probably best. She's bred for a mile. Her pedigree is a mile through and through. But because she travels well and doesn't find much, she's probably best in a really strongly run 6 furlongs or a 7 furlong contest, as she showed there. The extra distance is a little bit of a question mark for her, but she does stay it. She's got form at a mile, but I would say she would much prefer to be in a well-run 7, as she was in last time out. But again, she has a little bit of a break on the rest of these in terms of current form and current ratings.
Well, let's head to number 5, the horse that Mark says is the worst named racehorse that he's ever come across.
Wonderfully
Cupid's
named
Charismatic Cutie.
Cupid's Charismatic Cutie, which Mark got absolutely spot on.
He did.
She was a 2-time winner in the US. She's not badly bred. She's by a sire called Cupid, hence Cupid's, even though it's spelled QPID. They wanted to call her Cupid's Charismatic Cutie. Obviously, there's way too many characters in that to spell it properly, so they've been inventive with the alphabet. Cupid's Charismatic spelled Carismatek, and then Cutie spelled QTEE.
And why not?
You know, they've made an effort there. I like that.
Well, do you like this horse's chances?
I don't like her form this season. No, she's useful enough, but she hasn't really translated her US form here in 3 starts, and she was well behind Consensus de Vega last time out, so she's not particularly easy to fancy. I think she's the type who might do a lot better next season when she's had more time to acclimatise.
I suspect that you're going to put a line through numbers 6 and 7.
Yes, very much so. Big outsiders. Again, Ala de Rea, that form will come to light in our 12th race. That won a handicap last time out, not a 65, over 1,800 metres. Half the horses she beat are running in our last race tonight, but that again is a not a 65 handicap. This is not a 65 company.
No, there's some real class in this field. We've got about 3 minutes before we get underway, so let's run quickly through these horses. Rare Ninja number 8.
Not firing at present, I say. Got a rating of 73. Barakat doesn't run. 2 X's for Dignity Joy, who doesn't belong in this class of race at all. Leatherband's got nice colours. You want to start saying? I'm sure our long-time producer Greg would very much like the orange and black stripes on Leatherband, but this 66 rated entire doesn't have much of a chance at this level.
Number 12 is Mojawazale.
Yeah, Mojawazale has got place claims on the pick of his form, and he was a winner in meeting 88. That was a 6 furlong non-winners of 2. Tailed off in 3 7 furlongs runs, 3 7 furlong runs since. I don't know what went wrong. That was a good enough race that he won, but he seems to just suddenly taken it's likely taken the wrong horse home.
Interesting indeed. Well, Fajnad is rated 78, the highest rated of the rest, of the second highest rated of the rest of the field. So should we talk word on Fajnad and Tathur?
Yeah, Fajnad does deserve to get a mention. He was a bit disappointing last time out in or 2 starts back in a valuable handicap. That was the Lexus handicap, the Saad bin Mishrif Lexus handicap, I believe, unless I'm getting my Saads wrong. That was a race actually he was 4th in last year, but he'd been off a long time before his reappearance in meeting 63. He then ran 7th in that super hot handicap because the prize is worth an awful lot of money, and was disappointing in a race he really couldn't win last time out. This is a little bit more realistic in terms of the place money, but he's an unlikely winner. He could finish second if Consensus de Vega goes for home too soon.
Let's say third then, shall we? And Tathur, horse number 19, is running off a mark of 82.
Yes, Tathur is 82. Ended last season poorly, 18th, 18th, 14th in the last 3 runs. Was a course and distance open winner in January 2023, but is coming off an absence and is hard to fancy as a result. Gurkhali Warrior is a decent enough horse in his day, but hasn't been at his very best recently, and his best form is at 1.5 miles, so this trip is wrong for him.
Maybe a little bit too short. Horses are loading, so that means we are going to head now to our commentator, Mark Francis.
Yeah, thank you, Rebecca. just the final horse I needed to see in the back of the shot. Dignity Joy, the grey horse with the visor. A similar coloured jacket to this horse, Ben Hamrash. They are different owners, very similar colours. And Hamrash has the blue cap that you can see on the inside. Dignity Joy has the white cap. A great evening's action so far. Last race was an absolute belter, but we've seen some very interesting horses to take into the Taif season. The Arabian from race number 2 springs to mind. Also that outstanding debut of the White Stable horse. Another one to remember. Almertages certainly not got anything of the class of his previous 2 outings in this. Looks an ideal opportunity. They're lined up. 1,600 metres once again. Which horse will land the career hat-trick? Let's find out. And they're off. Starter presses the button. Rare Ninja, yellow blinkers, was the slowest into stride, but there's plenty of pace early on. Bro in the cheek pieces, 2/3 of the way over from Shot, is one of the first to break the line, but careering across now in the orange jacket is Smeaton's Light to lead the parade. Smeaton's Light just narrowly in front to Bro in second position. Back towards the inside, we have Cupid's Charismatic Cutie, who, of course, is up with the pace. So, too, is Ben Hamrash towards the inside. This is the first 4. Modrazali's White Cap is in 5th position, racing in company there with Tudor. Deeper out of the racecourse, then we have Taff Thor, who's racing side by side to Magisterial, and also kept wide there is Gakali Warrior, as going the shortest way up the inside running rail is Consensus de Vega, racing alongside HMS Endeavour. Towards the rear of the field, Aladire is one of the last still going, so too is Rare Ninja, and the one that's struggling completely is Dignity Joy. As down the turn they go, swinging left-handed on the approach back towards the straight, and it's Ben Hamrash now who has opened up by 3 lengths. Now challenged along the outside now by Tudor, who has gone into second position. Consensus de Vega has emerged now to move up into second, and these two now go on. Picking up late on is Magisterial, as the front 2 having a real ding-dong battle here. On the outside is Tudor. Consensus de Vega is plugging on though on the far side and continues to rally. It's between these two. Consensus de Vega narrowly ahead of Tudor. They've drawn 6 lengths on. Just got up. Consensus de Vega and Tudor. That is 1 for the judge. Closest finish of the night. Consensus de Vega, second last time. Has she got her day? Consensus de Vega and Tudor, who's ran a game race, regardless where he's finished. These two drew right on then from the rest of the pack. And we're awaiting confirmation. On first viewing, I thought Consensus de Vega has got up, and she has, in a time of 1:39.33. Jockey glances over, he wasn't sure, Khaled Al-Memoni. But on this evidence, you can clearly see that Consensus de Vega's nose is just about down in the right place. Tudor certainly makes it interesting, but I reckon that's about a head between them. 4 has beaten 15. Best of the rest was Magisterial, and then next across the line was Assad. There came the favourite Almertages, no better than 5th. What a great battle we saw to the line there. Consensus de Vega, second last time out, goes 1 better in race number 10.
Well, Consensus de Vega gets the win. Rory, you were adamant before this race. You said that horse finishes second. She didn't. She got the win, just holding off Tudor, who was an incredible second. We didn't expect this horse to be anywhere near the mix.
No, well, we had Consensus de Vega rated 83. We had Almurtiges rated 101. So we didn't really expect a horse rated 67 to be in there. But again, the favourite's blown his lines badly. Luis Morales actually dropped his reins at one point in the race, but it didn't make a difference to the result. He just wasn't travelling at any point. And you could wonder what the benefit of running him in this race was. I thought it was kind of a confidence booster after a tough race in the custodian of the two holy mosques last time out, but that must have left a bit of a mark. I mean, the idea was for him to take a very different path, but he couldn't qualify for the Saudi Cup. This was an enormous drop in class, almost worrying drop in class. One of those things that you pick up with horses in the US who are sort of running and claiming races that are way below their level, and you wonder why they're running on such a bad race, and sometimes you find out afterwards. But yeah, he hasn't run a race at all, and that's very disappointing from him. But it made it a very different race. Consensus de Vega, as always, has travelled really, really well. Tudor hasn't shown an awful lot here, to be perfectly honest, but he was a dual winner in the UK. With Kevin Philippart de Foy, I believe. He won twice at Lingfield, over a mile and a quarter, mile and a half. This would be a short trip for him. I can't think the last time he ran over a mile. It would have been 2 years ago in the UK, and he's just taken time to come to himself. But you would have thought, even showing the best form he had in the UK, he shouldn't have been good enough to win this. He was running off marks in the mid-70s and running okay, and then he's come here and he hasn't shown an awful lot. You'd have thought, right, okay, well, maybe he'll come back to his best, but it'll still leave him well short, even if the favourite doesn't win. Consensus de Vega rated 83 and getting weight. She was getting £4 from him, so she should have been £21 clear of him, which is about 10 lengths, but she's only just struggled home. He's just found himself coming to the end of his tether very late on. She looked like she was going to finish second again, but she's managed to find enough in the last 100 metres to get her head back in front. And she does win races. She just, as I said, she travels so well. She looks like winning a lot more. And then I don't think she's ungenuine. I think she just does a lot of her racing on the bridle. And I think horses who do that, they're actually very generous. The jockey doesn't have to ask them for an effort. They give it. And then when the jockey has to ask for something, it's because the tank is empty. So I think she gets called names that she doesn't really deserve. But she's got her head in front. She's certainly been running well enough to justify that win, but the race was rather presented to her by the favourite fluffing his lines very badly.
And you said before this race at Consensus de Vega there was a question mark over the extra distance, so perhaps that kind of explains the close finish. You know, she might have been fading. Tudor wants further than the mile, and so could have gone either way, really. Yeah,
I mean, if you say it like that, it sounds like Tudor should have been getting the better of it, but of course, stamina isn't a one-dimensional thing. If you're running faster than ideal over a trip that's shorter for you, you're still going to fade late on. It's not like your stamina kicks in again. So he's gone fast, and obviously he's got tired very late in the day. But he's run really well compared to what he's been doing recently. But the big effort he was making for 3 or 4 furlongs just took its toll late on. Her class is just, relatively speaking, has seen her gain the day. And there's nothing wrong with her attitude. You know, horses who want to if she wanted to finish second, it would have been very easy just to stay ahead behind him in the finish. She's had to find a little bit extra to win. And 1 or 2 people who've called her naughty names should now be apologising to her.
Yeah, we don't like that.
No names mentioned. Callum Halliwell.
Poor old Callum. Let's head now to Mark Francis, who I'm sure would not be calling this horse names at all. So Mark, ahead of the penultimate race of the night, let's get the runners and riders.
Yeah, it's fair to say if Rory hadn't exposed Callum's name, I certainly would have done so. Thank you, Rory, for taking it away from me. Anyway, yes, we're on to the penultimate race already. This is race number 11 over the Saudi Cup distance of 1,800 metres. Seems a long time ago now since we had the Saudi Cup on, but we are at the closing weekend of the season. This is over the mile and 1 furlong, a maiden for 4-year-olds. And headed by number 1, Muta Natha for Luis Morales. 2, Hal Hill for Naif Al-Anazi. 3 is the first of 2 greys, Mudhim for Abdullah Al-Farouz, and Karain for Iyad Al-Tarizi in the 2 shades of green is number 4. Al Mario is 5 for Mohammed Al-Sharima. The only filly in the lineup is Webar for Turkey Alofi. 7 is Al Mujad Muhammad Al-Shamari, racecourse debut here today. And Sprezzatura is the 8 for Abdullah Al-Deeb. 9 is Dr. Hisham for Mohammed Al-Nasser. 10 is Night Moon, rated 47 for Abdullah Al-Orfi. 11 is a scratch, so we go on to 12. Bay for Ali Al-Mutib. 13 is In the Storm for Rakan Al-Abaid. 14, Cute Boy, waiting a jockey aboard that one. 15, Al-Hazem for Osama Al-Sharani. 0 from 10 so far and has twice finished 10th on his last 2 outings. Al-Matayab is the 16 for Yusuf Al-Hussein. And Dandy's Secret, the 17 for Mohammed Al-Habib. Smote is 18, Abdulaziz Al-Massa. 2 starts so far, no joy. Sabir Al-Maidan is number 19 for Ali Al-Mamoni. Garrett Lane is the 20, Khalid Al-Mamoni. The brothers drawn side by side. And 21 also gets a run. Northern Diplomat gets into 11 in the cheek pieces in the absence of course, number 11, Al-Aziza. So 1 reserve gets in, Northern Diplomat into 11. Otherwise, full field as per race card. A maiden here over 1,800 metres for our second to last race.
Thank you very much, Mark. We'll join up with Mark again in around about 10 minutes' time while the runners are filing into the parade ring ahead of this race. Rory stepping up to 1,800 metres, and again, a big field for this one. Let's start from the top. Horse number 1, Mutanatha.
Has a rating of 74, which makes him the pick on ratings in this contest. Second 3 times in Taif, including in a 2,000 metres open. The downside is having switched to Riyadh, 2 poor runs, meeting 67, and then off a break again and meeting 92. Once again comes off a short break. Maybe 3rd time's a charm here. It does sometimes take horses a bit of time to get used to the track, but he's got a little bit to prove, even though he is on paper the horse to beat. Looks very well though, as we see in our picture at the moment.
And I imagine that you'll want to skip past Hal Heel with a rating of just
as quickly
35.
as is humanly possible.
Let's move on then. Mudhim, horse number 3.
Yeah, Mudhim is rated 67. Joyance second in on the ratings. 2 lengths third to Yum Saeed, and of course in distance maiden on the 18th of January. And we'll see he had one of these right behind him that day, didn't he? Smotes, number 18. So Mudhim's got a very strong chance on that, if you believe that Mutanatha isn't able to show his best form here.
And there he is, there, horse number 3. Moving on then, number 4, Kieran, running off a mark of 55.
Yeah, he's not without a chance on the pick of his form. Again, he just seems to have trained off a little bit out of the first 10 in his last 3 starts. And while he could get involved on his best, it's difficult to make a strong case for him.
Armorid is number 5, disappointing last time out as well.
Rated 60, doesn't have an awful lot to find, but another one whose form in Taif looks a lot better than his form in Riyadh, and he needs to step up on what he's done in 2 starts here of late. Number
6, Weber, looks to be improving.
Yeah, he's had 9 starts, only 3 this season though, and he's been running reasonably well. 4th to Abura in a 7 furlong maiden last time out, although it says 5th on my card. They're beating 8 lengths that day anyway. My negative with him is he's tried 1,800 metres and was well beaten when trying it. Again, or she rather, I wouldn't rule her out entirely, but that's a question mark for me.
And Al-Majd as well, question marks around horse number 7.
He, Al-Majd, is a newcomer here. The dam was a 2-time stakes winner in the US, and he is a half-brother to US winner Heatson Zap. So I thought this gelding really needed a look. As a good pedigree, the fact that he's only making his debut as a 4-year-old at this stage of the season is a little bit of a negative, but certainly on paper he's of interest.
And Sprezzatura, number 8.
22 lengths 8 to Artage in a 2,000 metre maiden last time out, and he's easy enough to swerve on that evidence.
And I assume you're going to swerve Dr. Hisham, who's not been seen since meeting 37.
Doesn't look too bad, but yeah, it's been off for a long time and only beat one home that day, I believe, in Taif. So yes, I wouldn't be at all surprised to see him do better somewhere down the line, but a couple of negatives there, and others are preferred as a result.
And Night Moon, you suspect number 10 will be outclassed in this one?
Yeah, 6 runs, so he's looking a bit exposed, and a rating of 47 suggests that a few of these need to run way below form for him to win.
Bebe, number 12, has had some pretty poor results as well.
Yeah, run okay in Taif and meeting 36, but has run poorly twice here. Familiar story with a few of these, and needs to leave those efforts behind.
Yeah, in the Storm as well, number 13, similar profile as well, disappointing results.
Looks terrific, and is actually quite well bred. He's a son of Harry Angel, but he's had 7 runs here. He's not been in the first 10 all season. The runs are terrible, but he really does catch the eye in the paddock. But I think he's just one of those horses who looks well but doesn't show much ability when he races.
All style, no substance, perhaps.
Yeah.
Let's move on to Cute Boy.
Not progressing. 8 race maiden, rate at 57. Not sure he's able to run to 57 at the moment.
Al Hazem, number 15, has he ever been in the top 10?
10 runs, he's finished 10th in his last 2 starts. That was slightly better than what he'd done previous to that, but no, there's not an awful lot to cling on to in recent evidence with him.
Number 16, Al-Mutayyib, is a different story though, had some good results.
This is a very interesting one, but in fairness, he's carrying the same colours as the really interesting one in the last race. He disappointed. I just wonder whether a few of these in the Prince Saud colours are getting a run at the end of the season before being let down and packed off. But he looked very promising on his final start in Taif when 3rd to Koothny Mac. Now, Koothny Mac looked like he was going to develop into a really good horse. He didn't, but Al-Mutayyib looked like he would go places, so he's an interesting one here.
Well, let's head to the paddock and join Shamila. Shamila, Rory said that horse number 13 in the Storm really catches the eye in the paddock, doesn't really show much on the track. Is that the case? Is In the Storm looking good down there?
In the Storm, in fact, is one of my paddock eye catchers. However, not my official paddock eye catcher. That would be horse number 18, Smote, a 4-year-old gelding by Dark Angel, trained by Bidin Asabay and will be ridden by Abdulaziz Al Musa. Was 4th last time out at meeting 91. He's really nicely put together horse. He is sporting some blinkers today as well as a tongue tie. And I'm not sure if he will win the race. However, he's the best looker in the parade ring by far. So I think that would be a crime if I chose any other horse but him. He is absolutely stunning, and hopefully he can end his season in the placings at least. So horse number 18, Smote for me. In the Storm looks well, and so does horse number 3, Mudhim for Abdullah Al Manif. Those are my 3 positives in the race, and we're talking about negatives. And the only negative that I could come up with is horse number 10, Night Moon, doesn't look 100% fit. But I do have to say a huge congratulations to Khalid Al Mamoni, the winning jockey of our previous race, as he has now reached 50 winners and has now become a professional jockey.
Congratulations indeed. A huge achievement for Khalid Al Mamoni, having won that one on consensus to Vega in race 10. That's great and well deserved for him, isn't it, Rory?
It is, and the great thing is he will still be well supported here. Often when jockeys ride out their claim in the UK, suddenly trainers move on to the next promising claimer, and it's difficult to keep making your way when the claim goes. But I'm sure that the trainers who've been given regular rides to Khalid Al Mamoni will keep giving him those rides, and he fully deserves them.
Yes, he does. Very much. Definitely proved himself anyway. Back to the runners. Dandy Secret, number 17. We've not seen him since meeting 46.
No, he's got a rating of 56. He had showed bits and pieces of form in Taif, but not enough to think he was going to win a maiden. And after 10 runs, you can't really see any improvement from him.
And this is Shamila's pick, number 18, Smote.
Yeah, I like Smoked, I'm afraid to say. Gets 3 stars with me.
3 stars. We've not had 3 stars for a while.
Yeah, he was. You will see the footage of him shortly. He was behind Mudhim last time out, but Mutim's ended up running on really well late in the race after not looking to get involved and plugged on into a place, whereas Smote led and got swallowed up late in the day. I think Smote did a little bit too much too early on that occasion. He's only had the 2 runs. That was an improvement on debut last time out, and I think he should step up enough to turn the tables, and with a slightly more restrained ride, but not too much. I think he's more than capable of getting off the mark here, and he is the likeliest winner with me.
You make a compelling case for number 18, Smote, as does Shamila, and we have Nagia Alam on our YouTube channel who's going for Smote as well, and as well going for Almarid, horse number 5. Let's move on then, number 19, Sabaya Al Maidan.
Yeah, another one with that profile. Good enough form in Taif to win this, not good enough form in Riyadh. And some of those Taif horses will eventually click here, but despite the fact that Sabia Al Maidan with a rating of 64 has very little to find, hasn't been running to that mark in Riyadh on recent starts. And
Garrett Lane has had some pretty okay results, 2 5th-place finishes, but it's been a while.
Yeah, he was 5th to Yum Saeed and a 5 furlong, and a course and distance maiden last time out, beaten 5.5 lengths. He got 1 star from me, did Garrett Lane. He is, with a rating of 67, he's right up there as well. As I said, the horse who's clear on the ratings is a Taif horse. That's a top one, Mutanather. Otherwise, there's 3 of them with a rating of 67. One of those is Garrett Lane. And I think he's run to his rating in his last 2 starts. Coming out of stall 20, not a massive negative here. Better than stall 19, I say.
Well, we've seen many winners coming from the wide stalls, haven't we? We saw that on the turf last week. Obviously, the wide stalls on the turf weren't the place to be, but the wide stalls on the dirt seem to be advantageous.
Yeah, they're not a problem. Obviously, in races where there's a lot of speed from the low numbers, it can be difficult for those who are drawn high with early speed just to tuck in. But generally speaking, with sort of speed across the track, jockeys riding horses wide just have plenty of room, again, to let the horses find the stride out wide, go forward on the wide track, and then just move in when they find their momentum and find a position towards the head of the field. And plenty of horses win races with that style of racing.
And especially in a race like this, run over 1,800 metres, so plenty of time to get across from that wide position and up to the head of the pack. Well, the last horse that we will mention is Northern Diplomat. Number 21 gets in for 11, which is a non-runner. It's been a while since we've seen Northern Diplomat on the track.
Yeah, I wonder whether he might need this run after a break. He was certainly a creditable enough 5th. No, he's beaten 5 lengths into 8th, rather, behind Most Strike in a 7 furlong open on his most recent start. Rating of 67 again, puts him right up there. That's a good run in comparison to some of these finishing closer in maidens. If he's ready to go again after a break, then he'd have a chance. That was his best effort, but he was returning from the track a week after his previous run. So I just wonder whether he's the type of horse to run better after a recent run, but one to consider all the same.
Well, it looks as though we are running a little behind schedule here. The race is due off at 1:20 local time. It's 1:19 at the minute, and the horses are all still in the parade ring. It's not often we see delays here in Riyadh, so it's a bit surprising, unclear what exactly has caused this delay, but hopefully we'll be seeing the horses onto the track soon enough, and we'll get this race underway. This is the penultimate race of the night, run over 1,800 metres. Rory, just looking at the races that we've had so far, they've thrown up some pretty unexpected results, haven't they?
We've seen a couple of funny ones, yeah.
Yeah, we have. We last week saw pretty much the winners coming from the favourites as we'd expected, but some unexpected results here today. This is number 3, Mudhim. Shamila likes the look of this horse based on paddock appearance.
Yes, and this is Mudhim finishing 3rd last time out. Smote, who finishes 4th, leads off the bend and kicks away and just gets tired late on. This is over course and distance. They're all chasing Smote at this stage, and Mudhim just struggles to find top gear. You know, he's plugging away, and eventually he will get on terms with those in front. He wasn't really quickening. He finishes in front of Smote, but looking at this run, I thought if Smote was just ridden with a little bit more restraint, or if you put the two of them in a match, you'd like to think that Smote would have the tactical speed to put Mudhim away. Less experience, therefore open to more improvement as well. Mutim is the one who's more likely to give his running because he's got more experience. We know pretty much what to expect of him. We know his run style. Smokes only had the 2 runs. He was well beaten on debut. That was a big improvement. So we're never quite sure. We expect him to improve again, but you're never entirely sure with the horse who's only had 1 or 2 runs exactly how they're going to go forward. But he got a very positive mention from the paddock from Shamila. And as I said, looking at that race, you think if they ran that again and didn't kick so early off the bend, I think he would have finished comfortably ahead of Mutim. And I think he can turn the tables if in the same form. Sometimes that's a big if, isn't it?
Well, we haven't seen either of these horses run since then, so this is the form that we're basing both of those on, is that last race that they met and they went head-to-head. So
yeah, it's a nice break. I like that kind of break. When horses are backing up after a week, I think you're often looking for specialists. You're looking for horses who actually want to be running very quickly off a break, and a lot of horses don't. Whereas a break from week 91, fitness should be no issue at all, but there's been enough recovery time there for there to be no excuses.
Yeah, absolutely. I don't think that too many of these horses, I think that Al Hazem, number 15, last ran in meeting 100, but that is the most recent run of any of these horses, so it's good to see that they've had plenty of rest between meetings, because we've seen a lot of these horses actually ran last week as well here in Riyadh, so it's good to see that they've had a break. And
we're going to see a lot of that in race 12 as well, a lot of them running in a very similar race. Last time out, turning out again in the 2400 metre finale.
Squeezing it all in before the break, before we head to Taif in July. So Rory, you've made a great case for Smote. You've given Smote 3 stars, but given the credentials of Mutim, very similarly matched horses. Just the 2 stars for Mutim.
Yeah. And I've given a star at Garrett Lane, who I think is a possible winner as well. And if I could have another star to throw out, it might be for Al Mutayab, but I don't have any more stars. I've run out of stars.
You can give as many stars as you like, Rory.
Well, I could do, but then it would just lose its currency, wouldn't it? Or the currency would lose its value.
Absolutely. Well, look, you made the star system, Rory, so you make the rules. Anyway, the horses are heading down to post a little later than we would have expected. They would chew off at 1:20 local time. It's now 1:23, not massively late, but still. It's unusual for Riyadh, isn't it, Rory?
It is, but in fairness, even when we're late out of the parade ring, it's remarkable how quickly they can get them down to the start and into the stalls. So before you can blink your eye, we'll be ready to go. And hopefully we'll be back on time for the final race of the night.
Yes, I'm sure we will be.
Because, we get some sleeping beauties who may not last for too much longer.
Absolutely. Not too long to go now. Anyway, this is the penultimate race of the evening. Horses are all down at post. We saw their horse, number 7, Al Majad, who's making his racecourse debut at 4, just being helped down by one of the outriders. So clearly needs a bit of a helping hand to get down there. Perhaps the magnitude of the occasion is quite a lot for a first-time starter.
Yes, I mean, as I said, he's really interesting, but the fact that he's only getting to the track at this stage of his life suggests that he's been backwards and a bit green. But he's very interesting on paper.
What do you make of Night Moon, Rory, number 10, obviously rated just 47? Shamila says he doesn't look fit. Obviously, she's the expert. She's down in the paddock having a proper look.
Indeed.
We saw him just there. Didn't look.
Well, he's run more recently than most, but I'm guessing he's just a bit buttery.
Buttery. I've not heard that term before.
That might just be the way he is, a little bit soft. So although he should be fit, he's probably not been running fast enough to actually get himself in proper shape.
Well, we will see shortly. Anyway, the horses are down at the stalls. They'll shortly be loading, and so we'll shortly be joining our commentator, Mark Francis, for the penultimate race of the evening. This is the local and imported fillies and colts maiden for 4 years. 4-year-olds. I don't think we've got any older than 4 in this race, do we?
No, I think it is just for 4-year-olds. I think I did say 4-year-olds and older earlier on, but you don't tend to get 5-year-olds rocking up in maiden races. Whereas in the UK and Ireland, often the older horse maiden races aren't just for the 4-year-olds. They're open to horses who haven't managed to get their head in front. So you often get horses who've been running over jumps, been able to get a run on the flat to get a handicap mark. Whereas that's not really an issue here in Saudi Arabia.
No, not a jump in sight here in Riyadh. Horses shortly loading, and I think that we can head down to the start to join our commentator, Mark Francis, for this, the 11th race of the night, coming up to 1:30 local time here in Riyadh.
Yeah, thank you, Rebecca. Wide open maiden, this is. I'll tell you one that we should mention. Al Mataya, Yusuf Al Hussein rides for the colours of Prince Sal bin Salman. I'm not sure this horse will be winning today, but he's certainly a horse to follow come the type season. So they're clearly just blowing away the cobwebs today, ready for another go in the West. So I'll be keen to keep an eye on Al Mateev. Not really too sure what price he is today, but more as a viewing perspective. In terms of race winner, it's very difficult indeed. These types of races, this end of the season. And looking down the list, there's plenty that have got a chance here. You run the race sort of 10, 12 times, you probably have 12 different winners. But I think I'll go with Mudhim in 3. Mutanatha, if he gets a good break, may be hard to catch. Smoked has already been well touted by our crew. But I'll go with Mudhim. I also thought Garrett Lane was a good looker in the paddock. Big white face with Garrett Lane, way out in 20. So I'll go with Mudhim to win. And I'll be keeping an eye on Al Mateev's progress as Connections Eye another season in Taif was coming up in June or July. Not too sure when the start date is. I'll be put back a little bit from last year, but we shall keep our eyes to the ground. Mudhim comes forward, halfway through loading. This horse here, Sabir Al Maidan, slightly different colours than advertised in the race card. Much more yellow than black, as is hinted on the card. So keep an eye for Sabir Al Maidan. Just receiving some attention is Al Mateeb. Should be okay to run, however. This is Webar, the only filly in the lineup, daughter of our dad. Of course, was a top horse in his day back in the UK. Turkey Alofi on board. 3 starts this season, twice in the placings. Al Mario comes in. Is that Al Marik, I should say? I think I've just crossed over a little bit of his O or Q and made it an O. So it's definitely Al Marik. Al Mateo just being trotted forward now to complete the line for our penultimate race here on a Thursday. Stand by. And they're off and racing. On the 9 furlong start, the one that was slowest into stride was Cute Boy from stall number 14 and races rather awkwardly in the early stages. Towards the far side of shot, Mutanatha got a good break from stall number 1 and has challengers for the lead in the shape of Hal Heel, much towards the centre. The dark jacket of Spreza Tura now goes on with the brown sleeves of Dr. Hisham prominent. So too is the green headgear of Bay Bay, just being bumped along for a few strides. Just ahead of that one is Wehabar. 1 or 2 of these are hopelessly outpaced, including Al Marik, who is some way behind the main body of the field, of which begin to make the journey down the end of the back straight and towards the inside. Sprez Atura, by virtue of the inside running rail, has his nose in front, but being overtaken now by Dr. Hisham, who takes the lead. The yellow cap there is Northern Diplomat in 3rd position. Just being pushed along now is Bay Bay. So too creeping into it is Al Mateev in 5th position, just being preceded by Smote. He's probably 4th or 5th at the minute. Just behind this wave then, we have the green jacket of Bay Bay, who has got runners in and behind. Towards the inside running rail, the one that's picking off 1 or 2 scalps is Night Moon, being followed through by Wehi Bar. Coming under a drive now is Al Mateev, and sticking to the task out wide is Kareen, as this leader still goes pretty well. And this leader is Dr. Hisham. Making progress now into 2nd is Northern Diplomat. In 3rd position is Sprez Atura. Down the wide outside, continuing to stay on in the blue colours, is Night Moon. But Dr. Hisham is opening up and clearing away at the field. Dr. Hisham by 8, 9, 10 widening lengths and racing up towards the line. This is a 1-horse race. 14th back at meeting 37. Back after the layoff, Dr. Hisham has absolutely bolted up. 2nd place for Night Moon. Close for 3rd, involving Garrett Lane and possibly Mudhim as well. Dr. Hisham has absolutely destroyed them here in a time of 1:52.95. It's been off the track so many months. And you can see why they were urging to get this horse to run at Riyadh on the final week of the season. Has won in commanding style. 11 3/4 lengths the winning distance. The biggest winner of the night for sure. Garrett Lane confirmed in third, a further 2 lengths behind Night Moon. Mudhim best of the rest in 4th position. Mohammed Al Nasser on start number 3 on Dr. Hisham has guided him to the front and didn't see a challenger come the 2 pole. Night Moon in 2nd, Garrett Lane 3rd, Mudhim 4th, Northern Diplomat ran okay, the reserve in 5th, and Al Marid got up for 6th position. 9, 10, 20, Dr. Hisham in a romp.
Well, Dr. Hisham left it late to make his seasonal debut, but what an incredible run that was. Rory, it was a one-horse race, and this isn't a horse that we'd have picked beforehand. We haven't seen him run since meeting number 37, 14th then, but my goodness, he was in a different class.
He was. He's a half-brother to a winning hurdler in the UK called Geneva Dragon. He's got a UK pedigree by Ortad out of a mare called Glen Ginny, who's a red clubs mare. He had one run last season when finishing 5th. As we said, he ran once this season, way back in meeting 37 at Taif, and finished well down the field. As I said, I didn't rule him out beforehand because I thought he caught the eye pre-race that day, but obviously big break between first 2 runs, poor run last time, another break between runs. It does throw questions up, and of course no really reliable form for Dr. Hisham, but he looked absolutely different class to these. You've got to bear in mind this is right at the end of the season. Some of these horses haven't run to their form. The runner-up on the Night Moon was rated 47 and was coming off a poor run. So let's not go mad about the form, but clearly he's a horse who's a lot better than he's shown so far, and physically he looks the part. He is seemingly difficult to train, but this was a good performance. Clearly he'll stay a mile and a quarter. He'd jump a hurdle. He might be worth. If it doesn't work out here, there'll be a few jumps trainers in the UK wouldn't mind getting their hands on him. A horse with that sort of physique and this winning form. And he was always in the lead. He jumps out in the middle of the pack there. Sprezzatura showed a little bit earlier on. Weba showed up in the storm, showed a little bit of early pace, but he was always right up there, bounced out in front, was briefly led by maybe one other runner in the race, but he's always happy where he is. And a few of these over racing, you see him behind, a few of them racing very freely. As often happens when you get a race delayed, horses get a little bit upset, they just boil over a little bit. And not many are on an even keel, but he's relaxed, he's perfectly happy, and he runs his own race, and everything else is doing something else. I thought for a long time that Smote was going okay on the outside, but he was soon in trouble when push comes to shove, as the winner just begins to press on. And he doesn't sort of press the accelerator here, he just lets him move away a little bit, get away from the horse on his inside. He was pressuring him earlier on. Again, not wanting to have his stride upset by another horse. And he just gradually comes away from his field at this stage, impressively. Time of 1:52.95 is pretty good for 1,800 metres. Again, we're not suggesting this is a 100-plus performer, given that he's only beaten a horse rated 47 in the end. But he's certainly won this very, very easily, and could be capable of a lot better. Physically, he's impressive. How fragile he is. You see horses like this and you assume that they're really robust, but because he's only raced twice in his life so far, and there were gaps between both those races, he clearly has some sort of physical issue. But he looked in absolutely tremendous form here and won impressively. He was very hard to find on paper.
He really was.
But if you had no information at all and all you had was the paddock, he'd have been on your short list given those looks. But we've seen a few horses like that who just look a picture in the paddock, and they're show horses, not race horses. But he's obviously got the looks for a show and the engine to race.
He absolutely does. He travelled so well. He looks really well, and he looked so relaxed, so composed, and just really at home throughout that race. Really impressive run from Dr. Hisham. You said, Rory, he could stay 1.25 miles. Where next for this horse? Connections, obviously, we'll be looking at a plan now for this horse. So clearly, we've got a break in the season.
The interesting thing is what the handicapper does, because you're beating a horse rated 47. If the second wasn't in there and he'd beaten Mudhim or Garrett Lane by the distance that he has, and Garrett Lane's run on to be third, and you go, well, Garrett Lane's a 67 horse and he's beaten him 10 lengths. That makes him a 90 horse in this rating. That would be a dangerous assumption to make, and obviously just behind Garrett Lane is Mudhim, and you could very easily make that assumption with those two, that they've run to their mark because they're right beside each other. But the problem you have with that is Night Moon, who's had 7 career runs, hasn't run anywhere close to this before, and that holds the form down. So the handicapper really has to rate it through Night Moon, and if he does that, then Dr. Hisham can't get a particularly stiff mark. I didn't hear the winning distance from Mark in commentary, but he's won by double digits, hasn't he?
Oh, easily, absolutely.
So again, you're basically giving him at least £1.5 pounds, close to £2 per length that he's won by, and if you say let's say the runner-up has run to 55, because clearly he's beaten the rest of the field. This is one of his best runs, if not his best run. Then you basically extrapolate that on the distance this horse has won by, and that's roughly the rating the handicapper is going to come up with, I think.
He'll be interesting to watch out for next season anyway, to see what mark he's given. Speaking of marks, let's head to our commentator then, Mark Francis, who's standing by ahead of the final race.
World-class throw, that one, Rebecca. Very much rate that one indeed. 11 3/4 lengths, Rory, was the winning distance. A facile victory for Dr. Hisham. I look forward to see where he goes next. Now we've arrived at our final contest, can you believe? We close with a local bred handicap, 0 to 65 for 4-year-olds and upwards. Tight little heat this. They're all rated very closely indeed. Headed by number 1, Shiblack Cloud. Rated 63 on the paper. Yasser Al-Bakawi rides. Higher than that in the ratings is Alatam, number 2, 65, the top rated. Along with number 3, Mohammed Al-Sharima. Interesting that horses 1 and 2 draw 19 and 18 out in the car park. So that's how our handicap works, of course. Number 3, Deauville, Abdullah Al-Farouz. Also not with a very pretty draw indeed, out in 17. 4 will be glad that he or she's not running. On to 5, Sanair Al-Bashmar is the mount of Mohammed Al-Nasser. Layayun Ghali is number 6, Ali Al-Matib. And 7, Abu Shaybar Sultan Al-Mamoni. Al-Sahouk, Abdullah Al-Hussein, still got a chance of a rare double. And Kahilat Delmon, bottom on that page, where's the blinkers for Hamza Saad. Men Ayla is a maiden for Abdullah Al-Kridis, number 10. 11 is Sabil Al-Khair for Osama Al-Sharani, I should say. 12 is Ez Al-Farez. 13 is Sarah Evo for Mohammed Al-Habib. 14 is Haruf Ferb Al-Tanya, 80th start on the racecourse. Behabs Al-Bari for Tariq Al-Mansour is number 15. And Asula is the 16 for Iyad Al-Tarizi. Nasayem Al-Riyadh, drawn much towards the inside running rail in 3, is the mount of Abdulaziz Al-Massa. 18, Al-Najim Al-Qasim for Mohammed Al-Yami. Now, outside and inside here for 19 and 20, Mil Baroud for Abdulaziz Al-Yesh has the widest draw in 20. And back towards the inner in 1 is number 20, Ethabat Al-Wasil for Rakan Al-Abaid. The non-run of the 4 means we have 1 reserve that gets in. That's a maiden, Ashkar Asaf. The ride of Naif Al-Anazi inherits barrier number 4. A very, very tight 0 to 65 for our ending race.
Thank you very much, Mark. Yeah, very tight indeed, Rory, for the final race, 0 to 65 handicap. There's a number of contenders in this one, all rated 57 and upwards, I believe, in this final contest of the night. So let's start with our first runner.
60 and upwards in actual fact, because the 57, the last 2 at the bottom don't get in.
My mistake.
So they're even tighter than that.
Look, it's coming up to 2 a.m. local time.
I know,
I'm tired.
I know. It's understandable, but my job is to be pedantic.
Thank you for keeping me right. Well, this is Shiblat Cloud Horse number 1.
Yeah, not from 12 in her career, and was absolutely stuffed in a 0 to 65 handicap last time out behind Aladuria, in which quite a lot of these horses ran. Impossible to fancy on that evidence.
Alatam, last seen in last Thursday, actually, number 2.
Yeah, unplaced on his only try at this trip. His win came over a mile 2 starts back when he beat Halat Al-Mutara. That run last week was disappointing and stepping up markedly in trip. Stamina a worry. And stamina's a worry for a lot of these, because we're looking at a lot of these horses running over 1,800 metres last week. This is the same grade of handicap, so they're all running in it, but a lot of them are unproven over this 1.5-mile trip.
Yes, it's going to be a difficult contest for some of these runners. Deauville is number 3 and has had some decent results recently.
Yeah, Deauville gets a star. I'm just putting it on now, actually. 4th in maidens over 2,000 metres, that's the last time out, and 1,800 metres 2 starts. Beaten 3 lengths behind Menayer last time out. Gives the impression that she's got a fair chance of staying this trip and comes here in better form than most.
Perhaps can break the maiden tonight. Haas, number 4. Disappointing recently.
And is not going to be winning tonight because he's a non-runner.
Apologies for
That's
that.
Right.
Samir Albasma, number 5.
Yeah, this horse has been off the track for a long time. He's an 11-year-old now. He was badly out of sorts when we last saw him, which was 2 years ago. And it would be a surprise if he could make a winning comeback from that kind of absence.
Leon Gali has also been off the track for a considerable amount of time.
Yeah, so ran on the first day of the season here. Leo Yungali is a course and distance winner going back to last season, won a 0 to 60 handicap in January last year. 5th in this contest on his final start last year. Was 9th in a 1,800 metre 0 to 65 last time out. Should strip fitter for that and goes on my shortlist, given that there's a half a chance he's been laid out for this, given he ran in the race last year.
Abu Sheba is certainly a horse to watch, number 7.
Yeah, he was second last week in that 1,800 metre handicap. Came out best of a load of these who ran in that contest. Finished just in front of Ursula. But he's only run once over course and distance and finished 16th. That was in a stronger race than this, and a 0 to 80 handicap. But I think of the 2 who were close in that finish last week, Ursula's proven over 1.5 miles. She's a winner over the trip in Taif, and I think she's got a much better chance of showing her form up this trip.
And what about number 8, Also Hook, coming off a bit of a break as well?
Yeah, at least Also Hook is a proven over course and distance. Was second in a course and distance maiden. That's gone back a long time though, almost 2 years ago. Has been fairly lightly raced in recent times. Poor efforts since returning. Showed a bit in meeting 61, but 2 efforts since that have been disappointing. Over 2,000 metres last time out. The hope with him rests on him stepping up to 2,400 metres again.
Let's head to Shamila then to see who's caught her eye for this final race of the card.
Last race of the evening, or early morning, I should say. It's nearly 2 a.m. This is my final paddock selection of the night. Horse number 15, Behaf the Al Bari, the one and only runner for Thamar Dehani tonight. And he just stood out to me initially. He's the first one I put down as an eye catcher. He has a lot of headgear on. He jumps out of stall number 15 and will be under Tariq Al Mansour. Was fourth last time out at meeting 108, rated 62. So pretty top of the ratings as well in this handicap contest, and he's a really, really nice looking horse. So hopefully the stall doesn't take too much out of him and Thamar Dehani can come away with a winner tonight. So horse number 15 is my paddock selection. I do have to say that horse number 3, Dove Vale, also looks really good, and so does horse number 7, Abu Sheba. No paddock negatives for this last race of the day, so hopefully I can bring you home a winner.
To number 9.
Fingers crossed indeed. Thank you very much to you, Shamila. Number 9 is Kahelat Dalman.
Kahelat Dalman is hard to win with, 1 from 23 in her career, but she's had stiff tasks her last 2 runs, win 9th. Those aren't bad runs at all on paper. And she has been second over this trip. That was in Taif, and therefore she is on my long list.
Is Main Ayla on your long list?
No, he does have form, but coming off a break here, we're going to see Abu Sheba in action, and we're also therefore going to see Ursula in action last week over 1,800 metres. They look like they're going to fight out the finish for a fair while. We see them here pictured. Ursula just in front of Abu Sheba at this stage. She's in the dark blue sleeves and cap. Abu Sheba just gets in front of her now, but gives a bit of a flash of the tail there, and then both of them get swooped on late by the winner was Ala Daria, who ran earlier this evening. Now there's not much to choose between them on that run. They're off similar weights again tonight, but as I said, one of them is proven over the trip and one of them is not, and I think that swings things firmly into the favour of Ursula.
Well, that will be interesting to see, and we'll talk a little bit about Ursula as we get to her. She is horse number 16, but we are up to horse number 11, Sabil Al-Khair.
Yes, we just about dealt with Menela. Can be fancied on last season's form, but disappointing last time out and coming off an absence. Actually, the same sort of profile as the winner of the last race, so maybe wouldn't rule him out altogether. Sabil Al-Khair was second in a 0-60 over course and distance 2 starts back, so clearly stays very well. Was beaten 9 lengths though, and that was a weaker handicap than this, so maybe will struggle to get his head in front, but could be placed. Was eighth in a 0-65 last time out, so needs to step his game up, but the trip is okay.
And Ayes Alvarez has run 25 times and is still looking for a win. Yes,
and the last 2 runs have been disappointing. In the frame early in the season here at Riyadh, 4th in meeting 61, 3rd in meeting 66. But his last 2 efforts have been disappointing. Nawaf Al-Mudiani comes in for the ride, but I thought he was hard enough to fancy here.
Number 13, Sarajevo, ran last Thursday, finished 7th.
Yeah, was 7th behind in that race we just watched. Behind Ala Daria, but held obviously by Ursula, excuse me, and Abu Sheba on that running.
And number 14 is Haroof, and has had just 5 days break since her last run.
This trip is massively unsuitable for Haroof. She's been around a long time. She's run 79 times, but she doesn't run at this trip. All her forms are between 6 furlongs and a mile. This seems a wild shot in the dark for a mare with her experience.
Behafaz Al-Baray is Shamila's pick, number 15.
A maiden after 8 starts, paceless I've written, but consistent in maidens from a mile to 2,400 metres, and was 5th to Taze White over course and distance back in meeting 69. Beaten 17 lengths there. I can see it running respectably and finishing, to the 4 of midfield, but just lacks pace and needs, I think, to go very hard and fall in a hole.
Your pick, I assume, is Ursula, number 16. Anything more you want to add on?
Yeah, she's only 4 from 40. Her strike rate isn't terrific, but she keeps running well in races where she's given a chance. When she's racing a sort of 0-75, 0-80 company, she finds that a little bit tough. But she's dropped in the ratings on her last start and came right back to form, went 3rd, as we saw in that footage behind Ala Daria last week. This extra distance is right up her street, and I expect her to bounce back to winning ways. One of the better selections on the card for me, I thought.
Interesting to see how Ursula gets on then over this distance of 2,400 metres. Number 17, Nasayem Al Riyadh, ran on Saturday as well, so just 5 days away from the track.
Yeah, well beaten on Saturday, and the only good run from her recently was on turf 2 starts back.
Anajim Al-Kaseb ran on Thursday, so a week's break.
Yeah, and that was in that same race that we watched again, 6 to Al Daria. No obvious reason to turn the tables. It's a 7-year-old now, and he's tried a mile and a half a couple of times and was on place. Not entirely disgraced, but isn't crying out for this trip.
Milbarud, number 19, ran last Saturday as well.
Is a course and distance winner, well beaten last week, so really needs to leave that behind, but does have a course and distance win to his name, which is obviously a positive.
Aithbat Al-Wasil is yet to win in 17 outings.
Not from 17, and is coming off a break here, having finished third in meeting 79. I thought she would probably struggle.
Ashkar Asaf is number 21 and finished second last time out, and that was Friday last week.
That was a step in the right direction. He's been rather inconsistent, but second in an 1,800-metre maiden 2 weeks ago. If he steps up on that and stays the longer trip, he's got a chance from stall 10.
Well, let's head now to Mark Francis, our commentator, for the final time tonight.
Yeah, thank you, Rebecca. Good timing as well. We've just got one left to load. That's Shiblack Cloud into stall 19. And we're all set for our 0 to 65 handicap. A mile and a half here at Riyadh. Last race of the night. 20 runners, and they're off and racing. Jumping away for this handicap over the mile and a half, probably the slowest into stride, was the pink jacket towards the rear of the field, belonging to Al Sahouk, also towards the rear Shiblack Cloud. As through the early strides they go, Mil Baroud is one of the first to show and is being pushed up here to lead the parade as they pass the judge for the first time. Leads by about 2 lengths to Ashkar Asaf in second position. Towards the inside running rail, we have the red and white jacket then belonging to Sabil Al-Khair. Deeper out on the race course, we have the white colours, blue cap of Lay Oyun Ghali to set prominence. So too up with the pace early on is the quarter colours of Alatan the Grey, who's probably 6th or 7th around the turn, just being trapped there or now preceded by Asula. Back towards the inside, the blue and orange of Men Ayla has a handy position, racing in company there with Al Sahouk as the leaders begin turning left-handed down the side of the course and enter the back straight. And it's Mil Baroud in front for Abdelaziz Al-Yesh, leading by a length and a half to Sania Al-Basma now, who has moved up into second position as the leader is already at work to maintain this advantage. Back in third position, Al-Najim Al-Qasib still sits pretty. So does Ashkar Asaf. Asula has still got a few runners in front, 6th or 7th position for that one, just being preceded by Men Ayla. That one's being followed there by the black cap of Behabs Al-Bari. Back towards the inside running rail, we have Al Sahouk. Looking towards the rear of the field, we have the red sleeves of Sabil Al-Khair. Doesn't have too many behind, just being preceded there by Deauville. And so too the brace jacket of Al-Najim Al-Qasib, who is now actually up with the front group of runners. But it's the leader, Sania Al-Bashmar, who continues to lead them a merry dance going around the turn, clocking over 2 minutes now in this mile and a half stamina contest. Sania Al-Bashmar still in front. Al-Najim Al-Qasib in second position. Ashraf Asaf still goes the shortest way around in third position. Asula now beginning to make progress and significant headway as well from Behabs Al-Bari. It looks to be between these 5 as they turn for home in the finale. Sania Al-Bashmar now being challenged down the wide outside by Al-Najim Al-Qasib, who goes on. Sticking to the task is Behabs Al-Bari. It's a 3-way go inside the last 200. Al-Najim Al-Qasib sticking on. Yeah, Sania Al-Bashmar clinging on. Sania Al-Bashmar wins, fending off the late challenge of Al-Najim Al-Qasib to get in the closing stages. Sania Al-Bashmar at a time of 2:38.45, nothing special, but wins the closing race, fending off that challenge of Al-Najim Al-Qasib, who would not lie down without a fight. and neck the winning distance in race 12. Another cracker to close proceedings here. 5 beat 18. Looks as though Bihaz Al-Bari may have just got up for third. This is the result we need. 5 beats 18 by a neck. Bihaz Al-Bari 2 lengths down in third position. Sarah Evo, who hardly got a mention, back in fourth. And then Ashkar Asaf, best of the rest, in fifth. 5, 18, 15. Sania Al-Basma wins our finale. That's my final call of the season here at Riyadh. Enjoy the last couple of days of racing. I'll see you in Taif.
Very many thanks, Mark. We will see you in Taif, and we will look forward to catching up with you in a few months' time. Well, a dramatic race, Rory, but there seems to be a steward's inquiry between the first and second horses. That was number 5, Sania Al-Basma, and number 18, Al-Najim Al-Kaseb. Unclear why there's a steward's inquiry at the moment.
Oh, what's happened, we'll see the head-on shortly, but I think what's happened here is that the runner-up, Al-Najim Al-Kaseb, has actually leaned on the winner, and I thought he was causing interference through the last furlong and a half. It's possible the winner then came out off the rail in the last 100 yards and give a little bit back, but we'll see. We're seeing the start of the race now. We had speed from Mil Baroud, who set the pace from stall 20. That's not unusual here. We also had speed from who was drawn in stall 21. Always interesting when you get handicaps looking for where they've come from. But plenty of early pace on. But the eventual winner was always well placed in behind. We didn't particularly fancy Sania Al-Basma on the basis that he's been off the track for an awfully long time. And I can understand that with a 4 or 5-year-old coming off a layoff, and maybe they've benefited from a break. But an 11-year-old off a 2-year absence, you don't expect these horses to be ready to show their form. But he's absolutely pulling double at this stage. I don't know I haven't gone back to his form for early in 2 seasons ago, because I don't tend to do that. He finished his season in season 14-42 with figures 15, 13 and 16. So badly out of sorts at the end of the season, but was running better before that. I haven't dug back to see whether the mark of 64 is lenient on his old form, but he's absolutely tanked through this race, gone very well. And what we'll see late in the day, you see the eventual second in the blue colours tracking through, going quite well. Jockey just checking for dangers there on Al-Najim Al-Kaseb. We will see exactly what happens in the straight, but for me, number 18, Al-Najim Al-Kaseb, seemed to be leaning in towards the rail and caused a little bit of interference to the horse who eventually won the race. And it's possible that horse, Sania Al-Basma, has then sort of come out late in the day and possibly caused the interference, or is possibly the jockey in the second correcting himself and his horse drifts away. Horses do tend to drift off that rail late in the day because they're looking to pull up past the line. So we're seeing them turn into the straight now. The front two are the pair who will fight out the finish, and the question is who has not kept the straight line. Initially, what you'll see is Al-Najim Al-Kaseb actually drifts out a little bit. Actually, the winner has actually wandered off the rail and possibly made contact then. And the horse who finishes second, now he's leaning in towards the rail. So it's a little bit of 6 of one, half a dozen of the other. And we might see late in the day that the winner again shifts out and possibly makes slight contact there. So there is a possibility of this result being turned around, but it's not an easy one for the stewards to unpick.
Is that significant enough, Rory, that interference we saw to have affected the result? That we do see sort of jostling as the horses are racing. Is that enough, do you think?
It's possible. It's a reason. The rule in the UK is the runner-up needs to show that without the interference it would have won the race. So the emphasis is on proving that the runner-up was unlucky. So usually, if the horse isn't finishing fast and about to get back up again, so if in this situation Al-Najim Al-Kaseb is finishing fast again and gets beaten on nose and is in front after the line, that will be deemed an unlucky loser, and if interference has taken place, even if it's very minor, he's liable to be thrown out. Whereas if the horses are keeping the same sort of position, even if there's only a head in at the line, they don't tend to throw that out. That's in the UK. Slightly different rules here. Absolutely, very different kettle of fish indeed. Well, Rory, just before we sign off for the night, I of course want to get your highlight.
My highlight was, well, we had a very good race there, race 9, a 1 mile open, which looked a really competitive race on paper. Top rated of 105, 4 horses actually with a rating of 95 in behind. And we ended up getting a real treat. Not all of them ran to form. Sovereign Prince coming back off an absence, weakened tamely in the finish. But Sunset and Vine, who's been banging on the door for the last couple of months, third, second, and good races over the trip, finally came good. We see him pulling clear in those lime-coloured sleeves, and he's very much deserved this victory, a 6th of his career, but he's just been a little bit unlucky in recent starts and finally put it all together tonight.
Well, speaking of unlucky in recent starts, of course, Consensus de Vega, the horse that you said, Rory, this finishes second. She got the win. That, for me, that's my highlight. What did you think of that?
Yeah, well, listen, she's, again, deserving her win. She's been beaten a few times this season. She has won 3 races now in her career. She tends to travel really strongly in her races and maybe not find as much off the bridle as expected. But again, the discussion we had was about horses who travel really strongly. Sometimes they're the most generous. They're doing everything they can on the bridle. The jockey doesn't have to ask for an effort. When the jockey feels the need to ask for more, that's because the horses get very little left to give. But it doesn't mean for a second they're ungenuine. It just means they're doing it on their own bat.
Absolutely. Well, there's nothing ungenuine about Consensus de Vega tonight. A worthy winner and certainly my highlight. This is our final week of racing in Saudi Arabia. Thank you for joining us.